She watched the tip of the knife coming to her. Song Yuncheng suddenly backed away. The table in the back was suddenly hit because of her backing away. The table got overturned with a clang. All the glassware on it fell to the ground and shattered. There were not many guests at the Airview Garden dining room at this time. They saw that there was someone stabbing another person with a saber. Several guests at the dinner were all frightened and stood up from their seats. The waiters in the restaurant also came quickly after they heard the news. Song Yuncheng backed away. She frowned and looked at Gu Changge, who was exasperated. Do you want to kill me? If a scourge like you dies early, it will save a lot of trouble. Gu Changge held the saber of 30 centimeters with her fingers. Her fingers trembled. Her phalanges turned pale slightly because she held the saber too tightly. A debutante like her might seldom take even a kitchen knife. But she could hold a saber in her hand today. That was really impressive. But Song Yuncheng did not believe that this debutante would like the feeling of holding a saber to kill someone by herself. Who asked you to do this? Gu Changge stared at her angrily. No one asked me to do this. You messed up the Hu family and turned my family upside down. I want to kill you for myself. She held her saber in the hand and walked to the side of Song Yuncheng step by step. Song Yuncheng was helpless when being forced by her, and she kept backing away step by step. Though she was taught several restraint techniques when she was Gu Changge, she was not good at snatching the saber barehandedly. Gu Changge had thought all the time that her daughter was protected by bodyguards beside her around the clock at that time. She could not meet with such threats. So, he slacked off the lessons she had to take about restraint techniques. Now she encountered such a thing. Song Yuncheng regretted for the first time that she did not study well according to the course in her teenage years. A cold breeze was blowing behind her feet slowly. She receded constantly. The cold breeze got closer and closer to her. Her body was much closer to the picture window of the Airview Garden. The waiters came here in a rush. Seeing the scene, they all got frightened and anxious. There was a waiter coming up and wanting to persuade Gu Changge to lay down the saber in her hand. When she heard the footsteps, she turned around sensitively. She stared at the waiter far away like a frightened bird and shouted, "Don't come over. If you come over, I will stab her to death." She was so crazy. Even her eyes turned blood red because of her extremely taut and anxious expression. The waiters did not dare to get close to her rashly because of her mad look. There were footsteps hurrying to get here. The waiters who gathered at the door were dispersed by the comer. "Make way. Please make way. What happened?" Song Yuncheng heard that it was the voice of Song Yuncheng distantly. She frowned and looked over. Sure enough, in such a rattled situation, the one who showed up in front of the elevator and dispersed the waiters was Song Yuncheng. After seeing the overturned table, Song Yuncheng turned his eyes little by little to Gu Changge, who was holding the saber, and Song Yuncheng, who was helpless to back away step by step. He was astonished. It seemed that he never thought that such a thing would happen. "Miss Hu, what are you doing?" He reached out his hands and wanted to get close to them. Gu Changge put the saber in front of her and waved the saber suddenly. Then she threatened him. "Don't come over. If you take one step forward, I will kill her." Song Yuncheng was forced to the front of the window. Her heels coincidentally touched the glass of the picture window when she backed away. Just a gentle touch made the glass window behind her move. Song Yuncheng was frightened by her. He dared not to move forward. Song Yuncheng frowned. She turned to have a look. She found at once that the glass of the picture window of the Airview Garden dining room at a height of 200 meters could be opened. The 2-meter-high glass window was opened slowly. Being blown by the wind outside, it was opened wider suddenly. The waiters in the Airview Garden dining room all turned pale because of the open glass window. It was known that the Airview Garden was 200 meters high in the air. In order to ensure the safety of guests, all the picture windows here were made of high-class bulletproof glass which was solid like a wall. But no one knew that the picture window here could be opened. Why could such a dangerous window be opened? Shouldn't it be locked firmly? Why could it be opened? The waiters were all astonished. Even Song Yuncheng could not hide her shock. The Airview Garden dining room was built and supervised by her trustworthy subordinate, and she had also ordered him to ensure the safety of all the people walking in the Airview Garden. So, all the picture windows in this restaurant should be locked firmly and could not be opened. But today, why was the picture window opened? Did anyone furtively rebuild it? Who had the ability to rebuild the picture window in the Airview Garden furtively? Her fingers were clenched little by little. Her nails stuck into her palms. In fact, this question could be figured out if she thought it over slightly. The one who had the ability and qualification to rebuild the Airview Garden was only the principal in charge of Gu's, to which the Airview Garden belonged to. No, now it could not be called Gu's. It should be called Xiao's of Xiao Tianzi. Only Xiao Tianzi could give orders to allow others to tinker with the picture window of the Airview Garden. So, this time it was premeditated and planned that Hu Jiehui could come to the Airview Garden to meet her, and sit down to have a meal with her. Her eyes became harsh and went to Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng's anxious and nervous look on his face froze at once. He was stiff for a while. His mind seemed to be penetrated by her eyes. His eyes were hurry-scurry with some bewilderment as if he was fleeing and had no time to choose the way. Song Yuncheng brought her here to have a meal on purpose. They had set a trap here to wait for her. And they even wanted to kill her. It was unbelievable. She stopped. She stood in front of the window. She seemed to stand on a precipice. The wind outside blew over her ears fiercely. Her hair around her ears was messed up by the strong wind. The manager in the Airview Garden was already frightened to be pale. The waiters on the side were also panic-stricken. What should we do, manager? Manager. This is the youngest daughter of Song family, Song Yunxian. The waiters around the manager all gabbled in his ears and urged him to find a solution. The middle-aged manager of this restaurant was sweating on his forehead. His lips almost trembled because of his scare. He said eagerly, "Call the police quickly. Now. Quickly." Hearing the manager's order, the waiters beside him turned around to go out and call the police in a hurry. Seeing that the waiters and the manager in the restaurant were in such a rush, Song Yuncheng's heart was full of scorn. Though he appeared to be nervous, he firmly believed from the bottom of his heart that Song Yunxian could not survive in such a situation. Looking at the vicious face of Hu Jiehui opposite to him, he could know that Hu Jiehui really wanted to kill her this time. If a woman became cruel and vicious, she would be no worse than a man indeed. And Yunjia was so considerate. She could easily pull Hu Jiehui into this trap and take advantage of her to kill Song Yunxian. The words that the manager said to the waiters to call the police came into the ears of Hu Jiehui. Hu Jiehui became more nervous. She waved her saber and stabbed to Song Yunchuan's neck suddenly. She viciously looked at those anxious people opposite to her. "You are not allowed to call the police. Whoever calls the police will drive me to kill her right now." The manager was flustered. He did not know how to react. But Song Yuncheng reacted quickly. He opened his mouth and rebuked the manager in a hurry. "Call back those people who went to call the police. Do you want to kill my sister?" The manager got paler. He looked at Hu Jiehui and Song Yunxian nervously. Song Yunxian looked cold. She narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked at the saber pointing at her neck. Hu Jiehui paid a lot of effort indeed. She even got such a nice knife. Her father, Gu Changge, used to be arranged into the special forces in the WS for some time by the elder of Gu family when he was young. They announced that he was just too experienced. But in fact, it was just to make the son of Gu family able to protect himself if falling into the situation under siege. Gu Changge had great fighting skills. But unfortunately, she was a girl. Gu Changge did not teach these fighting skills to Gu Changge, his daughter. Gu Changge disliked fighting or killing. But she faithfully inherited her father's mind and means of killing without blood. She could maximize the grasp of people's hearts. The tip of the knife of Hu Jiehui was shaking. If it was not shaking and she stabbed directly to her, such a good knife with the design of the blood slot on the knife body could make her a dead body within a few minutes because of excessive loss of blood. She looked up from the trembling tip of the knife. And she slowly turned her eyes to Hu Jiehui's face with tight muscles inch by inch, Little by little, she stared warily straight ahead. Now Song Yunchuan's eyes fell on her. It seemed to frighten her. She immediately turned her eyes on her with a sharp stare. "Don't play tricks," she warned her. Song Yunxian had no anxious look on her face. She just stared at her with her eyes and opened her lips coldly. "Who offered such a suggestion to you?" She did not believe that Hu Jiehui would impulsively come here to kill her suddenly. It was obvious that there must be someone to push the whole thing to develop. Hu Jiehui reached out the saber forward 1 inch. The tip of the knife touched her skin. Suddenly her skin was stabbed to bleed. The red and hot blood wriggled down. Song Yunxian wanted to back away, but she was forced to stay put by the height of 200 meters behind her. Hu Jiehui sneered. "You know that one step back will take away your life, right? The height of 200 meters is no laughing matter." Hu Jiehui's knife pointed at her neck. There was a gleam of hatred flashing in her eyes. "You are not silly, Song Yunxian. Don't you know who wants to kill you?" Song Yunxian tilted her head slightly and glanced down into the air. The height of 200 meters made her dizzy indeed. Her body shook, but she tried her best to stabilize. "I think the grudge between you and me is not enough for you to kill me here painstakingly, Miss Hua. Do you think that our grudge is not serious?" "Not so serious." Her fingers were clenched tightly on the sides of her body. Her eyes slightly looked down. She wanted to figure out the situation downstairs at a height of 200 meters. Hu Jiehui snorted coldly. She was a little mad. "They have told me that my mother's abortion was not an accident for no reason at all. It is you who framed her." "I framed her." Song Yunxian sneered and asked her with her mocking eyes. "Who told you?" "Miss Hua, the person who signed the operating agreement to give your mother an abortion is you. Have you forgotten it already, Miss Hua?" Hu Jiehui seemed to think of her own behavior, which was fooled. Her eyes became sharp suddenly. She directly stabbed the saber pointing at Song Yunchuan's neck into her neck without thinking. She wanted to kill her. She wanted to cut off the neck of Song Yunxian here. She wanted to kill this woman who played tricks to turn the Hua family upside down. Her knife had a murderous edge. She was so mad to make everyone frightened. The people all around got taut at once. Seeing that the blade moved forward, they all wanted to come up and stop Hu Jiehui. However, just as the blade was about to cut off Song Yunchuan's throat, she suddenly leaned back and grabbed Hu Jiehui's wrist. She dropped down. She watched the tip of the knife coming to her. Song Yunxian suddenly backed away. The table in the back was suddenly hit because of her backing away. The table got overturned with a clang. All the glassware on it fell to the ground and shattered. There were not many guests at the Airview Garden dining room at this time. They saw that there was someone stabbing another person with a saber. Several guests at the dinner were all frightened and stood up from their seats. The waiters in the restaurant also came quickly after they heard the news. Song Yunxian backed away. She frowned and looked at Hu Jiehui, who was exasperated. "Do you want to kill me? If a scourge like you dies early, it will save a lot of trouble." Hu Jiehui held the saber of 30 centimeters with her fingers. Her fingers trembled. Her phalanges turned pale slightly because she held the saber too tightly. A debutante like her might seldom take even a kitchen knife. But she could hold a saber in her hand today. That was really impressive. But Song Yunxian did not believe that this debutante would like the feeling of holding a saber to kill someone by herself. "Who asked you to do this?" Hu Jiehui stared at her angrily. "No one asked me to do this. You messed up the Hua family and turned my family upside down. I want to kill you for myself." She held her saber in the hand and walked to the side of Song Yunxian step by step. Song Yunxian was helpless when being forced by her, and she kept backing away step by step. Though she was taught several restraint techniques when she was Gu Changge, she was not good at snatching the saber barehandedly. Gu Changge had thought all the time that her daughter was protected by bodyguards beside her around the clock at that time. She could not meet with such threats. So, he slacked off the lessons she had to take about restraint techniques. Now she encountered such a thing. Song Yunxian regretted for the first time that she did not study well according to the course in her teenage years. A cold breeze was blowing behind her feet slowly. She receded constantly. The cold breeze got closer and closer to her. Her body was much closer to the picture window of the Airview garden. The waiters came here in a rush. Seeing the scene, they all got frightened and anxious. There was a waiter coming up and wanting to persuade Gu Changge to lay down the saber in her hand. When she heard the footsteps, she turned around sensitively. She stared at the waiter far away like a frightened bird and shouted, "Don't come over. If you come over, I will stab her to death." She was so crazy. Even her eyes turned blood red because of her extremely taut and anxious expression. The waiters did not dare to get close to her rashly because of her mad look. There were footsteps hurrying to get here. The waiters who gathered at the door were dispersed by the comer. "Make way. Please make way. What happened?" Song Yuncheng heard that it was the voice of Song Yuncheng distantly. She frowned and looked over. Sure enough, in such a rattled situation, the one who showed up in front of the elevator and dispersed the waiters was Song Yuncheng. After seeing the overturned table, Song Yuncheng turned his eyes little by little to Gu Changge, who was holding the saber, and Song Yuncheng, who was helpless to back away step by step. He was astonished. It seemed that he never thought that such a thing would happen. "Miss Hu, what are you doing?" He reached out his hands and wanted to get close to them. Gu Changge put the saber in front of her and waved the saber suddenly. Then she threatened him. "Don't come over. If you take one step forward, I will kill her." Song Yuncheng was forced to the front of the window. Her heels coincidentally touched the glass of the picture window when she backed away. Just a gentle touch made the glass window behind her move. Song Yuncheng was frightened by her. He dared not to move forward. Song Yuncheng frowned. She turned to have a look. She found at once that the glass of the picture window of the Airview Garden dining room at a height of 200 meters could be opened. The 2-meter-high glass window was opened slowly. Being blown by the wind outside, it was opened wider suddenly. The waiters in the Airview Garden dining room all turned pale because of the open glass window. It was known that the Airview Garden was 200 meters high in the air. In order to ensure the safety of guests, all the picture windows here were made of high-class bulletproof glass which was solid like a wall. But no one knew that the picture window here could be opened. Why could such a dangerous window be opened? Shouldn't it be locked firmly? Why could it be opened? The waiters were all astonished. Even Song Yuncheng could not hide her shock. The Airview Garden dining room was built and supervised by her trustworthy subordinate, and she had also ordered him to ensure the safety of all the people walking in the Airview Garden. So, all the picture windows in this restaurant should be locked firmly and could not be opened. But today, why was the picture window opened? Did anyone furtively rebuild it? Who had the ability to rebuild the picture window in the Airview Garden furtively? Her fingers were clenched little by little. Her nails stuck into her palms. In fact, this question could be figured out if she thought it over slightly. The one who had the ability and qualification to rebuild the Airview Garden was only the principal in charge of Gu's, to which the Airview Garden belonged to. No, now it could not be called Gu's. It should be called Xiao's of Xiao Tianzi. Only Xiao Tianzi could give orders to allow others to tinker with the picture window of the Airview Garden. So, this time it was premeditated and planned that Gu Changge could come to the Airview Garden to meet her, and sit down to have a meal with her. Her eyes became harsh and went to Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng's anxious and nervous look on his face froze at once. He was stiff for a while. His mind seemed to be penetrated by her eyes. His eyes were hurry-scurry with some bewilderment as if he was fleeing and had no time to choose the way. Song Yuncheng brought her here to have a meal on purpose. They had set a trap here to wait for her. And they even wanted to kill her. It was unbelievable. She stopped. She stood in front of the window. She seemed to stand on a precipice. The wind outside blew over her ears fiercely. Her hair around her ears was messed up by the strong wind. The manager in the Airview Garden was already frightened to be pale. The waiters on the side were also panic-stricken. "What should we do, manager?" "Manager. This is the youngest daughter of Song family, Song Yuncheng." The waiters around the manager all gabbled in his ears and urged him to find a solution. The middle-aged manager of this restaurant was sweating on his forehead. His lips almost trembled because of his scare. He said eagerly, "Call the police quickly. Now. Quickly." Hearing the manager's order, the waiters beside him turned around to go out and call the police in a hurry. Seeing that the waiters and the manager in the restaurant were in such a rush, Song Yuncheng's heart was full of scorn. Though he appeared to be nervous, he firmly believed from the bottom of his heart that Song Yuncheng could not survive in such a situation. Looking at the vicious face of Hu Jiehui opposite to him, he could know that Hu Jiehui really wanted to kill her this time. If a woman became cruel and vicious, she would be no worse than a man indeed. And Yunjia was so considerate. She could easily pull Hu Jiehui into this trap and take advantage of her to kill Song Yuncheng. The words that the manager said to the waiters to call the police came into the ears of Hu Jiehui. Hu Jiehui became more nervous. She waved her saber and stabbed to Song Yunchuan's neck suddenly. She viciously looked at those anxious people opposite to her. "You are not allowed to call the police. Whoever calls the police will drive me to kill her right now." The manager was flustered. He did not know how to react. But Song Yuncheng reacted quickly. He opened his mouth and rebuked the manager in a hurry. "Call back those people who went to call the police. Do you want to kill my sister?" The manager got paler. He looked at Hu Jiehui and Song Yuncheng nervously. Song Yuncheng looked cold. She narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked at the saber pointing at her neck. Hu Jiehui paid a lot of effort indeed. She even got such a nice knife. Her father, Gu Changge, used to be arranged into the special forces in the WS for some time by the elder of Gu family when he was young. They announced that he was just too experienced. But in fact, it was just to make the son of Gu family able to protect himself if falling into the situation under siege. Gu Changge had great fighting skills. But unfortunately, she was a girl. Gu Changge did not teach these fighting skills to Gu Changge, his daughter. Gu Changge disliked fighting or killing. But she faithfully inherited her father's mind and means of killing without blood. She could maximize the grasp of people's hearts. The tip of the knife of Hu Jiehui was shaking. If it was not shaking and she stabbed directly to her, such a good knife with the design of the blood slot on the knife body could make her a dead body within a few minutes because of excessive loss of blood. She looked up from the trembling tip of the knife. And she slowly turned her eyes to Hu Jiehui's face with tight muscles inch by inch, little by little. She stared warily straight ahead. Now Song Yunchuan's eyes fell on her. It seemed to frighten her. She immediately turned her eyes on her with a sharp stare. "Don't play tricks," she warned her. Song Yuncheng had no anxious look on her face. She just stared at her with her eyes and opened her lips coldly. "Who offered such a suggestion to you?" She did not believe that Hu Jiehui would impulsively come here to kill her suddenly. It was obvious that there must be someone to push the whole thing to develop. Hu Jiehui reached out the saber forward 1 inch. The tip of the knife touched her skin. Suddenly her skin was stabbed to bleed. The red and hot blood wriggled down. Song Yuncheng wanted to back away. But she was forced to stay put by the height of 200 meters behind her. Hu Jiehui sneered. "You know that one step back will take away your life, right? The height of 200 meters is no laughing matter." Hu Jiehui's knife pointed at her neck. There was a gleam of hatred flashing in her eyes. "You are not silly, Song Yuncheng. Don't you know who wants to kill you?" Song Yuncheng tilted her head slightly and glanced down into the air. The height of 200 meters made her dizzy indeed. Her body shook. But she tried her best to stabilize. "I think the grudge between you and me is not enough for you to kill me here painstakingly, Miss Hua. Do you think that our grudge is not serious?" "Not so serious." Her fingers were clenched tightly on the sides of her body. Her eyes slightly looked down. She wanted to figure out the situation downstairs at a height of 200 meters. Hu Jiehui snorted coldly. She was a little mad. "They have told me that my mother's abortion was not an accident for no reason at all. It is you who framed her." "I framed her." Song Yuncheng sneered and asked her with her mocking eyes. "Who told you?" "Miss Hua, the person who signed the operating agreement to give your mother an abortion is you." Have you forgotten it already, Miss Hua? Hu Jiahui seemed to think of her own behavior, which was fooled. Her eyes became sharp suddenly. She directly stabbed the saber pointing at Song Yunchuan's neck into her neck without thinking. She wanted to kill her. She wanted to cut off the neck of Song Yunxian here. She wanted to kill this woman who played tricks to turn the Hua family upside down. Her knife had a murderous edge. She was so mad to make everyone frightened. The people all around got taut at once. Seeing that the blade moved forward, they all wanted to come up and stop Hu Jiahui. However, just as the blade was about to cut off Song Yunchuan's throat, she suddenly leaned back and grabbed Hu Jiahui's wrist. She dropped down. She fell from a height of 200 meters, like a butterfly with broken wings. The crowds exclaiming and screaming could almost penetrate the glass of the Airview Garden. The manager of the Airview Garden was stunned to faint on the spot. Song Yuncheng went forward 2 steps, with grief of trying to hold his sister but without success on his face. His face expressed his grief, but the corners of his mouth weirdly raised. Song Yunxian was finally dead. It was terrific. Unfortunately, he lost Hu Jiahui, but she was of no use at all. This time he used her to kill Song Yunxian, draining her last value and use. He was so pleased in his mind and started to think in his heart about the tragic scene of Song Yunchuan's incomplete brain and broken limbs after falling to the ground from a great height. Falling from a height of 200 meters, she probably couldn't even have a complete body. He remembered that once a debt-ridden bankrupt boss in Harbor City jumped down from more than 20 floors. One of his legs fell 10 meters away from the body. His eyes were cruel, but his smile was viciously raging at the bottom of his eyes. There was stagnation in the Airview Garden dining room, and everyone was in shock and couldn't move. People who were blocked at the elevator door were pulled away. A familiar female voice came from the elevator door. "Move away. Move away. Move away." It was Song Yunjia. Under that voice, sure enough, Song Yuncheng turned to look at the elevator door and saw his sister, Song Yunjia, more and more clearly, appearing in the Airview Garden dining room with an anxious face. Pulling away the crowd, she saw a wide-open picture window in front of her and Song Yuncheng standing stiffly there. Song Yunjia was stunned first and then unbelievably looked at Song Yuncheng. "Where is Yunxian? Brother, where is Yunxian?" Song Yuncheng, whose face was pale and eyes were unfocused, looked at her and spat out a few words from his trembling lips. "Yunxian," she jumped. She jumped down. Song Yunjia froze all over. Everyone turned to look at Song Yunjia. It was rumored that the relationship between Song Yunjia and Song Yunxian was exceedingly terrible. Everyone involuntarily rested his or her eyes on Song Yunjia, wanting to see how she reacted. Song Yunjia froze at first and then screamed suddenly as the whole person rushed towards the open picture window like crazy abruptly. Song Yuncheng reacted quickly and grabbed her at once. The manager of the Airview Garden had fainted already, but the waiters present knew that no one else should lose his or her life here at this time. They all went up and grabbed Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia struggled with her hair hanging down, as if she were crazy in an instant. But under her messy hair, a pair of eyes flashed like the lightning. Song Yunxian died. She was finally dead. She was really so satisfied that she was almost insane. The news of Song Yunchuan's falling from the Airview Garden instantly spread to the Xue family and the Shao enterprise. Originally, the Xue family was silent. Song Yuning, who was busy doing the miscarriage prevention, had rarely asked about things outside her industry. However, Xue Tao, who was a trifler with his body filled with the smell of perfume and a happy face, walked in from the door and merrily looked at Song Yuning, who was drinking the traditional medicine good for pregnancy. "Why are you still drinking the medicine good for pregnancy at this moment?" Song Yuning replied with a casual air. "If I did not drink it at this time, when should I drink it?" Xue Tao sat on the sofa opposite Song Yuning. "I'll tell you something. It's more useful than taking 10 pieces of medicine, definitely." Song Yuning held an exquisite blue and white porcelain medicine bowl even without lifting her eyes, blowing the carefully prepared soup medicine. "What news? Do you know the Airview Garden? The restaurant in the sky at a height of 200 meters? Xue Tao laughed. He leaned forward and spoke in an exceptionally clear voice. Song Yunxian jumped down from the Airview garden. Song Yuning's fingers loosened suddenly. The medicine bowl in her hand dropped to the ground with a crackle and fell apart. Gu Changge was still by Xiao Tian's side when the Xiao Enterprise was informed. Gu Changge used to come to the Xiao Enterprise rarely. However, after Gu Changge's death, Gu Changge often appeared in the Xiao Enterprise. People in the Xiao Enterprise were all used to her coming. Xiao Tianzi received a call from the person in charge of the Airview garden. The one on the phone was flustered when speaking. Chairman Xiao, some people died. The Missy of Song family, Song Yunxian, and Hua Zhehui from the Hua family in Harbor City, jumped down from the Airview garden. They jumped down. Although it was expected, he still pretended to ask in puzzlement. The one over there immediately replied, "Yes, Chairman Xiao." The people on the spot said that Miss Song took hold of Miss Hua's wrist and dragged down Miss Hua when she fell. Xiao Tianzi smiled silently. Song Yunxian dragged down Hua Zhehui? Yes, Chairman Xiao. Xiao Tianzi hung up the phone and could not help showing a smile with great interest at the corners of his mouth. If the girl of Song family didn't die, she should have a bright future. Gu Changge sat beside him. But she died. What a pity. Xiao Tianzi also showed a trace of regret and sighed. Yeah, it's a pity that she died. Seeing his regretful face, Gu Changge laughed. Why do you feel so sorry? You have done a lot for her death, haven't you? Xiao Tianzi looked sideways at her with the implication of a faint smile at the corners of his eyes. Changge, everyone can take me as a bad person, but you cannot. I don't allow that. Gu Changge caressed his cheek and looked at him with deep love in her eyes. Tianzi, for me you are the best. The best. The thing snatched from her sister was of course the best. There was chaos in the Airview garden dining room. However, Song Yuning in the mansion of Shui family put on her coat in a hurry, and asked a servant to drive her to the scene in the Airview garden. Shui Tao followed Song Yuning. I haven't seen you become so spirited for a long time. Since you returned, you have been caring for your abdomen like a dead person all day. Luckily, Song Yunxian died. Otherwise, I couldn't see you take a step away from the house of the Shui family. Song Yuning's heart was in a turmoil, and she had no time to hear what Shui Tao was saying at all. The driver of the Shui family acted slowly while getting the car ready. Seeing that she became impatient, Shui Tao decided to drive the car with the cheeky face. I will send you there. And I want to incidentally see how tragic your sister's condition is when she is dead. After saying he couldn't help but laugh happily twice, Song Yuning clasped her hands together. Although she tried her best to stay calm, her hands still irrepressibly shook. She had never expected that Song Yunxian would die at all. She died without any sign. Shui Tao quickly drove the car to send her. It was not allowed that the vehicle she was in exceeded the speed limit even after she was pregnant. However, this time Shui Tao was already racing on the highway, and she still felt it was too slow. She kept urging Shui Tao in front. Drive faster. 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 Shui Tao was in a good mood because of the death of Song Yunxian, so even if Song Yuning kept urging him, he was not impatient. Shui family was a 15-minute drive to the Airview garden. Because there were many red lights on the road, it usually took about half an hour. Nevertheless, this time Shui Tao even ignored the red lights directly and ran them all the way. As they got to the scene, they could see that the police had blocked the scene from a distance, surrounded by many firefighters and a large number of passers-by. It was so crowded, and the people tightly enclosed the place under the window of the Airview garden. After Song Yuning got out of the car, she jostled her way into the crowd in a hurry. Shui Tao walked 2 steps quickly after getting out of the car, trying to catch her. However, she ran too fast to be stopped by him. The too fast pace made her bumble almost to have a fall. Fortunately, a working woman in her 30s, wearing a dress, held her up. Be careful, Mississippi. Song Yuning was held up and looked up. As the face of the woman supporting her appeared in her eyes at once, she was shocked. Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong was the editor-in-chief of Fanxing magazine. which could be regarded as the deadly foe of the magazine she owned in this industry. She had researched the whole Fanqing magazine at first because of Song Yunxian, so it was natural that she knew Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong also recognized her and showed a surprised smile on her face. What a coincidence, Miss Yuning. Xiao Hong called Song Yuning Miss Yuning to differentiate Song Yuning from Song Yunxian. Song Yuning was very confused by the smile on her face. How could you still smile like this as manager Song? Your boss died? Song Yunxian was the boss of Fanqing magazine. As Song Yunxian fell from the Airview Garden and died now, how could Xiao Hong smile like this at this moment? Song Yuning couldn't understand the reason. Xiao Hong still kept the smile on her face and confusedly asked her, "Has anything happened to our manager Song? She has died." Song Yuning's lips trembled. She hated Song Yunxian before, and wanted to kill her directly to vent indeed. However, at this moment, Song Yunxian was the only one she could rely on among the people of Song family. And perhaps, after all, Song Yunxian had a blood relationship with her. Or maybe because she couldn't accept the fact that a living person suddenly fell to death. She was always scared when thinking about that. Xiao Hong saw her pale face and horrified expression and asked with a smile, "How come she is dead?" Song Yuning froze. Xiao Hong led her to see the other side of the crowd at once. There was just a lady with a large towel over her head, who was supported by two paramedics, walking towards an ambulance. Under the large towel, everyone could tell that the woman was Song Yunxian at first glance, although she wore a pale face. It was Song Yunxian who was still living. She became confused. She's not dead.
Xiaong no dead.
Manger Song has her own luck because she is a kind-hearted person. Of course she won't die. Song Yunxian suddenly saw Song Yuning afar as she got into the ambulance. She was slightly stunned with a slight change in the look of her eyes. The paramedic beside her urged her, "Let's get on, Miss Song." So she lowered her eyes and got into the ambulance. As soon as they got into the ambulance, before the door was closed, a teenage boy climbed up, ignoring the nurse's stopping. "I am Song Yunxuan's family." Hearing his explanation, the nurse no longer stopped him but allowed him to get on. The door of the ambulance was closed, and the ambulance moved away. Song Yunxian sat on the chair, and Xiao Luo with a worried face sat opposite her. Seeing the roughly bandaged wound on her neck, Xiao Luo felt distressed and frowned. "Sister, go back to Harbor City with me." Song Yunxian looked down. Hearing what Xiao Luo said, she slightly moved her eyelashes and rested her eyes on him. Xiao Luo could not help but hold her hands. "The people of the Xiao family are your real family. As long as you return to Xiao family, my grandfather and I will treat you well." "Very well." Song Yunxian didn't reply. Xiao Luo anxiously held her hands tightly. "If you are still here, they all want you to die. It is too dangerous. Sister, go back to Harbor City with me. Let's return to Xiao family. Shall we?" Should she return to Xiao family? Compared with Song family, it was true that Xiao family helped her more. Xiao Luo nervously waited for Song Yunxian to make the decision. However, Song Yunxian just looked at Xiao Luo's hands holding her fingers and feebly smiled. "Luo, my father once told me a story. Do you want to hear it?" Xiao Luo didn't want to hear any story now. Nevertheless, Song Yunxian opened her mouth and began to follow the memory to tell the story Gu Changge once told her without caring about Xiao Luo's will. Once upon a time, someone accidentally got a treasure. 1,000 people searched everywhere for him, trying to kill him and take such a treasure from his hands. But he didn't want to surrender this treasure. If you were this person, what would you do? Xiao Luo frowned and looked at Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian also looked at him with inquiring eyes and patiently waited for him to give her an answer. Xiao Luo stayed silent for a long time without saying any words. Song Yunxian showed a bitter smile at the corners of her mouth. "You already have the answer, don't you?" Xiao Luo's face was complicated. Indeed, he had the answer already. However, the answer was really too cruel. He didn't believe that Song Yunxian would think as he did. "Sister, what was your answer at that time?" Song Yunxian lowered her eyes. She smiled brightly and looked up with a pair of eyes as bright as gems. Very simple. Kill 1,000 people all. Her lips were so tender and so pale. However, the words which she uttered were like the coldest and sharpest dagger. Xiao Luo's heart sank. He couldn't deny that what Song Yunxian had said was right. If you wanted to live, you must do it. Being coward and blindly avoiding it couldn't change anything. If you wanted to live, you should face these dangerous difficulties. But, sister, what is your treasure in your arms? Song Yunxian said with flames jumping in the depth of her eyes. I have a wish that must be fulfilled. A wish. Her voice was low, cold, and firm. Yes, it must be fulfilled. Xiao Luo carefully asked her in a hoarse voice. What is it? Song Yunxian looked up at him with her smile becoming a little relaxed. It's a secret. Sister, please tell me. I will help you. I will certainly help you no matter what the cost is. Xiao Luo sincerely said. Song Yunxian saw his expression and knew that what he had said was true certainly. Yet, although she needed the help of Xiao family to fulfill it, she didn't want Xiao Luo to be involved. I will tell you if I need your help with something. Song Yunxian also held his hands with her fingers and sincerely enjoined him. So, before I come to you for help your grandfather take good care of Xiao family, okay? She wore a special manner in her body. It was calm, steady, and imposing with a strong aura, which invisibly made people feel irresistible. Xiao Luo couldn't say no but still felt distressed for her. Xiao Luo held Song Yunxuan's fingers all the way to the hospital. Song Yunxian let him do it. Although the fake paternity test which she asked Miss Song to make helped her return from Harbor City successfully, she missed the opportunity to become the eldest granddaughter of Xiao family. However, she did not regret it. In contrast, this fake paternity test was bound to be penetrated by the elder of Xiao family in the future. Elder Xiao was smart and could guess more or less why she didn't want to stay in Xiao family and confess her kinship. So, while Xiao Luo insisted on taking her back to Xiao family, they must have discussed thoroughly. Now Xiao Luo must have known that they were sister and brother indeed. He obeyed his grandfather and respected her choice. Although she couldn't admit him to the world as her own brother, she had acknowledged it in her heart. She thanked her own brother for helping her wholeheartedly and caring for her. And she would live in Yuncheng safely and soundly. She would let Xiao Luo know what her wish was. Song Yunxian was sent to the nearest hospital for treatment. Hu Jiahui was overstunned. When she fell from a height of 200 meters on an inflatable cushion supported by firefighters, she fainted out of shock. The news that the eldest Missy of the Hua family hijacked the Missy of Song family, and they both fell from a building quickly spread all over Yuncheng and even Harbor City overnight. Hu Ting took a private plane from Harbor City to Yuncheng in person. Many people in front of Song Yunxuan's ward wanted to go in for a visit and see whether she was injured seriously on Earth or not. Downstairs at the hospital, a lot of journalists gathered together. Hu Ting hurried over to meet Song Yunxian but was still stopped by the nurse at the door. The nurse politely said to him, I'm sorry, but the patient is not suitable for being visited now. You cannot go in.
Sorry.
Although the nurse said so, someone walked out of Song Yunxuan's ward in the next second. Hu Ting recognized him at first glance and opened his mouth to call him. Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo looked up and saw Hu Ting's eyes. Hu Ting went to him and asked, How is Song Yunxian now? Is the injury serious? Hearing about Song Yunxuan's falling from a building, he was so shocked. And he did expect that Hu Jiahui would come to Yuncheng to make such a storm. Xiao Luo and Hu Ting walked forward down the corridor, away from those people who gathered at the door. When these two people entered the elevator, Xiao Luo sighed. Not very serious. Is Song Yunxian fine? Xiao Luo turned to look at Hu Ting with implicit hostility in his eyes. You'd better ask Hu Jiahui why she did this to Yunxian. Although Xiao Luo's tone was not very angry, Hu Ting could also detect his unpleasure in his mind. In Harbor City, although Xiao family and the Hua family were not closely related, it would certainly not be good if these two families became enemies. Hu Ting frowned and said more seriously, I also know Jiahui's temperament. She is unlikely to do it rashly. There must be someone behind it to make a stormy sea stormier. Xiao Luo squinted at him. Then you should ask carefully. I will give you a reasonable explanation. Xiao Luo turned around coldly and walked towards Song Yunchuan's ward. I'm not the one to whom you should explain. But it is Yunxian. His words echoed in the corridor vacantly, making Huating's brows frown more tightly. Although Huating didn't know what was going on between Xiao Luo and Song Yunxian, he could make sure that Xiao Luo supported Song Yunxian only from this case. Since Xiao family was behind Song Yunxian, he couldn't pay no attention to this accident. However, he really couldn't figure out what was wrong with Hu Jiehui on earth. How could she cause such trouble? Thinking of that, he strode towards Hu Jiehui's ward, frowning his eyebrows tightly. Along the way, besides doctors and nurses, there were journalists who wanted to dig up some news from all sorts of aspects. People in police uniforms were whispering to each other outside Hu Jiehui's ward. As soon as Huating approached, those two men in police uniforms saw him. Huating took the initiative to step forward. I'm the elder brother of Hu Jiehui. In this case, please cooperate with us to make a record. Huating was asked to cooperate with them to make a record. Naturally, he cooperated quietly. In Song Yunchuan's ward, Xiao Luo was in a daze, looking at Song Yunxian half sitting on the sickbed and putting his palms together. Song Yunxian held an apple in her left hand and took a fruit knife in her right hand. The thin apple peel was cut off round and round as she turned the apple in her hand gently. A piece of newspaper was put on her legs to hold the fruit peel which was cut off, the front page of which was that Xiao Qianze went to worship his dead wife affectionately after the spring festival. The apple was peeled off, and the apple peel covered Xiao Qianze's refined and handsome face. She cut a piece of apple off the peeled one and raised her hand to hand it to Xiao Luo. You have been with me for almost a day. Have some fruit. Xiao Luo lowered his eyes and was a little frustrated. You are still in a good mood to eat fruit under such circumstances. She passed the fruit to the front of Xiao Luo and smiled. Why should I be in a bad mood? Xiao Luo looked at the apple handed over by her, and finally reached out to take it after hesitating for a little while. But his voice was still depressed. Don't you feel that? Feel what? Someone wants to kill you. He looked a little emotional, and his eyes were fixed on her firmly. The deep concern in his eyes touched Song Yunxian. She suddenly smiled and answered unconcernedly and languidly. Why do you think so? In fact, the topic she asked Xiao Luo was just a cover. How could she not know that someone wanted to kill her? To be more precise, someone had wanted to kill her all the time. And someone wanted her life as soon as she stepped into the door of Song family. However, she had escaped again and again. I just want to know how many people want your life on earth. Xiao Luo was not the one who didn't know anything. Holding the slice of the apple handed over by her to him in his hand, he thought with his eyebrows frowning. Your sister and brother may not be kind to you because of the competition for Xiao family's interest. However, it is impossible to push Hu Jiehui desperately to take your life for only these two people. She nodded and agreed with him. Xiao Luo's eyes became a little dark. So besides these two people, who else wants to kill you? Song Yunchuan's lips were slightly raised. Who else? Of course it was Xiao Tianze. The relationship between Xiao Tianze and Song Yunjia became better and better. Xiao Tianze must help Song Yunjia certainly if Song Yunjia felt uncomfortable. She could think through all the connections inside. But it was not suitable for Xiao Luo to know these things. He was one of Xiao family in Harbor City. She did not want him to be involved in the battle in Yuncheng. She ate the apple silently and didn't say anything to remind Xiao Luo. She just put the apple core on the newspaper and wrapped the paper around the apple peel as well as the apple core. Then she threw them into the trash can as she squinted. Xiao Tianze's face printed on the newspaper had been wrinkled into a ball already. The strange folds made the face become a little scary. The scene before Gu Changge's death appeared clearly in her mind. When Xiao Tianze gave her the last dose of anesthesia, he was as fiendish as a demon, which was chilling. Xiao Luo had been with her for so long. He also looked a little down. Song Yunxian advised him, go back and take a rest. I want to stay with you. Song Yunxian estimated the time with a trace of disappointment flashing across her eyes suddenly. I think that it is time for him to arrive here. As soon as the sentence was finished, the door of the ward was twisted open at once. It was accompanied by a crack between the door and its frame, which became large gradually. The voice outside came into ears. The nurse's voice was anxious and awkward. "Child Chu, you can't go in. Get out of the way." His voice was deeply displeased. It was so cold, like an icicle going into the nurse's ears with the coldness in the severe winter. Then it passed to Song Yunchuan's ears. The nurse couldn't stop Chu Machen. When Chu Machen appeared at the door of the ward, Xiao Luo's eyes narrowed. His impression of Chu Machen had been bad all the time. Similarly, there was a flash of aversion in Chu Machen's eyes when he saw Xiao Luo. Song Yunxian sat calmly on the sickbed. Her eyes exactly met with Chu Machen's eyes. "How are you?" He opened his thin lips and strode towards her. "Not bad." She smiled with the corners of her lips upward, and her eyes were bright. Chu Machen came over. His long handsome eyebrows were frowned. "What happened?" "Oh." Song Yunxian heard a sneer before she could answer. The sneer was mixed with obvious ridicule, and it was exactly from Xiao Luo. Chu Machen frowned and looked back at him. Xiao Luo's eyes fell on his face. "My sister almost died, but you weren't here until now. And you even asked her what happened." Song Yunxian blinked at him. "Luo, stop talking." Song Yunxian had never called him Luo so kindly before. Most of the time she called him Loki. Xiao Luo was slightly shocked. Those people who called him Luo were two uncles besides Grandpa. Did Song Yunxian mean that she admitted their blood relationship since she called him like this? He pursed his lips. "Sister, however, before you fell down from the building, the scandal between Chu Machen and He Jiahui was spreading in a hubbub." Song Yunxian nodded. "I know." "Then you still—" Song Yunxian interrupted him. "Luo, this is the matter between me and Machen." Xiao Luo was a smart person. Knowing that Song Yunxian didn't want him to intervene in this matter, being a little angry in his mind, he was still obedient and stopped talking. "Luo, you are tired too. You can go back to rest first. Let me say a few words to Machen." Xiao Luo glanced severely at Chu Machen before turning around and leaving. Chu Machen noticed the eyes of Xiao Luo on him before he left. He was extremely unhappy in his heart. "He seems to be very hostile to me." "Of course." Song Yunxian didn't deny. Her face was a little pale, and her lips were wan. "After all, what happened between you and He Jiahui before is known by the whole Yuncheng. People in Harbor City have also heard about it." Chu Machen stood by her sickbed. "Do you also believe this?" "I dubitate." She put her fingers on her sides, exuding a sense of alienation from him all over. "Even if you were putting on a play, you shouldn't have accepted it when He Jiahui in tears rushed to your arms unless you still had old feelings for her." Chu Machen raised his long eyebrows and frowned. "There is a reason for what happened that day." "I believe that you have a reason, but you don't have to explain that to me because I won't pursue it." She was tolerant to the extent that all men wish women were. But Chu Machen didn't want to stop the topic like this. "What do you mean?" She looked up at him, and her face was pale but serious. "I thought that you would give me an explanation at least as soon as I found it out. But what was the result? You didn't say even a word to me. What am I to you? Am I the one in your heart?" Chu Machen looked at her coldly. "You are so smart that you must understand that it is just a play that He Jiahui deliberately made for you to see. Ads by Pub Future. Even if she was putting on a play, you should have explained it to me." Song Yunxian was a little annoyed. Because of the news that He Jiahui released before, the matter that she hijacked and wanted to kill me in the Airview Garden makes people in Yuncheng all think that I deserve it now. "You deserve it?" Chu Machen sat beside her sickbed, looking at her annoyed face. "How could you deserve it? They think I broke you up. You know you didn't. It's just that I know it. No one else knows except me." Song Yunxian held her forehead. "In fact, even I myself don't know why you would take a fancy to me at first glance when you returned home after so many years of being single." Gu Changge reached out his hand and gently pulled the hair off the side of her face. His eyes were gentle. I thought you always understood it. Because of Gu Changge? You are so similar to her. Song Yuncheng raised her eyelashes and looked into his eyes, almost to see through the emotions in the depth of his eyes. He was really obsessed with Gu Changge, while Gu Changge had indeed disappeared in this world. She was very grateful to Gu Changge for remembering her. But she didn't want Gu Changge to remember Gu Changge all the time at all. Moreover, he stopped her from doing all this because he still remembered Gu Changge. I told you to give up all this, but you would never listen to me. Song Yuncheng became wary. So you aren't going to help me now? Gu Changge did not come out to clarify when he was monstrously rumored with Hu Jiehui, as if he had acquiesced that Song Yuncheng broke them up. In the turbulent upper class of Yuncheng, the wind direction of every change would make or break a man. Before that, Gu Changge always took sides with her, protecting her and supporting her as a backing. But now, when such a rumor spread out, he chose to keep out of the affair and look on coldly. It seemed that she had been abandoned overnight. The only thing she could consider was that Gu Changge would not stand on her side anymore in the future. Her heart was a little cold, as if the cold wind was blowing into her chest. She couldn't speak for a moment. But Gu Changge smiled. Even without me, you still have the Shao family, don't you? Shao family will help you. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slowly. The inconceivable look in her eyes flickered instantly. Gu Changge's words showing his attitude sobered her up suddenly, as if she had been doused with cold water out of thin air. Her fingers were clenched slowly, and her mind was sober abruptly. Since you are not going to help me, you will also stop the Shao family from helping me, right? I'm doing this for you. How? She sneered. You stand on my opposite side and then tell me that it's all for me? Gu Changge's fingers slowly touched her cheek, from the face to the chin. Do you know that? I have always believed what Mr. Mogu said. He believed what Mr. Mogu said. Song Yuncheng continued to climb up step by step. She would surely die once she got success in her revenge. He didn't want her to leave him at all. But Song Yuncheng gently spat out the word. Stupid. Yes, she just thought that it was stupid. Gu Changge objected to it. In your opinion, this may indeed be very stupid. However, in my opinion, I'd rather believe it to be true than not. Song Yuncheng could feel the thin temperature transmitted by his fingertips when his fingers touched her cheek. The cold air after the new year could not penetrate through the glass window into the ward. Ads by Pub Future. But she couldn't accept the temperature passed to her by those fingertips. Raising her hand and pulling Gu Changge's fingers away, she slid herself into the quilt. I'm a little tired. I want to take a rest and you can go back first. Gu Changge raised his hand and pulled the quilt for her. Seeing that she lay down, his voice was calm with no temper. I can stay with you a little longer. Then whatever you want. Song Yuncheng didn't talk to him much. She turned her back to him, closing her eyes. After a little while, her even breath came over shallowly as if she really fell asleep. Gu Changge just stayed with her, not going anywhere. Hu Ting entered Hu Jiehui's ward after making a record with the police in Yuncheng. He did not see Song Yunchuan's appearance. However, judging from Xiao Luo's performance, Song Yuncheng should not be seriously frightened even after falling from a building. Hu Jiehui's current situation was obviously much worse. As soon as Hu Ting entered the ward, he saw Hu Jiehui's pale face, sitting on the hospital bed with her hair disheveled. Her arms were around her knees. Jiehui. Hu Ting called her and wanted to ask her why she had to take the risk of doing this kind of thing to Song Yuncheng. Hu Jiehui was called by her name. Suddenly, she turned back fiercely, and her eyes were frightened. Hu Ting felt something wrong when he saw her eyes. As expected, Hu Jiehui began to tremble all over in the next second, as if she remembered something terrible. Watching Hu Jiehui's body tremble like a leaf falling in the wind, Hu Ting took 2 quick steps. He stood in front of her sickbed and asked her, "What happened to you?" "She's crazy." Hu Ting knew at once who Hu Jiehui was talking about. He frowned and scolded in a low voice. "She's not crazy, but you're crazy. Hu Ting wanted to delve into this matter, but Hu Jiehui didn't wait for him to speak. Hu Jiehui just grabbed Hu Ting's clothes with sharp fingers at once. She knelt on the hospital bed and stared at him in horror while widening her eyes. How come she is not crazy? 200 meters high. She actually dragged me to jump down. I almost fell to death. Hu Ting looked at her coldly. When you put the knife on her neck, had you ever considered whether Song Yunxian would be afraid? I was only trying to frighten her. Hu Jiehui shouted. Hu Ting looked down at her fingers clutching his clothes, and he was a little annoyed. You were only trying to frighten her? You just wanted to force her to fall down from the window, didn't you? Anyone who was a little brainy could easily understand what kind of trick Hu Jiehui was playing after hearing the descriptions of those people present at that time. Holding a knife to hijack was not the purpose, and she just wanted Song Yunxian to lose her footing and fall by herself. As long as she didn't push her down, and as long as she didn't cut off her neck, then Song family would not press her hard, even when she was unfortunately imprisoned after Song Yunxuan's death. Hu Jiehui made a good calculation. Hu Ting could certainly understand her thoughts at that time. But now things had come to this point, so Hu Jiehui might be sentenced to prison for this matter. How could she, a dignified international movie star, be destroyed in such a place? In any case, she didn't want to go to prison to serve her sentence. She pulled tightly Hu Ting's clothes. She actually asked Hu Ting for help at this time. Although we are not born of the same mother, you are my half-brother after all. You won't watch me go to jail to serve a sentence, will you? What else do you want if you don't go to jail to serve a sentence? Hu Ting pulled away her fingers holding his clothes. He was a little sick of her whimsicality. So many people have seen that you wanted to kill Song Yunxian. Things have come to this point, and do you still want to play dumb perfunctorily and be an irrelevant person? She ruined my life first. Hu Jiehui was in a panic and said outspokenly. Anyway, she isn't dead. I can't go to jail because of her. I have worked hard for so many years. How can it be gone all at once? I am unwilling. I cannot be reconciled. Hu Ting saw her madly talking to herself on the sickbed. There was deep boredom in his eyes. You still want to get out of jail after doing such a mindless thing, unless Song Yunxian doesn't call to account but help you lie. Hu Jiehui was stunned as if she suddenly found the life-saving straw. Then she strangely became quiet. Indeed, there was another way to get out of jail. Song Yunxuan's falling off a building had provoked a lot of discussions among people in Yuncheng. The director of Yuncheng police station did not have a close relationship with Xiao Tianzi. However, Xiao Tianzi turned around to host a banquet the next day after Song Yunxian fell off a building. He invited the director of Yuncheng police station, Ouyang Rui. The place where the banquet was held was Carefree Seaview Restaurant, which had a good reputation of the Aqua Palace. Ouyang Rui was a person who had seen various aspects of society. He was already 50 years old, but he didn't have close contacts with people in the business world. He had always had an unbiased nickname in Yuncheng. When Xiao Tianzi hosted a banquet and sent a message to Ouyang Rui, he was questioned by Gu Changge. Consequently, before going to the banquet, Gu Changge took his arm and recalled the past in a coy manner after dressing up. Ouyang Rui looks very old, but he is still very old-fashioned. He doesn't listen to anyone. Doesn't he listen to anyone? Xiao Tianzi watched Gu Changge with great interest. Gu Changge then nodded and recalled, I remember that Gu Changge also had some acquaintance with Ouyang Rui before. But since Gu Changge died, he has not taken care of the Xiao Enterprise at all. The Xiao Enterprise hasn't had anything wrong. Xiao Tianzi took the tie from the servant. Gu Changge picked it up complacently and helped him with his tie. Her fingers were slim, and her movements were very gentle. Without the former purity between her eyebrows, she became much more beautiful and stunning. Compared with Gu Changge, Gu Changge was much more beautiful. Any man who saw her would fall in love with her. Xiao Tianzi was in a good mood. After she tied the necktie for him, he took her to Carefree Seaview Restaurant together to attend the banquet. After these two people arrived there, they ordered a few signature dishes and asked the people of Carefree Seaview Restaurant to prepare. The dishes would be served as soon as the person who they were waiting for arrived here. However, Ouyang Rui still did not come over after more than 10 minutes at the appointed time. Gu Changge sat in her seat with some impatience because of her waiting. Tianzi, I don't think Ouyang Rui is so well advised and clever. He can get so many conveniences if he has a good relationship with the Shao Enterprise. But now he puts on airs and is not willing to come even though you invited him to dinner. Xiao Tianzi looked at the time on the watch and pacified her. Don't be too anxious. We have just waited for 10 minutes or more. Gu Changge frowned. I remember that he was not late when Gu Changge hosted a banquet for him in those days. He didn't arrive early, did he? Xiao Tianzi asked. She was a little upset. Just on time. Neither earlier nor later. Xiao Tianzi didn't speak, but he smiled with the corners of his lips upward. Ouyang Rui had a decent sense of doing things. He was really savvy when he arrived on time in those days. It was neither early to appear to curry favor with the Gu family, nor late to appear to despise the Gu family. He didn't come early or late. So, it was clear that he and Gu Changge did have a friendship. But now, Ouyang Rui obviously did not take Xiao Tianzi seriously at all. Time passed by minute. More than 10 minutes. More than 20 minutes. Half an hour. Gu Changge finally couldn't help getting up. She went to the bathroom. I'll fix my makeup. Xiao Tianzi nodded and allowed her to do so. As soon as Gu Changge left, a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothes stood at the door. The middle-aged man looked tall, but he was old enough to have wrinkles on his face inevitably. His eyes were deep and sharp. The expression on his face was indeed somewhat rigid. Xiao Tianzi saw him standing at the door. He then stood up from his seat. Director Ouyang. Ouyang Rui was also very polite. I'm so sorry that I'm late. Xiao Tianzi was extremely good at interpersonal communication. He reached out and shook hands with Ouyang Rui. He wore a smile on his face. As long as Director Ouyang can come over, it's never too long to wait for you. Ouyang Rui had aged smile lines on his face. After sitting down, he got straight to the point. I am wondering why Mr. Shao held a banquet and invited me. With a smile on his face, Xiao Tianzi handed the menu to Ouyang Rui and asked him to order. Ouyang Rui didn't order but asked him directly. Mr. Shao is also very busy. Since you invited me to come here in the midst of pressing affairs, there must be something important. So let's talk straight. Xiao Tianzi had naturally heard about Ouyang Rui's temperament. Since Ouyang Rui himself did not want to have this meal with him, he would no longer insist. Actually, Director Ouyang might have already known about someone's falling from a building in the Airview Garden. Ouyang Rui just thought of someone's falling from a building in the Airview Garden before he came here. The Airview Garden was an industry belonging to Gu's. Now Gu Changge was dead, so Xiao Tianzi seemed to have naturally taken over Gu Changge's industry. Then it was changed from Gu Changge's Gu's to the Shao Enterprise. Outsiders all thought it was well-deserved, while some people fundamentally understood that this was actually that Xiao Tianzi seized Gu Changge's industry for himself. Ouyang Rui knew it in his mind. He then nodded. I already know about someone's falling from a building in the Airview Garden. The people who fell from a building are Song Yuncheng of the Song family, and Hu Jiehui of the Hua family in Harbor City. Xiao Tianzi smiled. I know all this. Mr. Shao doesn't have to worry. It's just that these two ladies happened to fall from a building in the Airview Garden. We are still investigating what happened. But as far as the current investigation is concerned, it has nothing to do with the Shao Enterprise. Director Ouyang, you know that I invited you to come here not just to prove that this matter has nothing to do with the Shao Enterprise. So what is it for, Mr. Shao? Ouyang Rui suddenly wondered what the man in front of him was thinking. Xiao Tianzi appeared to be kind and slowly said, I heard that it was because of Miss Hu Jiehui who threatened Miss Song with the knife that Miss Song fell from the building. Ouyang Rui sighed, which could be taken as a tacit approval. At this time Xiao Tianzi just said, Miss Song is so young that she is definitely not able to offend anyone. But she was almost killed by someone. Director Ouyang, you must punish the murderer severely. After hearing this, Ouyang Rui had a subtle change in his eyes. It would be impossible to see a slight change in his eyes if people did not stare at his eyes intentionally.
Ouyang Rui nodded.
He replied to him as if he deserved to do so. If it is for this matter, Mr. Xiao should not have feasted me. I will definitely deal with it according to the facts. Xiao Tianzi couldn't help laughing when he heard the word said by Ouyang Rui. Facts. He wanted facts indeed. However, these facts were left to Ouyang Rui to judge. Ouyang Rui did not stay long. After figuring out that Xiao Tianzi feasted him just for this matter, he quickly made an excuse to leave. They talked for less than 10 minutes. Ouyang Rui had already left the private room when Gu Changge came out of the bathroom. Gu Changge did not know that Ouyang Rui had been here. Thinking that Xiao Tianzi had been waiting here for so long, she was indignant for him. Ouyang Rui is really too ignorant. You banqueted him in person, but he has kept you waiting for so long. I don't think you should wait for him anymore. He will never come over. Xiao Tianzi had a wine glass in his hand. The dishes were all served on the table. No one touched the chopsticks or ate something. Gu Changge glanced at the dishes on the table and said in a coy voice, Tianzi, let's go back. Ouyang Rui will not come over. Xiao Tianzi glanced at her, and his eyes were not as pampering as they used to be when he looked at her. Gu Changge found it keenly. She seemed to realize something. She looked at the place where Xiao Tianzi was. Not far from the wine glass he used, there was also a glass of wine, and it was a glass of wine that had not been touched yet. Gu Changge asked Xiao Tianzi with some suspicion. Has Ouyang Rui been here already? Xiao Tianzi laughed. Changge, you are really so smart. Gu Changge was praised for being smart at this time. She could not figure out whether Xiao Tianzi really thought she was smart, or he was just satirizing her at all. Gu Changge's fingers were clenched more tightly. There was a trace of annoyance flashing in her soft eyes. Recently, Xiao Tianzi was not so good to her as before because of Song Yunjia, a foxy bitch who ran to Gu family frequently. That woman was so damn. Song Yunxian was treated in the hospital. Many people came to visit her after hearing that she was admitted to the hospital for treatment. There were some people snooping the facts, some people gloating, and others expressly coming to watch what was going on. Of course, there were some people who were really worried about her and came to visit her. Song Yunxian had been shutting herself up in the ward and refusing to see any visitor, without any movements for 3 days in a row. Except for doctors and nurses who often went in and out of this ward because they would not reveal the state of her illness to the outside world. No one could come in without Song Yunxuan's permission. Xiao Shui and Xiao Hong had come over once. It was the next day after she fell from the building. Song Yunxian didn't see them. Xiao Hong was busy with the work of the magazine. She had come here to visit twice in a row but was refused. After that, only Xiao Shui came to see her at dinner time and again. On the third day, very few people waited at the door and wanted to visit Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian asked the nurse to call Xiao Shui to come in. As soon as Xiao Shui entered the door, she hurried over to her. Yunxian, are you hurt badly? Song Yunxian did not have any skin injury. However, there was a sense of horror that the heart almost jumped out of her chest during those several seconds when she fell from a great height. She had a fear of heights originally. This time it was a desperate struggle. Fortunately, Xiao Luo was clever. He immediately called the police to raise the safety cushion from below after hearing that something went wrong in the Airview Garden. Otherwise, she really would have died in the Airview Garden. It was inevitable that she would have some lingering fears about it. Xiao Shui was relieved after seeing that she was not injured. It's lucky that you didn't get injured. But you must be very scared, right? This is also inevitable. After all, it is 200 meters high. She smiled bitterly. Xiao Shui held her hand, feeling distressed and angry at the same time. Hu Jiehui is really deliberate enough to chase you to Yuncheng from Harbor City. Such a far place. It's not too far. It takes less than an hour to fly between Harbor City and Yuncheng. Xiao Shui gritted her teeth. You are almost dead this time. Hu Jiehui is crazy. She's not crazy. Then what's wrong with her? Song Yunxian looked at the sky outside and said indifferently, She is stupid. That was right. She was so silly to risk her own life indeed when she was being the cannon fodder for others. Otherwise, how could she have done such a thing? Now, she fell from the Airview Garden at a height of 200 meters with Song Yunxian. She had probably known Song Yunxuan's temperament already. And she should get out of this mess in time if she was smart enough. As for how to get out, Hu Jiehui had to beat her brains. Xiao Shui held her hand and thought of Hu Jiehui again. She could not help being indignant. This time we must punish Hu Jiehui severely. However, Song Yunxian shook her head. I don't want her to be doomed eternally because of this incident. Xiao Shui was puzzled. Don't you hold her accountable? She shook her head. Not only will I not hold her accountable, but I will also help her get out of jail if she is smart enough. Xiao Shui now had no idea what was in Song Yunxuan's mind on earth. But Song Yunxian seemed to see through Xiao Tianzi's recent movements, asking her, have Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changge dated with anyone over dinner lately? Xiao Shui recalled Gu Changge's complaints after she returned with Xiao Tianzi 2 days ago. Opening her lips. 2 days ago, Gu Changge and Xiao Tianzi seemed to go to meet the Director General of Yuncheng Police Station, Ouyang Rui. Song Yunxian took an orange from the fruit tray on the bedside table and started to peel the orange with her fine, smooth and pale fingers. Xiao Tianzi is really shrewd. He actually thought of such a foolproof and far-reaching plan. Xiao Shui was puzzled. Gu Changge said that she was not there when Xiao Tianzi met Ouyang Rui, and Xiao Tianzi kept mum of what he told Ouyang Rui when being asked by her later. Thinking of this, Xiao Shui felt delighted. Because Xiao Tianzi kept something from her and was unwilling to tell her, Gu Changge is so angry that she is not in the mood of eating anything these days. On hearing that, Song Yunxian just lowered her eyelashes with an ironical look. Given Gu Changge's unhappiness, it won't be long before Xiao Tianzi begins to coax her. Xiao Shui nodded. Gu Changge is sure that Xiao Tianzi will come to her, so she lost her temper and was in the Cold War with him. However, did Song Yunjia visit Xiao Tianzi too often lately? Yep. Xiao Shui answered. Song Yunxian nodded. Then I'm sure that Song Yunjia will be in trouble soon. A puzzled look appeared in Xiao Shui's eyes while a smile appeared at the corners of Song Yunxuan's lips. Song Yunjia visited Xiao Tianzi so often lately. She probably seemed to be about to forget there was Gu Changge who was jealous and vicious at Xiao Tianzi's side. She would certainly get into trouble sooner or later due to the ignorance of Gu Changge who was a viper. After Xiao Shui returned from the visit to Song Yunxuan's ward, she still could not understand why and how Song Yunxian helped Hu Jiehui. Not until the message that Hu Jiehui was charged with an intentional murder, delivered by the police, did Hu Jiehui show a case suddenly. The diagnosis of the case was quite simple. It was the severe schizophrenia. In other words, it was a mental disorder. Having received the message, the Hua family was relieved. Xiao family did not intend to hold the Hua family accountable for Song Yunxian. Yet Xiao Tianzi couldn't help frowning tightly after getting the message. Just at this moment, Song Yunjia was at his side. Looking at the unhappiness on his face, she talked some sense into him. Is it possible that Hu Jiehui was really mad? Yunjia, you should know that if Hu Jiehui was really mad, she will be acquitted and get out of jail free. After Song Yunjia rinsed the freshly brewed tea with water twice, she poured the tea into a small cup and handed it over to Xiao Tianzi. She will still hate Song Yunxian even if she is acquitted. Xiao Tianzi let out a sneer. It's true that Hu Jiehui will hate Song Yunxian even if she is acquitted, but the Hua family will not hate Song Yunxian anymore. Nowadays, no matter Hu Qixiong, Hu Jiang or Zhang Yufang in the Hua family, all hate Song Yunxuan's guts. Yet now, it's Hu Ting who takes charge of the Hua family. A violent and vicious expression appeared in Xiao Tianzi's eyes inevitably. The reason why Hu Ting could take charge of the Hua family is that Song Yunxian offered much advice on this. Originally, the Hua family would support Song Yunxian forever. But if Song Yunxian keeps holding Hu Jiehui accountable and makes Hu Jiehui go to prison, the relationship between her and Hu Ting will definitely break up. Song Yunjia frowned, feeling puzzled. The relationship between Hu Jiehui and Hu Ting is not good. Will Hu Ting turn hostile to Song Yunxian because of Hu Jiehui? Xiao Tianze was self-assured. If Hu Zhehui is not acquitted, Hu Ting will definitely turn hostile to Song Yunxian. Why? Because of the blood relationship. After all, they are siblings although they were not given birth to by the same mother. It suddenly dawned on Song Yunjia, yet it was too late for her to realize it now. It could have made Hu Ting stop helping Song Yunxian anymore, yet now it failed. It's out of expectation. Xiao Tianze took a sip of tea and then raised his head. I've never expected that Song Yunxian wouldn't pursue Hu Zhehui's crime at all. After all, she's the person who wanted to kill her. Song Yunjia lowered her head. In her eyes there was the deep disgust with Song Yunxian. After Xiao Tianze sighed with emotion, he turned to look at her suddenly and smiled pleasantly with the corners of his mouth upward. Your younger sister is really smart. Such praise made Song Yunjia wear a stunned expression on her face. What then followed was the deeper disgust with Song Yunxian. Damn! Xiao Tianze even showed some admiration for Song Yunxian in the expression of his eyes while mentioning her. How could such a bitch like Song Yunxian be praised and admired by Xiao Tianze? Song Yunjia's eyebrows frowned tightly. What's my next step towards her? Xiao Tianze poured her a cup of tea. Now that you haven't killed her through such efforts, I advise you and your brother as well as your sister to honestly give the real power to Song Yunxian. Song Yunjia was really thinking that there was something wrong with her ears. She turned to look at him in shock and said, how can we do that? If we really deliver the real power of the Song enterprise to her, my brother and I will be both wiped out completely. So, have you got a better idea if not handing over the real power of Song family to her? Song Yunjia frowned with concern. But once she takes charge of the Song enterprise, even if she just gets a nominal title, there will still be an intermediate stage before she really controls the Song enterprise. What do you think? Xiao Tianze threw a slothful look at her. The pair of peach blossom-like eyes no longer appeared to be amazing as usual when people saw them but was quite cunning. Song Yunjia came to understand gradually in her heart. Xiao Tianze meant that she should trim the sails and play something by ear. Now it was irreversible that the Song enterprise would be handed over to Song Yunxian. But it still needed to be plotted whether Song Yunxian should hold the real power. Song Yunjia nodded. Just do as you said. Xiao Tianze replied in a low voice. He assumed that Song Yunjia would leave first after discussing the matter. But Song Yunjia did not prepare to leave after he had looked down at some company documents for 5 minutes. He raised his head and looked at Song Yunjia thoughtfully. Anything else you need? Song Yunjia's pretty face flushed a bit. Can I have lunch with you? Xiao Tianze smiled and then declined it. I have an appointment with Miao Miao at noon. I will take her to the children's park to have lunch. Then how about this evening? Song Yunjia immediately wanted to ask him out at night. Xiao Tianze thought for a while and then answered. Miao Miao said that the atmosphere would be great if we went to the haunted house at night, so she wanted me to take her there in the evening. Song Yunjia was stunned. It never occurred to her that he still loved the younger daughter left by Gu Changge like this after Gu Changge had already died. She couldn't help reminding him. Tianze, after all, Miao Miao is Changge's daughter. The smile at the corners of Xiao Tianze's lips paused for a while, and a trace of darkness flashed by his eyes in an instant, making others in a fog of what was in his mind on earth. Song Yunjia hated Gu Changge in her heart, and detested these two children left by Gu Changge more. Tianze, is it proper for you to love Miao Miao like this? Xiao Tianze kept silent, but the expression on his face was obviously darkened. Song Yunjia felt that she might have upset Xiao Tianze by her words, yet she couldn't help saying, Tianze, if you like kids, you can totally let another woman have a son or a daughter with you. As for Miao Miao, she really looks very much like Changge when she was a kid. Aren't you afraid that she will probably turn into another Gu Changge when she grows up? If she knows how Gu Changge died at that time, how will she treat you? Stop it, Yunjia. Xiao Tianze's voice was cold. When looking up at Song Yunjia, he showed a trace of coldness that Song Yunjia had never seen before. Song Yunjia's heart twitched. Though she was not reconciled, she couldn't say anything else under his cold eyes. Finally, she just replied in a low voice, It's for your own good. Xiao Tianze looked away and pursed his thin lips without talking. Song Yunjia held some grudges in her mind after she left the Xiao enterprise. Just at this time, Song Yuncheng came to discuss how to deal with this matter, because Song Yunxian didn't die. Song Yunjia passed on Xiao Tianze's words to him in her own words. Though Song Yuncheng still felt uneasy in his heart, he had no other way after thinking for a while. He could only trim the sails, as Song Yunjia said. Song Yunjia was in a bad mood. After taking a sip of tea, she just pulled the pillow on the sofa there. One corner of the pillow wrinkled because of her pulling. Song Yuncheng attempted to ask her, "Did Xiao Tianze say anything to you? You look unhappy today." After being asked by Song Yuncheng, Song Yunjia finally couldn't help telling Song Yuncheng the matter, that Xiao Tianze still loved the younger daughter. "I don't know what is in Tianze's mind, but Miao Miao and Gu Yi were both given birth to by Gu Changge. Even if Xiao Tianze loves them now, won't they hate us after they know how Gu Changge died in the future? Then what do you want? The farther these two kids go, the better it will be. They'd better stay away from the Xiao enterprise forever." Song Yuncheng crossed his hands together on the belly that had grown fat lately and made some sarcastic comments casually. Till now, Xiao Tianze only has 2 kids given birth to by Gu Changge. It's not strange that he loves them. After all, he doesn't have other kids. Gu Changge is already pregnant. Song Yuncheng looked at her. "Didn't you say that Gu Changge was too weak to have a baby? I'm sure that she will lose her kid, but if you want to get along well with Xiao Tianze, having a baby with him is also a good choice." Song Yunjia didn't look up at him. She had ever considered the thing mentioned by Song Yuncheng indeed, yet they had never gone further or been out of line, even though Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge didn't seem to have affections for each other for so many years. And even Gu Changge really got together with Xiao Tianze after Gu Changge died. Several people in their circle knew clearly about the thing that Xiao Tianze loved his younger daughter, Miao Miao. But Gu Changge was not one of them. Gu Changge didn't walk around anymore because of being pregnant. Miao Miao rarely came back from the boarding school. She said that she wanted to go to the children's park while having breakfast in the morning, and Xiao Tianze actually agreed to take her there. At noon, Xiao Tianze went to pick up Miao Miao. Gu Changge called Xiao Tianze while holding the displeasure back in her heart. Xiao Tianze told her that he was already on the way. She told him to have a good time with Miao Miao on the surface while wishing Gu Miao Miao to die like this in the children's park in her heart. Xiao Shui went along with them and held Gu Yi's small hand all the time. And Miao Miao was held in Xiao Tianze's arms all the time just like a princess. No one knew if it was a coincidence. While having lunch at noon, they actually saw Song Yunxian in the nearby Mardo Children's Restaurant. Song Yunxian had just been discharged from hospital. She was a little stunned when seeing Miao Miao, while Miao Miao was sharp-eyed, and she yelled and insisted on going downstairs to see Song Yunxian. After Xiao Tianze put her down, Miao Miao ran towards Song Yunxian joyfully. Elder sister Yunxian." The happy smile on her small face made her look like an angel. Song Yunxian squatted down. She held her in her arms and let her wrap her arms around her neck. Her heart couldn't help beating wildly. Her daughter. This was her daughter. She put her hands gently on Miao Miao's soft back. Xiao Tianze felt a little shocked and turned to ask Xiao Shui, "When did Miao Miao know Miss Song?" Xiao Shui smiled. "I invited Yunxian over to celebrate Miao Miao's birthday last time, as I don't have many friends. She seems to like Miss Song very much." "Yeah." Xiao Shui nodded. Xiao Tianze walked over to Song Yunxian. "I've heard that Miss Song was hurt. Are you all right now?" Song Yunxian picked up Miao Miao and raised the corners of her lips. "I'm all right now. I was just a little scared. You are really lucky." After saying this, he reached out his hands on seeing Miao Miao wrap her arms around Song Yunxuan's neck. "Come on, Miao Miao. Let me hold you." Miao Miao hesitated a little when holding Song Yunxuan's neck. Xiao Shui scared her. "Elder sister Yunxian has just been discharged from hospital. Do you want to exhaust her?" Only by then did Miao Miao blink her eyes and let go of her neck aggrievedly. Xiao Tianze took Miao Miao back as he wished. He took her to the children's restaurant to order some food. Miao Miao took the menu that had been unfolded and pushed it to Song Yunxian. Dad will treat you to what you like to eat, elder sister. Song Yunxian smiled gently. May I have the same dishes as Miao Miao? Yeah, I will order the most delicious food for you, elder sister. Then she ordered all the delicious dishes on the menu carefully. After the waiter put those dishes on the table, Miao Miao found that they couldn't finish them all. Yet she still served the chicken popcorn to Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian naturally put the chicken popcorn into her mouth intimately and watched her enjoy it, saying, "Don't choke on it. Have some juice." Miao Miao listened to her and had some juice. While eating chips with tomato sauce, there was some tomato sauce at the corners of her mouth. Xiao Tianzi raised his hand and wiped it off for her. Miao Miao still focused on eating. She handed over some delicious food to Song Yunxian once in a while. Song Yunxian sighed with emotion from the bottom of her heart. Miao Miao is really cute. Aha! Xiao Tianzi looked at Miao Miao with pampering love towards his younger daughter in his eyes. I have heard that Mr. Xiao intended to send Miao Miao and Gui to Italy to study. Xiao Tianzi remained silent for a little while. The words were from Gu Changge. She was pregnant and felt uncomfortable when seeing these two kids of her elder sister, so she advised him to send Gui and Miao Miao to Italy to study. He had already agreed. Song Yunxian felt a little worried. Won't Mr. Xiao worry since they are too young to be sent to Italy? Xiao Tianzi raised his hand and fondled Miao Miao's smooth hair. I've already arranged someone to look after Miao Miao and Xiaoyi over there. They will live there for several years and can come back at any time when they want in the future. Song Yunxian nodded. That will be great. Miao Miao was having some desserts. The cream stuck to her small face, making her look like a cute kitten. Song Yunxian teased her. Miao Miao is going to Italy. Remember to miss me. Ok. Miao Miao took a look at Song Yunxian vacantly, and then turned to look at Xiao Tianzi, feeling puzzled. Dad, is Italy far? Can I come back once a week? It's a little far, but I will go there to see you. How often? I will go to visit Miao Miao once a month, okay? To be honest, Song Yunxian had to admit that Xiao Tianzi was really patient with Miao Miao, which was rare. She remembered that Xiao Tianzi didn't like his own son and daughter very much when Gu Changge was alive. He even wouldn't spend much time taking Miao Miao to play in the amusement park. At that time, Miao Miao was taken care of by a babysitter. She had no idea what happened to Xiao Tianzi now. He was actually so patient with his younger daughter after Gu Changge's death. After hearing that her father could only see her once a month, tears rippled in Miao Miao's pair of big, cute, and clear eyes immediately. Dad, I don't want to go to Italy. Listen to me, Miao Miao. Italy is also good. But I don't want to be away from you, my elder sister and aunt. Tears in her eyes trickled down from her soft cheeks. Her aggrieved and sad look made all the adults at the scene feel distressed for her. Xiao Tianzi put her onto his legs and wiped her tears off with his fingers. Miao Miao, I will go to see you. No. Mom doesn't want Miao Miao anymore. Dad doesn't want me either. Her tears trickled down from her cheeks. No one could stop her. Xiao Tianzi was comforting her. She cried in Xiao Tianzi's arms. Her sobs made others feel distressed for her. Song Yunxian watched them indifferently, with some coldness in her heart. Xiao Tianzi wouldn't take Gui and Miao Miao to his heart for Gu Changge. The reason why Gu Changge sent these two kids to Italy was that she wanted the relationship between the father and the son as well as the daughter to become thin as time went by, and then wanted Xiao Tianzi to abandon these two kids completely. Miao Miao was crying in Xiao Tianzi's arms. No matter how Xiao Shui comforted her, she didn't stop. Xiao Tianzi held the kid in his arms and raised. Sorry, Miss Song. My daughter is crying bitterly. I want to take her home first. Song Yunxian nodded. Then she raised and took out an invitation from her bag. The invitation was suddenly taken out, and it made Xiao Tianzi a little stupefied. This is the invitation to a dinner party held by Song family. I hope that I can have the honor of your coming at that time, Chairman Xiao. Xiao Tianzi saw her alabaster fingers holding the invitation, and he did not reach out to take it straight away. Song Yunxian bent the corners of her lips gently and gracefully. I just walked by here. I was going to visit Xiao family in person and hand you the invitation, yet I didn't expect to meet you here. So, I took this opportunity to give it to you, Chairman Xiao. A light slowly flashed by Xiao Tianzi's eyes, and he reached out his hand to accept the invitation. Song Yunxian nodded. By then, I'll be waiting for your coming, Chairman Xiao. Xiao Tianzi's smile on the face contained some profound meanings. While passing by Song Yunxian, he could see the self-confidence and ambition in her eyes. She actually delivered the invitation to him in person. So what did she want Xiao Tianzi to witness that day? She wanted to let him see her take over Song family in person? She seemed to take it too lightly. If she wanted to take over Song family, a simple handover of a nominal title was not enough at all. During the years when Song Yuncheng took charge of the Song enterprise, the top managers almost all thought that the person who would take over Song family in the future was Song Yuncheng. As a result, they were all faithful and partial to Song Yuncheng. Now Song Yunxian suddenly appeared to take over Song family. How many people would acknowledge and obey her? Even if this little girl's shrewdness and resourcefulness were way beyond those of her peers, it would still be a daydream for her to shake the position of a man having a solid foundation. However, now that she had invited him, then he might as well go to see the show grudgingly. After Song Yunxian returned to Yuncheng, Song family inevitably suffered waves. After she was discharged from hospital and returned home, Song Yuncheng and Song Yuning both scrupled her a little, except Song Yunjia. Song Yuning seemed to want to help neither of them on the surface now. Song Yuncheng had visited Song Yuning several times to discuss a way to deal with Song Yunxian, but Song Yuning declined him by some excuses of the miscarriage prevention and doing checkups since she was pregnant. Song Yuncheng visited Song Yunjia, and she also did not support him to do anything else before handing over the power. Song Yuncheng was helpless. He could only quietly wait for the day when the power of Song family was handed over. After the Spring Festival, the temperature began to rise gradually in Yuncheng, but one still needed to wear thick clothes when going out. Half a month after the thing that Hu Jiehui fell from a building in the Airview Garden, Song Yunxian sent someone to drive her to the mental hospital in H City. Hu Jiehui was just inside. Besides, she was treated well and stayed in a single ward. After the identification result came out, many people wondered if Hu Jiehui was really mad. Yet Song Yunxian felt that even if she was not really mad, she was close to it. A high-profile international movie queen suddenly turned to a patient in the mental hospital, along with a crime of intentional homicide overnight. It was really a huge fall from the sky to the mud. She walked to the door of the ward and saw that Hu Jiehui was cross-legged on the hospital bed and laughed foolishly with her uncombed hair. The nurse beside her asked her, "Miss Song, you really want to enter?" Song Yunxian looked at Hu Jiehui inside the door, lowering her voice. "Open the door, please." There was only a driver following Song Yunxian. Even Xiao Shui did not follow her this time. The nurse had no choice but to open the door. When the door was opened with just a crack, Hu Jiehui turned to look at them coldly, which scared the little nurse so much that she was stunned. But Song Yunxian was not afraid of her and told the nurse beside her, "I'd like to have a private word with Miss Hua. Please get out and leave us alone, Miss Nurse." The little nurse was very worried. "Miss Song, if something happens, you only need to shout for help. The doctor's office is very close." Song Yunxian nodded, and then the little nurse went out. After Song Yunxian saw the little nurse leave the door ajar, she said, "Miss Hua, now you really look like a lunatic. I'm not so mad and vicious as you, Song Yunxian." Song Yunxian was indifferent. "You are just a little foolish." Hu Jiehui wore a bitter smile. "Yeah, I was actually so foolish to fight against a lunatic. No wonder I failed. Miss Hua, you may have to stay here for half a year or a whole year." Hu Jiehui sat on the bed, and her uncombed hair covered her eyes. "I don't understand it. Why did you, Song Yunxian, relent and let me be free from prison by making me look like a lunatic?" Song Yunxian was calm and even sympathized with her a little. "You are no more than a pawn being used in the big game. Do you want to know who instigated me to do this?" "Not at all. She walked to the window and slightly opened the curtain that had been drawn with just a crack, watching the scenery outside. The scenery here is really good. You may figure out lots of things after staying here for half a year. I don't know what you want to do, but even Gu Changge doesn't want to help you with the things that you want to do. You won't make it. Gu Changge's words suddenly pricked her fingers to be stiff. She pursed her lips and her eyes were cold. Whether he helps me or not, I will achieve my goal. What is your goal? She turned around. I don't need to tell you. You are a lunatic. Song Yuncheng was slightly interested. Why did you say that I was a lunatic over and over again? When you dragged me down from a great height in the Airview Garden, I realized that you were a lunatic. I shouldn't have fought against a lunatic. I have been utterly discredited now. Song Yuncheng smiled. It's not too late for you to know it now. So your fate is better than theirs. Gu Changge didn't understand. Theirs. Song Yuncheng said those names clearly. Song Yuncheng, Song Yunjia, Gu Changge, Xiaotianzi. They will probably come here very soon. After saying the words, she smiled with the corners of her mouth upward. She smiled more and more brightly. Seeing that there was such a cold and gloomy smile on her innocent and pure face, Gu Changge felt that her heart jolted suddenly. You want to handle them? Yep. I am at enmity with them. But the only person who knows it is you. Aren't you afraid that I will tell them? Song Yuncheng raised her eyebrows and stayed confident and relaxed on her face. You can't get out of here. Gu Changge was shocked. Song Yuncheng bent her eyes and smiled pleasantly. You won't meet them until they are down to the bottom. She turned around and went out. You will be very happy when you see them because each of them will end worse than you. Yes, she would not let anyone who wanted to force her to death have an easy time. Gu Changge thought that she met a lunatic. But no one could stop her. Yep, would there be somebody having the ability to stop a person who even wasn't afraid of death? Song Yuncheng went back to the Song family. She wanted to concentrate on preparing the dinner feast for that day when Song Yuncheng transferred the power of the Song family to her. She also warmed up to attend those several important meetings in the Song enterprise. Though Song Yuncheng hated her so much, he couldn't say or do anything to her. In addition to this, he even had to maintain a semblance of peace with her, and tried to show his respect for his sister. Entering the Song enterprise would come true in a few days. She didn't worry about that at all. But when she was not so busy, she often felt that there was something strange. Xiao Shui told her that Gui and Miao Miao would be sent away next week. She used to plan to meet them before they went to Italy. They had made an appointment, but she cancelled it because of some unexpected temporary affairs. Xiao Shui told her that Xiaotianzi's assistant would accompany her to send Gui and Miao Miao to Italy when they went abroad. Song Yuncheng then frowned. What about Xiaotianzi? The kids of him would go abroad. Why wouldn't he send them by himself to Italy as their father? Xiao Shui became silent for a while. She then lowered her voice and said to Song Yuncheng, Gu Changge cannot eat well or sleep well after her pregnancy. Her pregnancy reaction is particularly great. She is extremely thin now and has a lot of nightmares at midnight. Her mental condition is not so good. What kind of nightmares? Song Yuncheng smiled with the corners of her mouth upward. Even though Xiao Shui had not told her, she could almost have guessed what kind of nightmares Gu Changge had. The reason why she couldn't eat or sleep well was her pregnancy. She went through a hard time to have a baby. She also wanted the kid to take over all the property of Xiaotianzi. But she was not in good health. She was afraid that the kid would become a pool of blood at some point. But this was not the most horrible thing. The thing which made her more terrified was that she snatched away her sister's husband. She murdered her own sister. So, her sister would come into her dream every night after her pregnancy. Such a woman like her could not endure it certainly. Therefore she became extremely thin. Xiao Shui said to her, though Gu Changge said that the ashes of her sister gone with the sea to every corner of the world, the dead person needs to be worshipped. She didn't worship Gu Changge after the new year, so she would dream about Gu Changge often. So, she decided to let Xiaotianzi accompany her to worship Gu Changge this weekend. Is that the day when Gui and Miao Miao go to Italy? Xiao Shui nodded. Yeah. Song Yunxian couldn't help snorting coldly. She is really good at finding some excuses. Xiao Shui was also frustrated. Though Xiao Tianzi says nothing, he really cares about the kid that Gu Changge has very much. He hopes that the baby can be born. That depends on whether she has the fortune. Song Yunxian said in a lazy and cold voice. I heard that if a mother did too many evil deeds, her kid would pay for her. I really don't know whether the kid comes here to pay for her. Xiao Shui didn't totally understand what Song Yunxian said. And Song Yunxian stopped talking. The dinner feast for the day when Song Yunxian took over the power of Song family was settled on the night of the 10th. She checked all the details of the dinner feast after she selected a dress. There were no big problems. She just had some minor details slightly altered. Song Yuncheng felt that it was unbelievable. Song Yunxian came from a small town, but she could manage these spectacles perfectly. She even showed no helpless at all. The first thought that he had was Chu Machen. He believed that it was Chu Machen who helped Song Yunxian behind her. But after asking about the situation of the recent relationship between Chu Machen and Song Yunxian, he found that Song Yunxian had not contacted with Chu Machen for a week. Hearing that Song Yuncheng mentioned that, Song Yunjie's eyes were cold. Is it because Song Yunxian felt she was strong enough that she refused Chu Machen's help? If it is true, it will do good to us. Song Yunjie smiled. Brother, you shouldn't think things too simple. Chu Machen has a bizarre affection for Song Yunxian. Song Yuncheng was afraid of Chu Machen's intervening in his heart anyway. So, he didn't temper with the dinner feast of Song Yunxian. The weekend came very soon. Song Yunxian wore a white fur coat and a short skirt with a pair of short boots, and went to the airport to see off Gui and Miao Miao by car. It was 9 o'clock on a winter morning. Miao Miao didn't wake up. She was held by a nurse who was about 40 years old. Miao Miao's body softly lay on the shoulder of the nurse. She breathed gently. She fell asleep. Song Yunxian sparingly reached out her hands to touch her hair, saying, Please try your best to take care of her. The nurse nodded and replied politely, Please be relieved, Miss Song. I will take good care of the little girl. The nurse was found when Gu Changge was pregnant. She had taken care of Miao Miao since she was born. Gu Changge planned to change into a well-educated foreign nurse for Miao Miao after she grew up, so that Miao Miao could learn foreign languages better. But Miao Miao seized this nurse and was not willing to let her go. She even cried when the nurse left. Gu Changge had no choice but to keep the nurse here. Even until Miao Miao grew up year by year, Gu Changge didn't have the intention to expel her. Xiao Tianzi used to suggest her to change the nurse. She smiled gently and asked him, Don't you think Guanjing treats Miao Miao as her own daughter? Xiao Tianzi disagreed. You're her natural mother. I know. But I am very relieved since there is a person caring about Miao Miao so sincerely. Seeing that she insisted on keeping the nurse, Xiao Tianzi didn't mention that thing again. She used to believe that Xiao Tianzi would change the nurse who took care of Miao Miao at home after her death. But she didn't expect that the nurse called Guanjing was still there, taking care of Miao Miao. That surprised her a little. She even would think sometimes that perhaps Xiao Tianzi still had some feelings for her daughter. After all, the blood running in her body was also from Xiao Tianzi. She touched Miao Miao's hair. She was a little distracted. Hearing the time-telling voice of a flight attendant in the waiting hall, Xiao Shui gently called her, Yunxian. Song Yunxian came to her mind due to her calling and looked at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui was a little depressed. After today's farewell, we will not see these two kids for a long time. Do you have something to say to Xiaoyi? Gui was a quiet kid. He had been standing beside Xiao Shui, seeing everything in front of him gently and silently. His asleep sister Song Yunxian who was distracted, and Xiao Shui who was worried about them. Song Yunxian was reminded. She squatted down and faced Gui. She gently tidied the collar of Gui with her fingers and plainished it. There was familiar concern and love with warmth in her eyes. Xiaoyi, she called him. Gui looked at her, seeing that her eyes contained his appearance. She smiled with her eyes and her lips curved gently. She said in a clear and soft voice, You have to take good care of yourself. He was a little surprised. He had thought that the first sentence of Song Yunxian would be something like that he should take good care of Miao Miao. But Song Yunxian let him take care of himself. You will be exposed to a totally different circumstance from here after going abroad. Don't be afraid. Adapt to it gradually. You will be familiar with everything there soon. You are a smart kid, and you can figure out how to live. Her hands pressed on his shoulders. There was encouragement with expectation in her eyes. I will stay in Yuncheng to wait for you and Miao Miao to come back. He pursed his lips and stared at Song Yunxian. He thought that Song Yunxian would inadvertently remind him of his mother. He felt that his dead mother seemed to be just around him. Song Yunxian looked up at him. The voice that a flight attendant urged them to go aboard sounded again. Song Yunxian winked and pretended to be relaxed, saying, "Okay, just go aboard." He nodded and turned around to leave. It seemed that Song Yunxian could not hold back her emotion at the bottom of her heart suddenly at this moment. She suddenly held his little hand. "Wait one more minute." Gui felt weird but turned around to look at her. Before he could see the expression of Song Yunxian clearly, he was pulled by Song Yunxian into her arms and embraced by her. This hug made him dazed. He could not react at that moment. Song Yunxuan's fingers were put on his thin back. She said in an irrepressibly serious voice, "Gui, please take good care of yourself. Please take good care of Miao Miao. I believe that when you come back again, you will become an admirable and reassuring boy." After this farewell, when Gui came back again, the Shao enterprise would change totally. He was still too young to predict these things now, but she really hoped that Gui could become strong from the bottom of his heart, and he could protect himself and Miao Miao well. Being embraced by her, Gui's fingers moved. His eyes also slightly changed. But in the end, the kid didn't react to the hug from Song Yunxian. Xiao Shui took him to go aboard. When they went through customs, the kid even looked back at her. Song Yunxian looked at him gently. She saw that his little back disappeared in her sight. She stayed at the airport for a couple of minutes and then left. The strong noise came into her eardrums when the plane took off. She went out of the airport, seeing that the plane rushed into the blue sky. As the plane got farther and farther away, there was a trail of white smoke. The driver opened the car door for her. She wrapped herself more tightly in her coat. Then she bent over to get into the car. She saw a person out of the corner of her eye when she was about to get into the car. The action of getting into the car suddenly stopped. She stood up straight and turned to look over. There was a tall man with a cashmere coat on the opposite. She looked at him and pursed her lips. She wasn't quite sure why he was here. The man who stood far away didn't move. There was a black mink collar on his cashmere coat. Under the reflection of the black collar, his skin became fair, which made his jaw a little pointed. He wore a pair of black cow leather gloves. His slim and tall body attracted the spontaneous attention of the passers-by. The cold wind blew over his hair. A few strands of his hair fell slightly from the front of his forehead and covered his sharp eyes. Gu Changge was a man with a powerful aura no matter how people looked at him. But now he could not be the one that she totally trusted and relied on. He had not met her for more than a week. Even Song Yunxian felt a little unfamiliar with him. Song Yunxian tried her best to show him a natural smile. Seeing her smile, Gu Changge just pursed his lips slightly but didn't respond to her. Song Yunxian walked with Gu Changge along the street from the airport to the downtown outside in the dead of winter. The airport was built next to the sea. People could feel the salty taste and the humidity of the wind from the sea. Gu Changge said first, "You seem to pay a lot of attention to these two kids of Shao Tianzi. I think they are very lovely." Gu Changge turned to look at her and sneered. He ironically said, "Will not you focus your plan on those two kids?" Song Yunxian was annoyed in her mind. Her lips were closed into a cold line. She looked at him coldly. "That's the way how you look at me? A cruel person." Gu Changge stared at her without any expression. "Aren't you such an unscrupulous person?" Song Yunxian suddenly clenched her fists. There was a trace of fierceness flashing in her eyes. The one I want to handle is just Xiao Tianzi. I will not hurt these two kids. You'd better not do that. This was the first time that Gu Changge had said something warning to her, as if she was his enemy. Hearing him warning her in such a cold and strange voice, Song Yunxian frowned suddenly and looked sideways at him. What if I hurt them? What will you do to me? Gu Changge didn't answer right away. He just looked away. But this action made her feel bitterly disappointed and hard-hearted. That is the last thing left by Changge. I just want to remind you not to touch them. Song Yunxian suddenly became stubborn like a little girl. She took a step forward and got in his way. She glared at him. Did you come here today just to warn me not to touch these two kids of Gu Changge? Gu Changge did not change his color, seeming to approve tacitly. Seeing his tacit reaction, Song Yunxian suddenly wanted to laugh. She pointed at herself and then turned her fingers to the place where the plane went away. So in your heart, I am actually not as important as those two kids, right? If you must ask me to compare, I have to say. He gently opened his thin lips. Yes. Song Yunxian took a deep breath. She felt a heavy blow on her chest. This blow made her become a little absent-minded. She didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. She had two kids, but her kids were left by Gu Changge. She would never be able to be acquainted with them fair and square. Gu Changge treated these two kids seriously because the kids were left by the woman he liked. Though she was actually the woman he liked, this body was just a replacement to achieve his perfunctory behavior. She had mixed feelings in her heart, but she couldn't figure out such a complex feeling. Instead, making sense of his answer made her feel disappointed. If you really think in this way, then please try your best to protect them. I can't care about them. After saying that, she turned to leave. He followed her to turn around, seeing that she wrapped herself in the white fur coat and got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. The weather was extremely cold. She had just walked for more than 10 minutes outside, but it made herself get cold and uncomfortable. Though she took some cold medications in the afternoon, she still got a high fever at night. She was in a trance because of the fever. She held the quilt in her hands tightly. She had a habit of having a glass of milk every night. Nurse Wang would bring it to her before she went to bed. This day Nurse Wang came to her bedroom for the milk as usual at night. But there was no reply inside after Nurse Wang knocked on the door several times. Nurse Wang twisted the doorknob. She found that the door was not double-locked. It was unlatched. Nurse Wang then pushed the door and said, Miss Yunxian, here is the milk. Please drink it before sleeping. There was no response in the room. Feeling something strange, Nurse Wang opened the door and stuck her head into the room. But unexpectedly, she saw at first glance that Song Yunxian was lying on the bed, holding the quilt tightly with sweat on her forehead. Nurse Wang got flustered at once. She rushed to go downstairs to call young master. Song Yuncheng was called to go upstairs. He touched her fever on her forehead. He frowned and then turned to blame Nurse Wang. Nurse Wang, you are at such an old age. Why are you still making such a fuss? Yunxian just has a slight cold, right? Nurse Wang was indignant. Young master, Miss Yunxian has got a high fever. If we don't send her to the hospital, she will be burned out. Be burned out? Song Yuncheng thought that Nurse Wang seemed to be alarmist. He pointed at the cold capsules on the bedside. He said with a long face, Yunxian can take good care of herself. Look, she has taken a cold capsule on her own since she feels uncomfortable. Why are you still making a fuss about that here? Nurse Wang was scolded and frowned, but she still wanted Song Yuncheng to take her to the hospital. Young master, Miss Yunxian took the medicine, but the fever did not go down at all. You see the sweat on her forehead. If she fevers till tomorrow morning. Shut up. Song Yuncheng suddenly shouted in a sharp voice. Being shouted at by him suddenly, Nurse Wang was frightened, but she still didn't want to give up. Young master. I think you are tired, Nurse Wang. Go downstairs to have a rest first. Don't bother Yunxian to sleep. Nurse Wang didn't want to leave, but she was forcibly dragged out by Song Yuncheng. Just after stepping out of Song Yunchuan's room, Song Yuncheng asked the other two servants at home to pull Nurse Wang into a room and lock her up. He turned to look at the half-open door of Song Yunchuan's room. There was a wicked smile in his eyes. If she fevers like this till tomorrow morning, her brain will not be active anymore even if she is still alive. He reached out his hands and closed the door of Song Yunchuan's room. Even locked the door. With a clicking sound, he completely cut off the connection between Song Yunxian and the outside world. Song Yuncheng had come up with so many ideas to kill Song Yunxian, but every time he failed. The fever of Song Yunxian reminded him this time. Besides the man-made calamity, he could still take advantage of the act of God. Song Yunxian was febrile constantly at this moment. It was because God blessed him. He smiled and turned around. He went to drink tea in the living room and waited for the dawn minute by minute. Song Yunchuan's fever at least reached over 40 degrees. She was very healthy at ordinary times, but once she caught the fever it would be serious. He just needed to get through the night. Then he would send Song Yunxian, who was dying, to the hospital the next day. In the end, the Song enterprise could still belong to him. Whether Song Yunxian was dead due to the fever or her brain was damaged because of the fever, they would not blame him. He was just her elder brother. After the door was closed, no one should be responsible for the thing that she was almost dead due to the high fever all night. She could only blame on the bad luck. Lying on the bed, Song Yunxian kept clenching and loosening her hands. She seemed to fall into a nightmare and could not escape from it no matter how she struggled. She knew that she got ill. And she also knew that she had to open her eyes to call the doctor. She also knew that she still had something important to do. She knew everything. She tried her best but failed to open her eyes. Those jumbled fragments in her mind flashed by frame, such as Xiao Tian's face and Gu Changge's smile. Gu Yi and Miao Miao rested their heads on her chest, calling her mommy. In the end, it was Gu Changge who lay on the sickbed without her legs. Her eyes were so bright like the lightning breaking through the night in a heavy shower. The sudden brightness in her eyes brought the frightening hatred. But seeing such an expression in her eyes, Xiao Tianzi was just stunned for a little while and then smiled. You are not willing, right? You found it out too late. You can't stop Changge and me. For Changge as well as me, you have to die. She even vaguely saw someone take her bloody heart out of her chest before her death. The astral lamp in the operation room was so dazzling. Every doctor who dissected her body was smiling. When her beating heart was taken out, those people were crazy and excited like demons, which was scary and frightening. Song Yunxian held her quilt tightly with her hands. She shook her head constantly but could not escape from the nightmare. While downstairs, Song Yuning suddenly broke into the door of Song family late at night. Song Yuncheng was still sitting in the living room. He was watering the Longjing tea before rain, which was treasured, with the hot water again and again. Seeing Song Yuning wrapped in a fringed shawl breaking in, Song Yuncheng was surprised. Yuning, why are you here? Song Yuning glanced at Song Yuncheng, and then went to the second floor without saying a word. Song Yuncheng didn't understand. Seeing that she wore a strange expression and went directly to Song Yunchuan's room after she went to the second floor, he immediately understood what she would do. Song Yuncheng suddenly stood up from the sofa and shouted, Yuning, stop! Song Yuning frowned while glancing at him and reached out her hands to open the door of Song Yunchuan's room. Song Yuncheng was shocked in his mind. Unexpectedly, you came here to help Yunxian. Song Yuning twisted the doorknob several times but failed to open the door. She then found that the door of Song Yunchuan's room was locked. She began to bump against the door directly. Our father has just died. There shouldn't be any dead person in such a short time. Quickly open the door and send her to the hospital. Song Yuncheng went upstairs quickly and caught Song Yuning at once. He queried her. Are you crazy? You helped her instead of standing by me. Brother, you and my elder sister both have your own plans. Even if Song Yunxian is dead, you still can't rest easy in the Song enterprise. My elder sister must ask the Shao enterprise to get you toppled. Shut up. Brother, you should think twice. The Song enterprise can only belong to one person. My elder sister has transferred half of her focus to the Song enterprise. It is obvious that she wants to take it over. After you eradicate Song Yuncheng, she must let you be the scapegoat. Nonsense. No matter how Song Yuning persuaded him, Song Yuncheng was reluctant to give her the key. Song Yuning still wanted to continue. Song Yuncheng thought that the words she said were surprisingly reasonable. The more she said, the more agitated he would feel. Besides, he could not find a reasonable excuse to refute his second sister. He just simply raised his hand and slapped Song Yuning in the face. Song Yuning staggered due to his slap and fell down on the carpet at once. Song Yuncheng was frightened. His second sister became very precious after her pregnancy. Not to mention that she fell down now. Even when she went to the bathroom and took a shower at home, there was usually a non-slip carpet. But he unexpectedly slapped her in the face just now. Song Yuning could not stand up from the floor. Song Yuncheng got anxious at once. He quickly walked over and bent down to help her get up. Yuning, are you all right? Song Yuning grabbed his sleeves at once and persuaded him with a painful look. Brother, please send Yuncheng to the hospital. Song Yuncheng frowned tightly and stared at Song Yuning. His expression changed sharply several times. Finally, he helped her get up. I will send you to the hospital. What about Yuncheng? Leave her alone. Song Yuning dragged Song Yuncheng's sleeves tightly with a painful look on her face. However, while she was held by Song Yuncheng and left the door of Song family, there were obviously some sighs in her eyes. Song Yuncheng's mind was in a trance, and various fragments kept appearing in her mind. Sometimes it was Xiao Tianzi. Sometimes it was Gu Changge. Sometimes it was Gu Yi and Miao Miao. She felt sore in her mind with fear of dying. However, her fingers were trying to catch something randomly, as if a drowning person wanted to grab a piece of driftwood to save himself by any means before his death. She shouted vaguely. She shouted the names of those who could save her one by one. However, her fingers were stretched out but couldn't catch anything. She felt like her body was falling at this time. Falling into a huge black hole. If no one reached for her, she would never be able to climb up from this huge black hole. I couldn't die. I couldn't die. She told herself over and over again to remind herself to work hard to catch things that could stop herself from falling. However, nothing could be caught. She began to despair gradually, and her outstretched fingers became weak. Tears came out of the corners of her eyes. Something was shouted in her mouth. Suddenly, someone held her fingers. The person clasped her fingers tightly and hugged her horizontally in a warm embrace. He comforted her. Don't be afraid. You'll be at the hospital soon. You'll be there soon. She couldn't feel anything. She just felt like she was in the darkness. She could only detect that her fingers were being held by someone. But she even couldn't open her eyes. A familiar but vague voice came from afar with a low and deep power to calm the heart. Good girl. Sleep for a while. Release your hands. Sleep for a while. I'm by your side and won't leave you. Don't be afraid. He coaxed her like this and she gradually calmed down. The lights in the corridor of the hospital were as pale as the moon. Gu Changge held her and supported her hand to let the doctor give her an injection. However, as soon as the doctor intended to insert the needle, her fingers moved randomly. Her fists clenched and stretched as if she wanted to catch something but failed. Something was still vaguely spoken when she was in a coma. The doctor was anxious, even sweating on his forehead. Under Gu Changge's gaze, he felt that if the needle was inserted wrong, he would be torn up by the man on the spot. The doctor clenched Song Yuncheng's hand into a fist. Seeing clearly that blood vessels appeared on the back of the hand when her hand was clenched into a fist, the doctor quickly pierced the needle of the infusion set inside. The hand didn't feel too painful since it just trembled a little. The doctor adjusted the leak rate of the infusion set before he stood up and wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Child Chu, the high fever should be able to go down during the second half of the night, and the towel on her forehead should be changed frequently and not too hot. Gu Changge nodded, frowning and looking at Song Yuncheng in his arms. There was some distress deep in his eyes. Song Yuning called him suddenly an hour ago, and told him that Song Yunxian was in danger of life in Song family. After getting this news, he hurried to Song family. When he arrived there, Song Yuncheng had already sent Song Yuning to the hospital. Nurse Wang, who took care of Song Yunxian at home, cried and ran out to hit Song Yunxuan's door. After Chu Machen arrived, a sensible housemate sent the key. He was simply terrified when he opened the door of the room. The expression on his face was so gloomy that Nurse Wang beside him was scared, who even didn't dare to speak. Song Yunxuan's cheeks were red due to the fever. She was still murmuring something when she was in a coma. If he hadn't arrived in time tonight, Song Yunxian might turn into a dead body tomorrow morning. The hospital arranged the best single-person ward for Song Yunxian and sent a skilled nurse to take care of her. Chu Machen had been with Song Yunxian all the time. During the first few hours when Song Yunxian had a high fever, Chu Machen felt that his heart was burning. Song Yunxian said some words in her sleep now and then, like calling somebody's name. He listened intently but didn't understand what she was saying after trying several times until she said, "Papa, that pool was filled." Chu Machen seemed to be suddenly struck by the thunder and became stiff at once there without saying a word. The nurse coming in to change the towel on the forehead of Song Yunxian was stunned and could not help asking gently, "Child Chu? Anything wrong?" Chu Machen's slender eyebrows gradually frowned tightly, and some wrinkles appeared between the eyebrows. "Listen. What is she saying?" As requested, the nurse really got close to her and carefully listened to Song Yunxuan's mumble. After a long while, she raised her head and uttered two names confusedly. "Xiaoi? Meow meow." Chu Machen's eyes trembled violently, and the unbelievable look deep in his eyes became stronger. He had previously suspected that he had misheard, but even if he had misheard, the nurse could not have misheard these two names like him. The little nurse was a little puzzled. Chu Machen said, "Please go out first." The little nurse heard that and then left the ward. In astonishment, Chu Machen moved his eyes and fixed his eyes on Song Yunxuan's face. "What on earth are you talking about, Yunxian?" However, Song Yunxian, having a high fever in a trance, wasn't able to answer his question. It was already in the afternoon of the next day when Song Yunxian woke up again. It seemed to be at 5 o'clock since it was dim outside the window. She rubbed her head and got up slightly. Then she saw Chu Machen leaning on the side of her sickbed. The man stayed up all night here without leaving, leaning on the side of the bed when he was tired and waiting for her to wake up last night. Although she didn't know who sent her to the hospital last night, she could also infer that he had been at her side for a long time when she saw that he was so tired. She reached out to rub his hair and somehow awakened him. He looked up, and the exhaustion in his eyes came to her sight. But after seeing that she was awake, he was stunned first and then reached out to hold her fingers at once. "Is the fever gone?" Song Yunxian raised her hand to touch her forehead. "It seems to be gone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to wake up so soon. And her mind was so clear. Vaguely, she could recall a few moments from the night before. It seemed that Nurse Wang went to give her the milk and called her a few times. However, after that she fainted with the fever. The outside world seemed to be completely isolated. She could feel nothing. She could only remember that she had met a lot of people in her dreams. Gu Changge, Xiaotianzi, Miao Miao Gui, and her father Gu Changge. She raised her hand to rub her eyebrows. "I don't know how I got the fever last night. I remember that my body was not so weak before." Finishing her words, she smiled and raised her eyes to look helplessly at Chu Machen. However, she found that Chu Machen had been staring at her with his eyebrows frowning tightly. It seemed that he couldn't understand something. She also felt strange. "What's wrong?" Chu Machen said. "You talked in your sleep last night." Song Yunxuan's expression on the face froze slightly for a little while. Even the smile became awkward for a moment. She asked, "Did I say anything?" She did talk in her sleep frequently. To prevent others from hearing her talk in her sleep, she locked the door double every time she slept. Because all the sleep talking that she had said was the resentment of Gu Changge, and those people who Gu Changge knew. She was Gu Changge only when she talked in her sleep. "What do you think you said?" Song Yunxian laughed. It is just the sleep talking. I don't know what I said. You called Gu and Meow Meow. Maybe I recently have met them many times. Thinking of that, she smiled, having an ulterior motive. Of course, it is reasonable that you think I want to make use of these two kids. You can make use of those living people. But tell me, what is the meaning of that sentence? Song Yuncheng was bewildered. Which one? Gu Changge pursed his lips and firmly stared at her with his sharp eyes, not missing any expression on her face. You said that the pool was filled. Papa. Song Yunchuan's heart jolted heavily, and her face became pale and white suddenly. You were talking about the swimming pool in Gu Changge's home, right? Song Yuncheng was compelled to answer, but she kept silent and didn't say any word. Gu Changge nodded as if he had expected that she would react like that. He said to himself, although I think what Mr. Mogu, who is an old man, said is very abnormal, such ridiculous and unbelievable things will probably happen in this word. You and Gu Changge. Every of his words hammered Song Yunchuan's heart. Song Yuncheng felt that the mask she had been wearing for such a long time was rudely torn off now. However, at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Someone was knocking hurriedly. Both Gu Changge's thoughts and words were cut off by this knock. Song Yuncheng turned to look at the door, and Gu Changge was a little unhappy. Nevertheless, the knock didn't stop. After a short moment of silence, Gu Changge still stood up to open the door of the room. Seeing him stand up, Song Yuncheng felt a sense of relief in her mind spontaneously. Did Gu Changge believe that Gu Changge's soul was in Song Yunchuan's body? If he believed, what would he do? If it was revealed, should she stoutly deny or admit it? She couldn't decide and lowered her eyes, waiting for the man who was knocking to come in. As soon as the door was opened, the figure of a young man rushed in. Sister Yuncheng, how are you? Xiao Luo rushed to the sickbed with a look of nervousness and concern. I heard that you had a high fever last night. You were almost killed by the high fever. Xiao Luo stopped talking, but the worried expression in his eyes was sincere. Song Yuncheng raised her hand to rub his hair and tried to cheer up. It is not so serious as you heard. It is just a fever. I just took some cold medicine, but it did not work, so I came to the hospital. After saying that, she even smiled. See, I'm getting better now. The high fever has been reduced. Xiao Luo heard the news from somewhere and asked while grinding his teeth. I heard that your older brother saw that you had a high fever that had not been brought down and locked the door, leaving you alone in the room and letting you die. Xiao Luo's words were not exaggerated at all. Even though Song Yuncheng had a high fever and a coma, and didn't remember what had happened last night, she believed that Song Yuncheng surely did such things just when she heard about it today. Song Yuncheng just stayed silent, without saying any word, as if thinking about something. Xiao Luo saw her sit up and was a little worried, pulling the quilt for her and wanting to make her lie down. However, as he pulled the quilt, he suddenly saw that there was a layer of blood on the quilt and was stunned at once. The blood came out and spread along the bedsheet little by little. Xiao Luo's confused expression gradually turned to a horrified one. At last, he looked up at Song Yuncheng. Sister Yuncheng, you? Song Yuncheng followed his sight and lowered her eyes little by little. She was totally stunned when her eyes fell on the layer of red blood. Gu Changge walked over suddenly. After seeing the blood on the bed sheet, he shouted outside. Doctor! Call the doctor over. Call the doctor over quickly. Song Yuncheng fell in a trance without any expression on her face. Things happened too fast, not letting her prepare. However, vaguely, she felt that the blood which came out of her body was like a little creature. A little creature, which had not been born yet but suddenly left the world. It was so fragile that it made people feel regretful. She made a very long dream. But when she woke up, she couldn't remember anything. She raised her hand and touched her abdomen. It was flat. A fierce and angry voice came into her ears from the balcony. Lucia! I am calling Lucia. Let her pick up the phone. Song Yuncheng turned to look at Xiao Luo, who was exasperated on the balcony. Her mind began to become clear. It seemed that she was pregnant indeed. However, The baby was unlucky and left her after staying for just a few months in her belly. Xiao Luo was still noisily clamoring for Lu Xia on the balcony. The door of the ward was closed tightly. A voice came from the speaker in the ward. "Miss Song, are you awake?" Song Yunxian pushed the speaker and answered gently. "Yes. Mr. Chu wants to see you." "I don't want to see him." Finishing her words, she turned off the speaker. Xiao Luo just finished the phone and got into the ward from the balcony. Seeing that Song Yunxian was awake, his eyes flashed and he felt a little sad. "Sister Yunxian." Song Yunxian didn't move but looked at him. "Why are you in my ward?" He answered in a low voice. "I want to be with you." Song Yunxian curved her pale lips and asked him as if she had known everything. "Did I have an abortion?" Xiao Luo was stunned, but then he nodded slowly. Song Yunxian suddenly felt that a stone heavily smashed her heart. It was not very hurt, but it made her feel suffocated in her chest. She coughed, and Xiao Luo immediately came over to pat her back. She tilted her body and flinched. She couldn't tell the feeling clearly after knowing that she was pregnant but then miscarried. She just felt a kind of uncomfortable depression. She buried her head in the pillow. Xiao Luo looked at her at a loss for a long while. Then he patted her back gently like comforting a baby. "Sister, you will have another baby. Don't be too sad." Song Yunxuan's body trembled slightly. Feeling her slight tremble, Xiao Luo also felt very sad. However, in Harbor City, after hearing the news, Lu Xia couldn't help but frown heavily. The white assistant beside her reported the checkup result from Yuncheng to her. The hospital in Yuncheng said Song Yunxian was frightened and the fetus was badly affected when she fell from the building before, but she didn't recuperate well. She took strong cold medicine after she became ill, which led to the miscarriage. And because the situation was urgent, that child couldn't be kept. Lu Xia annoyedly raised her hand to rub her eyebrows. "Xiao Luo has already called me. He almost turned hostile to me for Song Yunxuan's miscarriage." The white assistant tenderly comforted her. After all, they are siblings. Yet Song Yunxian isn't an idiot. Even if she had been told that she was pregnant, she might have chosen not to give birth to the baby. Under such a dangerous and tense condition, how could she spend half a year recuperating to have a baby now? The white assistant nodded in agreement. "You are right, President Liu. Miss Song will not stop at this point." Lu Xia lifted her head and took a deep breath. She is only one step away from controlling the entire Song family. As long as Song Yunxian took over the position of the president of the Song enterprise smoothly, her top priority would be transferring the power of the Song enterprise and reorganizing the enterprise greatly. If she could manage those things well, then Song family would belong to her completely very soon. The miscarriage of the baby at this time could not have been better actually. However, this plan was a little cruel. Xiao Luo made a call to inform Xiao Jianqing of this. After getting the news, Xiao Jianqing told Xiao Luo, "Tell the hospital not to disclose the news." Xiao Luo didn't understand. Xiao Jianqing then ordered Xiao Luo to pass the phone to Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian called him Uncle Xiao. Xiao Jianqing then sighed over there. "Yunxian, whether it is verbally acknowledged or not, I believe you already know your lot." Song Yunxian didn't say anything. Sure enough, Elder Xiao had already known these things. Xiao Jianqing continued to say, "At this point, your miscarriage cannot be disclosed to anyone. Just pretend you are still pregnant." Song Yunxian nodded after a long time of silence. "Yes, Grandpa." Hearing Song Yunxuan's address, Xiao Jianqing was slightly stunned over there. But after that, he immediately nodded relievedly. Having you as his daughter, Xiao Xian didn't live his life in vain. Be careful in Yuncheng. Although I don't know what you want to do eventually, I must help you if you need anything from me. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiao Luo felt a little confused when hearing Song Yunxian call him Grandpa on the side, but then he figured it out quickly. Before, Song Yunxian disclaimed the identity of the eldest granddaughter of Xiao family to leave Harbor City. She willingly returned to Yuncheng only in an attempt to be with Chu Machen. However, now, Chu Machen made her feel sad, and Xiao family had acknowledged that she was the granddaughter. She had no reason to pretend knowing nothing about her lot. Gu Changge didn't support her, but she still needed to move on. As long as she wanted to keep moving on, she certainly needed another family to endeavor to help her. And Xiao family was an appropriate choice. Song Yunchuan's miscarriage spread out quickly through different channels. However, without the proof of the hospital, rumors were just rumors, no matter how true this news of the miscarriage was. Several families wanted to open the hospital's mouth and get an exact answer from them, but no one succeeded. The hospital's attitude towards this matter was just like a tightly closed clamshell. Even Chu family failed to get a useful word from the hospital. Song Yunxian denied all the visitors while she was at the hospital. Except Xiao Luo, who was able to go in and out, even Gu Changge didn't have the chance to see her. Finally, 3 days later, Gu Changge went to the hospital in the evening. He broke through the nurses stopping and opened the door of Song Yunchuan's ward. At that time, Song Yunxian was drinking the chicken soup. Hearing the noise in front of the door, she turned to have a look and exactly saw that Gu Changge opened the door. His assistant beside him was still stopping the nurses who were trying to block them in front of the door. Since he had already got into the ward, there was no reason to kick him out ruthlessly. Song Yunxian calmly uttered, "Let them get in." The nurses then dispersed. Gu Changge's assistant also left sensibly. The door was closed. Only Gu Changge walked in. Looking around the ward, he walked towards her sickbed. "Xiao Luo should be with you, shouldn't he? He still needs to manage the business of Xiao family, so he can't stay in Yuncheng for long." The elder of Xiao family made the call and urged him to return. "I asked him to pack up his luggage so that he can return to Harbor City as soon as possible." Gu Changge satirized and said, "Who will take care of and protect you after he returns to Harbor City?" Song Yunxian lowered her head to drink the light and bright chicken soup. "Why do I have to be taken care of by others? Aren't you going to fight against Song Yuncheng next?" Gu Changge exactly knew her next plan. Song Yunxian couldn't help but curve her lips and then looked up at him. "How do you know that I'm going to fight against Song Yuncheng next?" Seeing her expression, Gu Changge made his eyes become cold. "You're always talking in a mask." When he talked to Song Yunxian, he felt that Song Yunxian seemed to be wearing a mask all the time. Under this peaceful mask, you didn't know what her inner heart was. Gu Changge felt that he couldn't see through her, so that he couldn't control her. Just because he couldn't control her, he felt worried. Song Yunxian seemed to understand his inner thoughts. She put the chicken soup bowl in her hands on the small table next to her and looked up at him. "Come here. Get closer to me." Gu Changge didn't move. Seeing that he didn't move, Song Yunxian intended to lift the quilt and get out of bed. Seeing her movement, Gu Changge then took 2 steps forward and approached the sickbed. Song Yunxian reached out to grab his hand and gently placed his hand on her lower abdomen. Gu Changge could not help wrinkling his slender eyebrows. "What are you doing? Don't you want to know who can still protect me after Xiao Luo is gone?" Her voice was soft and tender, but with a calm and firm smile. Gu Changge was slightly shocked by her words, looking at her unbelievably. Song Yunxian didn't look up at him but quietly looked at her abdomen. "Maybe he can protect me, right? What do you think?" Gu Changge's fingers touched her abdomen. Through a layer of pajamas he could feel her warm body. From the time when she had a bad appetite, he suspected that she was pregnant. However, after checking up several times, the hospital said that she was only suffering from a stomach problem. Now, having seen the blood, he finally knew that she was indeed pregnant. "But, didn't you have an abortion?" He frowned and asked her. She smiled and looked up at him. "Those are just rumors. How can they be believed?" Gu Changge's gaze was fixed on her, with some suspicion. "You really didn't have an abortion?" Song Yunxian nodded with maternal love in her eyes. "Of course not. If I had got through an abortion, why should I have stayed behind closed doors for 3 days without seeing the guests? In the past 3 days, I could have done many things if I hadn't intended to do the miscarriage prevention." Gu Changge knew Song Yunxian well. Now she was about to master the whole Song family, and she couldn't afford to relax on the eve of the transition of power. There were many places and many people to be contacted. There were many things to be done every day. But she stayed in the hospital for so long and didn't go anywhere. Gu Changge almost really believed that she planned to nourish her fetus in peace of mind. Song Yuncheng seemed to know that he was suspecting her. She smiled and said, "I've called my elder brother. The scale of the banquet held for me can be smaller. I'm afraid of noise since I am pregnant. After I take office and stabilize, I also want to ask for a year's leave to raise the fetus." After talking about her plans, she looked at Gu Changge tenderly and asked him, "What do you think of my plans?" Looking at her smile, Gu Changge nodded silently. Song Yuncheng then laughed contentedly. After being discharged from the hospital, Song Yuncheng really seemed to give up those goals and started to raise her fetus in the Song family peacefully. Xiao Luo did not stay for too long in Yuncheng because of the issues in the Xiao family. After Song Yuncheng was discharged from the hospital, he returned to Harbor City. The Xiao family revealed that Xiao Luo might be going to the WS after Xiao Luo returned to Harbor City. However, was not finalized. The media's news was not reliable until Xiao Luo personally called Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng asked him about his recent situation. After that, they fell into a situation where there was no topic to talk about. She then asked him, "I have heard that you are going to the WS to study financial management. Is it true?" Xiao Luo vaguely hummed and said, "Grandpa forced me to do that. It is just a degree. I don't want to go." Song Yuncheng raised her eyebrows. "Is it really just a degree?" She didn't believe that Grandpa would let Xiao Luo go to obtain an insignificant degree certificate when Xiao Luo was just in power. Xiao Luo was asked in this way. He was frustrated and told the facts. "In fact, Grandpa asked me to meet someone in the W. He said that person was a very good teacher who could teach me to manage the Xiao family well." A name popped up in Song Yunchuan's mind immediately. She asked him, "Is the person's last name Yang?" Xiao Luo was very surprised. "Sister Yuncheng, how do you know that?" Song Yuncheng smiled. She persuaded him. "The man whose surname is Yang is indeed a very good teacher. I will not worry about you if you follow him. You must be smarter when you go there. He has taught a lot of outstanding students." Outstanding students? Song Yuncheng gave him two simple examples. For example, Gu Changge and Yuncheng, Gu Changge of the Gus. Xiao Luo was very surprised. "Who is he on earth?" "You will know him once you meet him." Song Yuncheng smiled. Indeed, very few people knew who this man whose surname was Yang was. However, Gu Changge did know him coincidentally. She not only knew him but also knew him clearly. That person was called Yang Jiu. It was heard that he was simply called Yang Jiu because he came in ninth among his cousins. There was also a saying that this man was so cunning that he could miraculously escape and survive every time he was in danger as if he had 9 lives. Gu Changge didn't care about whether the young man standing in front of her came in ninth or had 9 lives at that time. She just asked him expressionlessly, "My father has a lot of women around him. They threaten my mother's status. What should I do?" At that time she was 9 years old. When she first met the young man named Yang Jiu, she felt that he was tall and thin, white and slender. Besides, he was beautiful like a young woman carved from white jade. However, his arms were surprisingly powerful. He bent down, pinching her chin without respect. He looked at her with a smile. "You are a little poisonous woman. Young as you are, you just want to clear the roadblocks." Without a word, she pulled away his hand at once and stared at him angrily. Yang Jiu looked at her, who was so young but with a great temper. He couldn't help laughing. He bent over and hugged her, as if he really liked her very much. He pinched her little baby fat face. "Miss Gu, I like you very much. You are worried that those women will have children and threaten your status. I will help you remove all those women. What do you think of that?" Gu Changge frowned, staring at him coldly. "You just need to teach me all your skills. There is no need for you to care about anything else. I will teach you." On the surface, Yang Jiu had only been with her in the Gu family for half a year. But in fact, Gu Changge had been in touch with Yang Jiu until she was 15 years old. After she was 18 years old, she met Xiao Tianzi. Yang Jiu then disappeared from her life gradually. She sent many people to figure out where Yang Jiu hid. Some people said that Yang Jiu was addicted to the wine and the beauties. He was slothful by nature and got a serious disease. Therefore, he hid in a corner to recuperate, which no one knew. Others said that Yang Jiu was caught by the enemy and was killed. It was also said that Yang Jiu went around the world. No one could capture his trace like the wind, and even the enemy could not find him. There were many rumors. Gu Changge once thought about finding Yang Jiu. However, she gave up after a short time because there were so many trivial matters. Besides, Yang Jiu was of no use to her. Thus, she just let him go and did not look for him anymore. But now, 18 years later, the exact location of Yang Jiu actually came over from another country on the other shore. She had a little pleasure in her heart. On the phone, she exhorted Xiao Luo to follow Yang Jiu to study hard many times before she closed the line reluctantly. Yang Jiu had the title of the strongest tutor, because he would help an ignorant business heir grow up step by step and recognize what the benefit was. She was a very good example. To some degree, her natural talents combined with Yang Jiu's acquired training led to the rise of a commercial queen in Harbor City. Even Chu Machen could not reach it at that time. Song Yunxian had a dietitian to rigorously select and match 3 meals a day. The people who were responsible for taking care of her were several experienced nannies in the pregnancy. Song Yunxian would take a nap after lunch. Seeing that she had completely disregarded things of the Song enterprise, Song Yuncheng slowly put his guard down. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian of the Song enterprise dared not to take it lightly. The day before the banquet, when the position of the president was transferred, Song Yuncheng had a meal with Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian. After a few drinks, Zhao Yang raised his eyeglasses and asked him, Yunxian has been at home recently, hasn't she? Yes, she's raising the fetus. Song Yuncheng said. He was puzzled and added, I thought she would notify the whole city when she was pregnant. But I didn't expect that Child Chu didn't let the news spread out at all. Many people outside think that Song Yunxian is at home to recuperate. They don't know that she is raising the fetus. Zhou Jian just held the wine glass and wondered the reason secretly. Zhao Yang was relatively more sensible. So Yuncheng, can you guess why Child Chu acted like this? Song Yuncheng drank up the wine in the wine glass and replied quickly, Isn't it because Child Chu does not want Yunxian anymore? After saying that, he also analyzed for Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian. Just think, if he really likes Yunxian, why don't he just marry Yunxian immediately and then let Yunxian nourish the fetus righteously and seriously? In that way, that child will have a righteous identity when he is born. But now you see, after Yunxian got pregnant, the Chu family had no intention of marrying her at all. Not only did he have no intention of marrying her, but he also blocked the news of her pregnancy. In this way, after a few months, once Yunxian gives birth to the baby, isn't the baby an illegitimate child? After speaking, Song Yuncheng poured another glass of wine. Moreover, it is also possible for the child to be born without Chu Machen's recognition. Zhou Jian shook his head. This is not likely to be the case. Child Chu's own bloodline will not be repudiated. Then why did he delay in marrying Song Yunxian? Song Yuncheng was puzzled. Zhou Jian thoughtfully said, Do you think it is because... He only said a few words before getting stuck. Song Yuncheng and Zhao Yang were both dissatisfied. Zhao Yang even glared at him. You are not young now. Can't you just say it simply and directly? Zhou Jian glanced at Zhao Yang before he lowered his voice and said, Do you think it is because Song Yunxian doesn't want to marry him? Song Yuncheng sniffed at it. No, Yunxian is not stupid. If she could marry into the Chu family and give birth to a son for Chu Machen, the entire Chu family would belong to her. Why would she still cling to the Song family? Zhou Jian nodded. I agree with you.
Zhao Yang glanced at Zhou Jian.
Can't you just think of something reliable, old Zhou? Zhou Jian stopped talking. Song Yuncheng talked to Zhao Yang while drinking the wine. These two people kept drinking until after 9 o'clock in the evening before they dispersed. When Song Yuncheng went home at night, he reached the gate of the villa of the Song family. He just saw a tall and thin man smoking and standing in front of a fiery red Ferrari. The fire of the cigarette flickered. The outline of the man's face was faintly reflected in the flickering fire. Song Yuncheng asked the driver to drive out with him. When he came back, he sat in the back seat. The headlights hit the man vaguely. Song Yuncheng narrowed his eyes to have a look and just could see the face of the man. It was an unfamiliar young man with an oval face, a pointed chin, and a pair of slanted eyes. His hair was slightly over the tips of his ears, and his hair was as black as ink. It seemed that he knew that Song Yuncheng was looking at him inside the window of the car. He smiled gently at him inside the window. The smile was a little pretty and coquettish. It appeared to be astonishingly bright-colored and beautiful on the face of a man who looked like a woman. Song Yuncheng suspected that he had mistaken the gender of that man. He shook his eyes with difficulty, but when he turned around to have a look, he found that the young man had already got into the car. After the headlights of the car flashed, the car made a smart turn and then went away. Song Yuncheng was creepy, as if he had seen a ghost. He asked the nanny after returning home. The nanny told him that no visitors came over, but he was still worried. Knowing that Song Yunxian might have fallen asleep, he still knocked on Song Yunxuan's door and was determined to ask Song Yunxian himself. After Song Yunxian opened the door, she yawned and stood at the door. "Brother, you are back." Song Yuncheng stood at the door and asked her, "Have any guests come to our house? Did you invite someone as a guest in our house?" Instead of getting the answer, Song Yuncheng was asked by her. He was a little tongue-tied. A moment of being dull later, he shook his head.
"No."
Song Yunxian wondered. "Since you did not invite any guests to the house, why did you ask me whether any guests came over?" Song Yuncheng listened to her speaking in a roundabout way. He was almost confused by Song Yunxian. Then he said straightforwardly, "When I came back just now, I saw a young man at the door. He seemed to be a little weird. I thought he came for you. I didn't invite any guests. I'm afraid that you have mistaken." Song Yuncheng got the answer. It seemed that Song Yunxian did not lie to him. Then he nodded. "Maybe I drank too much." While speaking, he turned around to leave. Song Yunxian pondered for a moment. Seeing that Song Yuncheng held his head and turned around, she suddenly called to him, "Brother, what does the young man you saw at the door look like?" Song Yuncheng thought of his first feeling when he saw the young man. He shook his head and felt a little weird, saying, "If he were not so tall, I would almost have thought he was a woman. His face is so feminine." Song Yunchuan's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. "It's him." Song Yuncheng never knew the name of he Song Yunxian was talking about. Song Yunxian naturally didn't tell him either. After returning to the room, she just called Xiao Shui and instructed her, "You help me investigate Yang Jiu." Xiao Shui was puzzled and said, "Yunxian, this person seems to be a famous architect who has recently returned to our country. Because he looks handsome. Editor Xiao recently wanted to invite him to do a feature." It seemed that Xiao Hong had the same thought as her. But if the person Song Yuncheng saw was really Yang Jiu in his style, he would not have returned to Yuncheng in such a striking way. She frowned. "Give me the information of Yang Jiu." Although it was evening, Xiao Shui's work efficiency was surprisingly high. All the information of Yang Jiu was passed on to Song Yunxian within 10 minutes after Xiao Shui got the instruction. She had just learned from Xiao Luo before that Yang Jiu was still alive. However, she could not think of it that the name Yang Jiu appeared in Yuncheng so fast. After opening the data faxed by Xiao Shui, she signed. She raised her hand to rub her brows. "I really think too much. This person named Yang Jiu was just an architect of the same name. How could he be back so soon?" The dinner party specially held by Song family for Song Yunxian was held as scheduled the next day. It should have been a dinner banquet. Considering the physical condition of Song Yunxian, it was changed to a luncheon after several discussions. The luncheon naturally took less time than the dinner party. Everyone had already arrived at around 10 o'clock. Song Yuning and Xue Tao came together. Xue Tao saw the scale of the banquet. He just sneered and said, "Your sister is really a pain in the neck. It is just a nominal title. but now it seems that she will be the real owner of the Song enterprise from now on. Song Yunying frowned and looked at him. You shouldn't talk too much. The wall has ears. Shuetao was still not convinced. You think I should be grateful to Song Yunxian since she let us go last time, don't you? You must know that it is your own idea to kill your father. Shuetao talked regardless of the occasion. Song Yunying heard him talking. She felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She wanted to cover his mouth hurriedly, but Shuetao had never listened to her. She glared at him angrily. However, he wanted to say more. Song Yunying's fingers were trembling out of anger. Just then suddenly a young man, holding the golden champagne, seemed to accidentally bump into Shuetao. Immediately, the half glass of champagne in the man's hand was sprinkled on Shuetao. Shuetao looked down at his brand-name suit. He turned angrily to look at the man in a red suit with an enchanting face. Are you blind? Shuetao ill-advisedly shouted like this. Immediately, it attracted everyone nearby to look over. The young man in a red suit was slender, with a nice appearance. There was a bit of femininity between his eyebrows. He had red lips and white teeth with a pointed chin. Just looking at the face, people thought he was so pretty and coquettish. Song Yunying was in a daze when she saw such an enchanting young man. Shuetao was really a little dazzled by the man's look in his mind even though he scolded him. When he was stunned, the youth had already taken the handkerchief and wiped off the champagne on Shuetao to pour oil on troubled waters. I'm really sorry. It's my fault, and I have stained Mr. Shue's suit. Since he apologized on his own initiative, Shuetao couldn't call to account even though he was reckless. Shuetao just snorted coldly. The young man was cold-shouldered, but he didn't care. There is a brand new Atanian handmade suit in my nanny's car. Mr. Shue's body shape is not much different from mine, and it is better to ask Mr. Shue to go to my car and change into it. Shuetao also wondered in his mind what his identity was, so he nodded and agreed. The youth politely smiled at Song Yunying. He then took Shuetao out of the hall. When Song Yunying watched the young man go far, no matter how she saw it, the young man smiled with some other meanings. She couldn't remember where she had met this young man before and who he was. However, she was really so happy to see that Shuetao was taken away by him. Song Yunying couldn't drink. She just ate some fruit and drank some warm water. Song Yunxian, the central figure of the banquet, had not yet arrived. Song Yuncheng just greeted and dealt with some people who were helpful to him in business in the banquet hall. It was soon later that Xiao Tianze of the Xiao Enterprise came over. Also, Gu Changge and Song Yunjia were with Xiao Tianze. Song Yunjia didn't want to come over, but she heard that Xiao Tianze was invited by Song Yunxian in person. She was worried that Song Yunxian was playing tricks on Xiao Tianze, so she helplessly followed him to come. Song Yunxian looked down from the second floor. When she saw Song Yunjia, who was dressed up, to come over, she raised her lips. Next to Song Yunjia were Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge wearing a fur cape and a low-cut fishtail skirt. Gu Changge's fur was pinned with a luxurious emerald brooch. The gem was pure in texture, and the color was green and glittering. It was the best in emeralds. But many people recognized that this emerald brooch was the one which was once worn by Gu Changge. It was of great value. Today, Gu Changge's brooch was worn by Gu Changge. This was really ironic. Xiao Tianze was wearing rimless glasses. The eyes behind the lenses were so beautiful, as if there were thousands of peach flowers. After his wife's death, he had been quiet for 6 months. Now, he appeared at the banquet again and became much better than before. Some people saw him coming and all greeted him with wine glasses in their hands. Obviously, those who used to think that he was just Gu Changge's husband now really regarded this man who took over his wife's property as the proper owner of the huge asset. Xiao Shui had arrived early. She was with her on the second floor. Seeing that Song Yunxian looked downstairs and smiled, Xiao Shui frowned and said puzzledly, "Why is Song Yunjia here? She is my elder sister, and she is supposed to come." "I didn't mean that," Xiao Shui explained. "I mean that Song Yunjia fell out with you. It means that she has recognized you as the legitimate heir of the Song Enterprise since she came over at this time, right?" She shouldn't have come here if she had thought about it. Song Yunchuan's eyes fell on Xiao Tianze on the first floor. So, I invited Xiao Tianze and asked Chairman Xiao to come over by any means. You asked Xiao Tianze to come? Xiao Shui was a little surprised. She understood Song Yunchuan's meaning at once. Yunxian, you are really so smart. According to Song Yunjia's current feelings for Xiao Tianze, she must follow Xiao Tianze wherever he goes. Song Yunxian nodded but also spat out the words gently. So stupid. Xiao Shui looked at her sideways. Song Yunchuan's eyes were so deep that she could not tell her feelings. It was not wrong to say that Song Yunjia was stupid at this time. She had always been thinking of removing Song Yunxian from the Song family, but now she came to Song Yunchuan's banquet just like a fool. She followed to come here like this, which meant in a disguised form that she had recognized Song Yunchuan's position in the Song enterprise and expressed her support for her, right? People at the banquet came one after another. Song Yunxian returned to the room and waited for Song Yuncheng to call her. She declared that she was ill recently so that she couldn't go out and wait for everyone early. Instead, she waited in the room until Song Yuncheng called her. Song Yuncheng waited for about half an hour before coming upstairs to call her. Yunxian, almost all the people have come here. It's time for you to show up. Although he, as her elder brother, was very upset in his heart, he still had to do enough on the surface. Song Yunxian waited for him to knock twice before opening the door and going out. Song Yuncheng inevitably felt a little relieved in his mind when he saw that her clothes were all high-waisted. It seemed that Song Yunxian really cared about the child in her belly very much. Now she was so particular about wearing clothes. Besides, she did not particularly catch people's eyes by wearing clothes like this. The small dress was with a very low-key style. In a small black dress with a high waist, exposing her collarbones, she was very beautiful. When she went downstairs, it was dark in the hall. A beam of light came over, closing her in the aperture. Song Yuncheng looked very happy. He held the microphone to speak to the guests who were invited to come here under the stage. I and my sister Yunxian want to thank all of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this luncheon today. Thank you very much for coming here. There was a round of applause from the audience. Song Yunxian walked to Song Yuncheng's side, being enveloped in an aperture. People in the audience looked at her with different attitudes. Song Yunjia were disgusted and disdainful in her eyes. Song Yuning's look was complex. Gu Changge had no intention of looking at her at all. Her eyes were quietly dissociating between Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianze. However, just at this time, Xiao Tianze curved the corners of his mouth slightly. He seemed to be happy for her. The corners of Song Yunchuan's lips were slightly lifted. She really admired Xiao Tianze's unpredictable face very much. Song Yuncheng told their fathers will next to her. It is known that before the death of our father personally made a will and wanted to give the position of the president of the Song enterprise to my younger sister, Song Yunxian. Before, she did not go to take office immediately in the Song enterprise because of some things. Since everything was done after the Spring Festival, I invited everyone to come and celebrate Yunchuan's taking office with me. She is to be the president of the Song enterprise officially. After he finished speaking, he immediately smiled and applauded, looking at Song Yunxian with a kind and charitable look. Song Yunxian nodded. With everyone's attention, she held the microphone, standing in the light and talking to everyone under the stage. Thank you for your blessing. Thank you very much. The theme of the banquet had been clear. Song Yunxian felt that she could leave for the excuse of her tiredness. However, after speaking into the microphone, she saw a face flash through the crowd. It was the face of a young man with no wrinkles at all. It was fair-skinned and handsome, with eyes as long as a phoenix, and an attractive smile. Song Yunxian couldn't help being stunned. When Song Yuncheng came and asked her to say a few more words, Song Yunxian ordered him first. Then I will leave it to my elder brother. I am not comfortable. Sorry to leave first. This banquet was not just meant to be a celebration for her. She was not important to most of the guests invited. It was Song Yuncheng who was important. As soon as Song Yunxian left, Song Yuncheng was surrounded by people with wine glasses below one after another after he just finished speaking. Song Yuncheng wanted to see where his sister had gone on Earth, but he couldn't catch up with her because of those people. Song Yunxian saw the face flash through the crowd and then disappear. There were too many people. She couldn't rush into the crowd to see who that person was on Earth. Therefore, she had to go to the back door of the lobby first. She concluded that the man who appeared only for a brief moment just wanted to attract her attention. She went to the back door of the lobby, but there was no one at the door. She still didn't find anyone who went out when going out of the door and looking outside. She couldn't help but start to doubt herself. Did I just get the wrong person? No, you didn't. A voice rang from behind her, and there was something of a smile in his words, which was so familiar that it made her feel weird. Song Yunxian slowly looked back. She could hardly believe her own ears. Was the voice she heard really from him? She looked back and turned around. The first time to meet Yang Jiu, which happened 18 years ago, made her have a momentary trance. And after 18 years, Song Yunxian still found him stunning when meeting him again. Yang Jiu was standing just a few meters away in a red suit with a white rose on the chest. The rose was so charming and delicate, but it was way less pretty and coquettish than his appearance. The man was already 32 years old now, but the passing of 18 years did not erode his elegance. There was no sign of old age on his face. Except that he was calmer than before. He was simply the same as he used to be 18 years ago. Song Yunxian looked at him in surprise, frightenedly and unbelievably. Yang Jiu saw emotions changing in her eyes, feeling puzzled for a moment. Did you know me before, Miss Song? Only then did Song Yunxian recall her current status. She shouldn't have known him. How could a girl who had lived in a remote town for 17 years know a man like him in the stream of prosperous families? She shook her head and smiled. No. Yang Jiu nodded. That's right. How could you know me? Song Yunxian stood still and looked at him. Undoubtedly, she didn't believe that Yang Jiu let her here for nothing but such a few words of nonsense. She was sure that Yang Jiu had something to tell her. She just waited for him to speak first silently. Yang Jiu saw her being like this. He slightly turned his head sideways and frowned. Miss Song is the star of the banquet, but you ran out suddenly. Is it okay for you not to go back quickly? Song Yunxian laughed. If I return so quickly, won't I make the thing that you took such great pains to lure me out meaningless? Yang Jiu's eyebrows were raised a bit. She knew that he began to be interested in her. She had been with Yang Jiu for half a year. During this time, Gu Changge saw through his every expression and knew well about his mood behind every subtle expression, though she appeared to be cold to him on the surface. Just like right now, Yang Jiu smiled at her and slightly raised his slender and long eyebrows. This meant that he was interested in her and felt that she was intriguing. Rumors have it that Miss Song is a very smart girl. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Miss Song is really a mind reader. After saying this, he even shook his head and said to himself as if sighing with emotion, You are no more than 20 years old and are so sophisticated. You are really going to set the world on fire. Yang Jiu had said the same words to Gu Changge before. And just as he said, Gu Changge became a legend in the business world of Yuncheng when she was less than 30 years old. Everything was terrific except for her short life. Yang Jiu seemed to recall Gu Changge as well, asking her suddenly, Do you believe the saying that the smart always die young, Miss Song? Song Yunxian shook her head. Yang Jiu smiled. Young people are really so carefree and don't have to worry about anything. Song Yunxian slightly opened the corners of her mouth. She thought that Song Yuncheng had already finished dealing with everything inside and felt like returning first. She stepped to leave. I'm kind of tired and I'm going back first. Yang Jiu didn't stop her, yet he asked her, Won't you ask my name and what I got you out for? So please tell me quickly. You should know that my elder brother will come after me if I stay a little longer. Yang Jiu shook his head and said with a helpless smile, Now that you want me to tell you everything in person, I won't beat around the bush. My name is Mei Qi and I've just returned from abroad. I want to get a position in the Song enterprise. I've heard that Miss Song has just taken over as the president, so I'd like Miss Song to arrange for it. Maggie. He changed his name again. Whatever. A name was no more than a code for him, so it was not important. Song Yuncheng had no plan to help him by the back door, reminding him politely, "There will be a booth of the Song Enterprise at the job fair on the 26th of this month. If you are interested, you can hand in your resume to the personnel department of our company." What a coincidence. I have my resume with me today. Saying this, he took out a business card from the pocket of his shirt. Its golden color was glittering. Having taken out the business card from the pocket, Meichi incidentally handed over the white rose in his coat pocket with his business card. Song Yuncheng didn't take them at once. Instead, she asked him in puzzlement, "Is it proper for you to give a white rose to me?" Maggie smiled. "It was for an old friend of mine. But she was unable to receive it, so Miss Song, please accept the very gift at the expense of her." Song Yuncheng reached out her hand and took the business card as well as the rose. Maggie nodded, smiling. Then he turned around and left. Song Yuncheng watched him leave from the restaurant. Having scrutinized the business card in her hand, she shook her head and returned to the restaurant. Just as expected, no sooner had Song Yuncheng returned to the restaurant than Song Yuncheng made his way out of the crowd and came straight to her. "Where have you been just now, Yuncheng?" Song Yuncheng rubbed her forehead. "I felt a little tight in my chest, so I went out to get some air." Yet Song Yuncheng saw the white rose in her hand at once. "Where's the white rose in your hand from?" "Oh, I picked it in the vase from the reception on seeing that it was very pretty. I hope the person in charge of the restaurant here won't mind it," she said, and she was a little worried. Song family held such a big banquet in the restaurant. How could they care about a picked white rose? Song Yuncheng comforted her. "Just a flower. How could the people in the restaurant care about it?" "That'll be great." Song Yuncheng appeared as if she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she said again, "I'm also tired. I'll let the driver take me home to have a rest first." After saying this, she nodded gracefully and intended to leave. Yet Song Yuncheng just rubbed it in, asking her, "Yuncheng, the party has been on for a long while. Why is there no sign of Child Chu?" Song Yuncheng replied to him, keeping her shirt on, "Elder brother, Child Chu has been bickering with me recently, so he won't come. You may leave when the banquet is almost over." Song Yuncheng appeared to be quite astonished. Yet Song Yuncheng was unwilling to see his bumbling face again. Thus she turned around and left. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon when she got back to Song family. Song Yuncheng still didn't return after she had arrived home for half an hour. So she called Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui said that Song Yuncheng talked happily with Xiao Tianzi in the restaurant, and he had drunk a lot of wine. Song Yuncheng smiled indifferently and asked Xiao Shui to hang up unmindfully. As expected, Song Yuncheng actually pinned all his hope on Xiao Tianzi totally. He was anxious to make a comeback with Song Yunjia through Xiao Tianzi's help. Yet how could Xiao Tianzi help him make such a comeback so smoothly? He was too young and too simple. When Song Yuncheng returned, it was very late, and it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Having returned, he promptly asked the nurse at home whether Song Yuncheng was out or up to anything. The nurse said that Song Yuncheng hadn't been out, and he felt relieved after hearing that. Song Yuncheng had already mentioned the matter in Song family to Xiao Tianzi. The advice Xiao Tianzi gave him was to keep an eye on Song Yuncheng. Only by keeping an eye on her could he know what Song Yunchuan's next move was. Song Yuncheng had already done as Xiao Tianzi said. Yet he was unaware that he couldn't keep a close watch on Song Yuncheng. In the evening, Song Yuncheng received a call from Chu Machen. Chu Machen asked her how the banquet went today on the phone. She smiled lightly, saying, "All went well." He asked again, "Is it really okay for me to be absent?" She pursed her lips. "Didn't you say that you wouldn't help me anymore? Don't do anything risky while you are pregnant. You must tell me if there is anything dangerous." He was so thoughtful to her, yet she felt that she was a little guilty. After raising her hand to rub her belly, she lowered her eyelashes and answered with hesitation, "Okay," while Chu Machen over there remained silent for a while and suddenly said, "Yuncheng, you have to know that I'm doing this not just because of the child in your belly. I know. She knew that Gu Changge truly cared about her. Yet she couldn't put all her heart into loving him. Even though she liked him and wanted to be with him forever, she couldn't forget the hatred in her heart. She had to revenge and watch Xiao Tianzi pay for what he had done with her own eyes. Because Gu Changge was killed by Xiao Tianzi. Gu Changge softened his voice. If you are not happy in the Song family, you can come to the Chu family. My parents have already known that you are pregnant. We should have the wedding as early as possible. And the child in your belly can have a legitimate identity. Slow down our marriage a bit. I've just taken over the position in the Song enterprise. It's improper for me to marry someone now. Gu Changge kept silent for a while and then asked her suddenly, You want us to be like this forever? When I reach the peak, I will give up everything to be with you. I promise. It was the first time that she had ever promised to someone, which was so serious and affectionate. While Gu Changge replied to her just with a disappointed sigh. She excused herself by saying she was tired and said good night to him. Gu Changge also said good night to her. Not until she hung up the phone did she begin to be vacant. Gu Changge did not fully compromise now. Originally, he was not going to help her and even itched to stop her because of Mr. Mogu's words. But because of the baby in the belly now, he gave up the thought of stopping her. He just acted as an outsider and watched her move forward step by step. Even so, she believed that Gu Changge would surely show up boldly to help her when she met with danger and difficulties. She was very pleased with the current situation. What she wanted was no more than this. She got washed at 8 o'clock and turned in. No sooner had she lain on the bed than she heard the vibration of the phone. She was not even asleep. She was wanted on the phone. She picked her phone up in her hand and saw that the call was from a strange number. But the number was not completely strange, because the number was impressively printed on the business card Mei Qi gave her today. She took out Mei Qi's business card from the drawer and compared with the number on it. As expected, the call was really from Mei Qi. She frowned and thought for a while. Then she pressed the answering key and waited for the other end to speak. Mei Qi's voice was magnetic and graceful as before, which was simply better than that of an announcer of the dynamic radio station. He said, Miss Song, are you planning to employ me? Your name is really Mei Qi? She was playing with the business card in her hand. She didn't believe that it was his real name because his real name was Yangjiu. Mei Qi smiled. A name is no more than a symbol. What matters most is the competence. Is that right, Miss Song? I don't understand why you are so interested in the Song enterprise. You are actually thinking of starting a career in such a place. Mei Qi's words were a little bantering. If there must be a reason, then maybe it's that the situation of the Song enterprise is very intriguing now. After saying this, he seemed to feel it was improper to say it, adding, or it should be that the fight for the succession of the Song enterprise is very intriguing. Do you think so, Miss Song? Song Yunchuan's eyebrows frowned suddenly. You are here to help me? Mei Qi answered frankly. That's right, Miss Song. I'll help you. How can you make me believe you? Mei Qi was just like a foresight counselor who was calculating her heart, as well as the next trend of the Song enterprise. After a while he said, I think that Miss Song should be ready to get rid of your elder brother Song Yuncheng, right? Song Yunxian felt a little surprised in her heart that Mei Qi calculated so clearly about her next move. Mei Qi did not ramble. You must be curious about why I have the same thought as you. However, if you want to pull out the thorn in your eyes, then won't it be easier to get rid of the one who has the weakest backer? Song Yunxian acquiesced in it in her heart. Compared with Song Yunjia, Song Yuncheng must be eradicated at once indeed. And it couldn't be delayed. If it was a little later and Song Yuncheng let Song Yunjia enter the Song enterprise, then it wouldn't be easy to get rid of them as they would unite with each other. Now there was a great chance and Song Yunjia hadn't entered the Song enterprise completely and authentically or got a legitimate job title. Song Yuncheng was careless and took his enemy lightly. He really thought that she was nourishing the fetus and did not guard her with all his energy. No matter how, this was the best opportunity. Mei Qi added, Now you only have to catch Song Yuncheng out. Song Yunxian did think of the trick that she caught Song Yuncheng out, Yet there were two old foxes, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian, who gave some advice and insidiously wiped away all the handles which could be found by others at Song Yuncheng's side without a trace. Mei Qi had said a lot on the phone. It seemed that he was thirsty. He picked up the glass and drank some water. Miss Song, there are so many things. I can't explain them all clearly on the phone. How about you hire me during the interview in person? Song Yunxian couldn't help laughing. Which position do you want to apply for? There came a confident voice. Your secretary. Her secretary? She bent the corners of her mouth. Having said good night to him, she hung up the phone. She really needed a secretary. If the position of her secretary was given to Mei Qi, it wouldn't be wrong. She could really think of taking a look at his interview in person. Though she had the thought, Song Yunxian finally didn't show up in person when the interview began. The interviewer of the personnel department gave Mei Qi a formal and strict interview. The results should have been sent to Song Yunxian first. Yet the personnel department did not take her, the president, seriously at all. They just sent someone to deliver the interview result to Song Yuncheng directly. Song Yunxian had expected the move of the personnel department, so she sent someone to watch out for the only way which must be passed to Song Yuncheng's office. As a result, the interview result was intercepted and sent back to Song Yunxian. After the people of the personnel department knew about this, their hearts were in confusion. They had no idea whether they should ask for Song Yuncheng's help or go to Song Yunchuan's office to apologize by saying that it was because of their carelessness at this time. Having struggled in the heart for a while, the minister of the personnel department finally went to Song Yuncheng's office to ask for his help, considering that his status was actually higher in the Song enterprise. Song Yuncheng asked him, "Haven't you investigated all the people applying for the position of the secretary of the president? What's this for by sending it to me?" The manager of the personnel department was a little nervous. But Manager Song, there was an interviewee named Mei Qi at the first trial with such an indistinctive resume before, who seemed to be a mediocrity. Yet today we found that he was an elite who did better than all the other interviewees in the interview. The interviewees that you were optimistic about were all defeated by him. Song Yuncheng originally had his back to him, fiddling with the lovely tropical fish on his desk. Yet he turned around suddenly on hearing what the minister of the personnel department said. What have you done to deal with it? Now in this case, why didn't you just make an excuse to get rid of him? Song Yunxian would be even more powerful with such a shrewd assistant as her secretary. The reason why he wanted to employ a secretary of the president for Song Yunxian was just that he wanted to find a garbage that was useless to work with her. If there was really a shrewd man hired by Song Yunxian, wouldn't it mean that he was just asking for trouble himself? On second thought, Song Yuncheng felt that it was so bad and waited for the minister of the personnel department to reply to him. He hoped very much that the minister of the personnel department could tell him that the interviewee had been got rid of. However, after a pause, the minister of the personnel department raised his head awkwardly. Miss Song accidentally sent a new interviewer into the personnel department. He didn't listen to any one of us and disregarded relationships. He just took the interviewee's behaviors into account. Song Yuncheng could almost not help raising his voice, asking him anxiously, So the other interviewers couldn't just make an excuse to drive Mei Qi, who was outstanding, away out of no reason. They just let him pass the interview. Song Yuncheng felt that his chest was tight and almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot after hearing what the minister of the personnel department said. Only looking at Song Yuncheng's face, which was gradually becoming livid, the minister of the personnel department realized that he had made a huge mistake. He promptly passed the buck. After this happened, I sent the name list of the qualified interviewees to your office, because only the top management has the final say on who to hire. Song Yuncheng furiously interrupted him. So where is the name list? Why haven't I seen it? Wasn't it supposed to be sent to me? The face of the minister of the personnel department turned extremely pale, as if he had just swallowed a fly. It was supposed to be sent to you, Manager Song, but on the halfway it was intercepted by someone sent by Miss Song, and now the name list. Song Yuncheng's eyes stared at him horribly. You mean the name list is now in Song Yunchuan's hands? Though he did not want to admit very much, the minister of the personnel department had to resign himself to fate and nodded. I'm afraid so. A breath was stuck in Song Yuncheng's throat and remained for a long while. He could only hold the corner of the desk and cough. The minister of the personnel department was too terrified to speak. While in Song Yunchuan's office, Mei Qi had already sat on the chair opposite to Song Yunchuan's desk. He wore a white shirt and a black suit today, who looked just like a standard white-collar worker. Having taken a look at the name list containing the above-mentioned interviewees, she took out their resumes and said with a sigh, "They are all good with high academic qualifications and a lot of work experience. It can be told that others are also very excellent besides you."
Mei Qi smiled coldly.
You don't really believe the superficial practice, Manager Song? Song Yunxian raised her eyebrows slightly and moved the list from before her eyes, looking at him. But you haven't told me why you want to help me. Because it is interesting. Song Yunxian was just like listening to a joke. She put the list in her hand on the desk. She pulled out a pen beside her and placed the nib on the paper, circling his name. If you don't tell me the truth, I will cross out your name. Then you can't stay in the Song Enterprise anymore. Mei Qi felt the threat against him. But this feeling of being threatened was not so repugnant. He nodded. I will tell you the truth. Song Yunxian raised her head, looking at him. Mei Qi's eyes showed a bit of sadness, which was rare. I once lived in Yuncheng for some years and knew a person. I came back to see her this time. Who is it? She asked him casually. Yang Zhou did live in Yuncheng for some years. It was a miracle that the person he knew made him come back in person to visit. She couldn't tell who the person was. After all, Yang Zhou knew a lot of people in Yuncheng. Maybe during the time when he tutored her. He tutored several young masters or noble daughters from various families at the same time. She had no idea who he came back in person to see. Mei Qi heard her question. He lowered his eyelids and spilled out a name with a bitter smile. Gu Changge. The fingers which Song Yunxian used to hold the pen suddenly paused. Mei Qi continued to say, more than a decade ago, I didn't use the same name as now when I was in Yuncheng. So even if you investigate me, you will end in failure. But after Gu Changge's death, I could track down many things about her. Song Yunxian held the pen tightly and crossed a name Lu Sidong off the list which was sent here. And then she crossed a name Liu off the list. Mei Qi took no notice of the movement of her nib. He just recalled and said, I thought that such a clever kid like Gu Changge could have lived for some more years. Yet out of my expectation, she passed away at such a young age. I've heard that it is because of a traffic accident. She continued crossing off the rest of the names on the list. There were 8 names in total on the list. And there were 7 names besides Mei Qi. She had crossed off 2 names and might cross Mei Qi off at any time. It seemed that Mei Qi had anticipated that Song Yunxian would never cross his name off. Even without looking at the movement of her pen, he continued his talk. Everyone said that Gu Changge died from a traffic accident, yet I feel that there are still a small number of people who will doubt that Gu Changge didn't die so easily. Song Yunxian crossed off names without looking up. It seemed that she died from a traffic accident. How could someone frame her? Xiao Tianzi. The name was spilled out suddenly by Yang Zhou in person. Song Yunxian had just crossed out one of the 3 remaining names with her pen. She smiled and looked up at him. You are so alarmist. If Xiao Tianzi hears it, he will definitely sue you for defamation. He won't. Mei Qi's answer was resolute and decisive. Because it's the truth. Keep the slanderous remarks to yourself as there is no evidence. If you are my secretary, such words will get me in trouble. Her words were so casual and lazy. She twirled the pen around her fingertips. Mei Qi looked at her with a smile. I found out that you knew Gu Changge. So your goal is also mine. Song Yunxian looked at the 2 names left on the list, and a cold look appeared in her eyes. Don't stir up trouble for me at random. You look like more than a child now. The words, more than a child, stupefied Mei Qi. He looked up at her. She lowered her eyes and crossed the name beside Mei Qi off. On the whole list, only Meiqi's name was clear while all the names of others were crossed off with no exception. It seemed that Song Yunxian had just finished an important piece of screening work. She looked at the list with satisfaction and sighed. Then she put the cap onto her pen. Now I'll call the personnel department and let them send over the contract. If there is no problem, sign your name on it. How long is the duration of the contract? Song Yunxian answered him without a second thought. 1 year is enough. Yet Meiqi smiled. Manager Song, please ask the personnel department to send a 2-year contract. Song Yunxian felt a little unhappy. She raised her head and frowned, looking at him. Now you are applying to be my secretary, but you distrust me so much? It's possible that there may be some extra work. Meiqi's answer was a little meaningful. Having thought for a while, Song Yunxian didn't ask him what he meant but asked, "What's your view on my brother's matter?" Meiqi thought for a while and said, "Manager Song." She looked at him. "What? You lack a proper chance." Meiqi said this answer leisurely. Song Yunxian slightly curved her lips. "I certainly know I lack it. But the thing you have to tell me is when the chance will arrive."
Meiqi smiled.
Compared with the opportunity you need, I hope more that Manager Song can keep a good relationship with a person at this time. Song Yunxian was so wise that his words were sufficient to her. She slightly frowned. "You mean Chu Machen?"
Meiqi nodded.
Seeing her frown, he asked her, "Or do you think you can break up with Child Chu at this time?" She felt a little agitated. "I will try." Nowadays, the relationship between her and Chu Machen was not bad but absolutely not the best. They met each other once a few days, and Chu Machen didn't hold a positive and supportive attitude towards the thing that she wanted to enlarge the Song enterprise step by step. The only thing she could do now was to uproot these roadblocks that she could reach as soon as possible. Read more at. Chu Machen just finished a merger case in Chu's. He ordered his staff to draw up a contract. Then he would fly abroad to sign it the next day. Before he left, he suddenly reminded of Song Yunxian. He was about to call Song Yunxuan's brother. But before the phone could be dialed, he heard the assistant call him. "Child Chu, Miss Song is here for you." Song Yunxian had never been to Chu's by herself before, so he couldn't make sense of which Miss Song the front desk assistant was referring to on Earth for a while. He frowned and asked, "Which one?" "The third one of Song family, Song Yunxian." His eyebrows stretched slowly. He put down the phone and stood up from the leather swivel chair. The door was gently opened. The assistant reverently said to Song Yunxian, "Please." Song Yunxian nodded politely, and then came into Chu Machen's office. Chu Machen saw her wearing a down jacket and a red scarf. The strangest thing was that she wore a pair of white rabbit fur earmuffs over her ears. He was almost taken aback by her costume. He strode over to her and asked her reproachfully, "Did you come here alone by bus?" "Yes, I came here by bus." Saying the words, she took off her fluffy earmuffs. She said some interesting things on her road unconsciously. "I have not crammed onto a bus for a long time. It was lucky that there were not so many people as the morning rush hour after I got on the bus. By the way, when I was waiting for the bus at the bus station, it seemed that it was about to snow again." She took off her earmuffs and then began to take off her scarf. Chu Machen reached out to help her. Seeing her wearing thick clothes with such a chubby look, he could know that she was actually very afraid of the cold. His face clouded over spontaneously. "Why didn't the driver and Song family send you here on such a cold day? Why did you have to take a bus by yourself?" She smiled in a quite pleased state. She was a little sly. "I just suddenly remembered that I had not taken a bus for a long time, so I went to the station on my own. It was not the driver's fault. If you want to come here, you can call me in advance. I can pick you up. I don't want to bother you." The heating in Chu Machen's office was good. She wore thick clothes. If she didn't take off one layer of her clothes quickly after she entered his office, she would get hot and sweaty soon. After helping her take off her down jacket, Chu Machen turned to see that the assistant came in to serve her a cup of coffee. He ordered the assistant to take back the coffee and told her, "Change into hot cocoa." Song Yunxian liked hot cocoa. She liked it when she was still Gu Changge. She didn't know whether it was because Chu Machen thought all the girls liked hot cocoa, or he just remembered Gu Changge's preference and then fitted it to all the girls. The assistant quickly changed into hot cocoa and came in. Song Yunxian held the cup and constantly sipped the hot cocoa on the sofa. Chu Machen asked her, "Why did you suddenly come here? Do you have something to tell me?" Song Yunxian put down the cup and looked at him. "Can't I come here with nothing to tell you? I thought that you would be very busy as you just entered the Song Enterprise, and you had no time to care about me at all." She obviously felt that the words he said carried some poor feelings as if he had been abandoned. Song Yunxian could not help smiling. She reached out and held his fingers. "I am not so busy as you thought. Things are mostly handled by my brother. I'm just an idler, and I just have a nominal title. Aren't you going to get the real power soon?" Chu Machen could always expose her sharply to the point. Her smile on the face froze for a while. She held his hands and frowned. "Please do not talk about work. Then we have nothing to talk about." Chu Machen turned his head and was about to drink coffee. Song Yunxian had no choice but to watch him drink half a cup of coffee. She bit her lower lip and stayed silent for a while without saying a word. Chu Machen gave a sidelong glance at her and saw that she seemed to be distracted, thinking about something. He really couldn't figure out why she suddenly came here today. She was such a cold woman at ordinary times. "Tonight, I don't want to go back home." She thought for a long while and then said these words. Chu Machen looked at her in surprise. He inevitably felt strange. "You don't want to go back home?" Song Yunxian curved her eyes and smiled. "Could you please accompany me to a place?" Chu Machen could not figure out what she wanted to do, but he still uncontrollably followed her to leave Chu's. Song Yunxian sat in the white Porsche of Chu Machen after he finished his work. She was enjoying the view along the road as the car was moving. "Have you ever been to see a movie?" Chu Machen looked sideways at her face. "Several times occasionally. I have heard that there's a good new movie at the cinema. The comments are not bad. Let's see it together." Song Yunxian smiled and looked at him. Chu Machen couldn't refuse her at all. He lined up with her to buy movie tickets. The line was so long. It might be because the movie enjoyed a very high appraisal, or because there were many couples here to achieve their love affairs at night. They lined up for a long time to buy the tickets. Song Yunxian checked their positions. "It is the 4th row from the bottom. Have you been there before?" She tried to cover it up. "My second sister once bought this row. So, she told me that it was the 4th row from the bottom." Chu Machen nodded and stopped pursuing. Song Yunxian found their positions to sit down and waited for the movie to start with him. In the few minutes before the movie started, some young couples came in successively and took their seats. Chu Machen usually saw a movie in his private screening room at home, and he was not very into such recreational activities. Ordinarily, if he had some spare time, he would rather make an appointment with someone else to ride a horse or play golf. Seeing that all the seats were taken successively, Song Yunxian turned to talk to him. "I have heard that it is a horror movie." Chu Machen didn't deny as he thought of the poster he saw when he entered. "That poster is very bloody." Song Yunxian seemed to be listening to his answer. After he finished his words, she stealthily slipped her fingers into his palm at once. His fingers slightly stiffened. Song Yunxian waited for his reaction nervously. If Chu Machen really got tired of her, he would not hold her hand definitely, but if he still liked her, he would hold her fingers tightly definitely. She was just waiting like this. But after she waited for a long time, Chu Machen did not close his fingers to hold her fingers in his palm tightly. Inevitably, she was a little disappointed in her mind. Though she was not a young girl who was first awakening of love according to her mental age, she still couldn't contain her disappointment just at this time. Her fingers rested on the palm of his hand. Finally, she held his hand tightly in the opening music of the movie, unwilling to give up. She didn't want to give up. Also, she couldn't give up. She chose Chu Machen and chose the Song Enterprise. Though it was a little hard for her to keep both, he and the Song Enterprise were not in conflict. Her eyes seemed to be focused on the movie screen. Though this movie had some scary scenes that made girls quiver out of scare, Song Yuncheng was quiet as if she had not seen anything. She was too strong and tough. She had gone through the pain of breaking her legs and digging out her heart in her previous life. No matter how terrifying and lifelike these scenes were, they could not make her scream out of scare. Because compared with her own experience, these scenes were not a big deal to her at all. In her eyes, these scenes constantly changed on the movie screen. All around her was the screams of young girls. Many boys seized the chance to embrace those girls in their arms. Some girls were too delicate. They were even frightened to cry. Then there came the sound of boys coaxing girls. At first, she held Gu Changge's hand on her own initiative, but he didn't hold her fingers tightly. After that, she acted calmly like an outsider during this movie. Gu Changge turned to look at her, only to see her calmly facing the movie screen. At the end of the movie, the main character finished her adventure and found the lover who protected her many times, and with whom she fell in love during her adventure. The hero and heroine under the background of the yellow sunset in the desert hugged and kissed each other, leading a camel. The veil on the heroine's head was gently blown up by the wind and covered the whole screen. They hugged and kissed each other affectionately. The mood of the movie went into a touching and relaxing state. Some couples in the theater followed suit and began to hug and kiss each other. But Song Yuncheng loosened Gu Changge's fingers at this time. She stood up and said without emotion, "It is finished." She stood up to go out. Gu Changge kept silent for a while in his seat and then stood up to leave. He walked after her. Song Yuncheng came out of the theater much earlier than he did. When he walked out of the theater into the ticket hall, he just saw that Song Yuncheng was talking to someone. There was a gentle smile at the corners of the man's mouth. He wore a pair of thin-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. There was a pretty and coquettish woman standing next to him. The woman actually had some subtle similarities to Gu Changge on her appearance miraculously. That was, "Did you come here to see a movie alone, Miss Song?" "Machen came here with me." She smiled. Gu Changge seemed to get the goods on her and said jokingly, "Child Chu really didn't care about Miss Song very much. Why did you come out on your own after it was finished?" The expression in her eyes obviously dimmed a little, but Xiao Tianzi's eyes showed a shrewd light. "Is Miss Song about to go back after seeing the movie?" "Yep. I shouldn't bother you. I will leave first." Gu Changge proudly held Xiao Tianzi's arm, and was about to go into the movie hall with Xiao Tianzi arm in arm. But Xiao Tianzi raised his hand and patted her hand at this time. "Well, Changge, I have bought Xiao Shui the movie ticket. We should go back as well." Hearing that Xiao Tianzi changed his mind, Gu Changge said at once with displeasure, "Didn't you say that you would watch it with me? This is a horror movie. Let's see a literary film tomorrow." Gu Changge still wanted to say something, but Xiao Tianzi already looked at Song Yuncheng. He invited her and said, "The mansion of Song family is just on the way to Xiao family. Chili Chu did not come out. Will Miss Song allow me to give you a ride?" Song Yuncheng should have refused him. But once she remembered that at the beginning of the movie Gu Changge didn't react to her action of holding his hand on her own initiative at all, she nodded. "Then I will bother you, Mr. Xiao." As a result, Song Yuncheng left the theater by the car of Xiao Tianzi. Gu Changge's eyes became dark a little when he saw that the car went away at the door. Song Yuncheng seemed to stay in a bad mood all the way. Xiao Tianzi couldn't help guessing after seeing her expression. "Did you argue with Child Chu?" She shook her head. "Actually, we cannot call it an argument. But it seems that you are not very happy." Song Yuncheng nodded. "We talked about the affairs on work inadvertently when we saw the movie." Xiao Tianzi nodded. He followed her answer and continued to ask, "Are the affairs in the Song enterprise?" Song Yuncheng nodded. "Why did Child Chu have a disagreement with you on such a topic?" "I rested for some days as I felt not well. Child Chu pushed me to get familiar with the Song enterprise as soon as possible to take it over." Xiao Tianzi nodded. He showed a look of understanding in his eyes. Gu Changge frowned when hearing that beside them. Song Yuncheng said nothing else after she finished the words. Xiao Tianzi drove her to the Song family. Hearing that it was Xiao Tianzi who drove her back, Song Yuncheng affably invited Xiao Tianzi to have a seat in his family. But Xiao Tianzi declined. Song Yuncheng seemed to understand something he expressed, so he did not detain him anymore. In the evening, Song Yuncheng called Xiao Tianzi. On hearing that it was Song Yuncheng's call, Xiao Tianzi spoke to the nurse at home. Please tell him that I will meet him in Shaojiangnan at noon tomorrow. The nurse followed Xiao Tianzi's order to tell Song Yuncheng what Xiao Tianzi said to her. Song Yuncheng arrived as promised at Shaojiangnan as expected the next day. Xiao Tianzi chose a private dining room. Gu Changge stayed next to him. Recently, Gu Changge seemed to be very clinging to Xiao Tianzi. She would be anywhere Xiao Tianzi stayed. Song Yuncheng greeted Gu Changge by nodding his head, and then sat down to talk about affairs with Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi concisely talked to him. Song Yunxian seems not to pay much attention to the Song enterprise recently, right? Song Yuncheng nodded. She is pregnant, but she does not dare to go public. Chu Machun seemed to have enough of her. She was in a bad relationship with Chu Machun recently, so she pinned all her hopes on the child in her belly. She wants to take advantage of the kid to have a position in Chu family. Gu Changge was making tea beside him. The delicate little teacup held the superior Longjing tea before rain. She watered it with hot water twice. She then poured the tea into the small teacups and served both Xiao Tianzi and Song Yuncheng. She looked extremely virtuous. Though the Song family didn't have a close relationship with the Xiao enterprise before, he heard that Gu Changge would never serve anyone tea or drinks in person. She was even a delicate woman who would never do housework. He thought that perhaps Gu Changge was very gentle and virtuous so that Xiao Tianzi liked her. His own sister Song Yunjia was fond of Xiao Tianzi, but the primary problem was that she had to surpass Gu Changge, so that she would have the chance to stand beside Xiao Tianzi. Song Yuncheng took a sip of tea. He complimented her and said that she was really good at the tea ceremony. Xiao Tianzi just nodded in agreement. He then said, though your sister is very young, she is not a silly and normal girl. She may just create a false impression to cheat you to make your guard down on her. Song Yuncheng frowned. What does Mr. Xiao mean? Xiao Tianzi said directly, your sister seems not to be a woman who is willing to stay at home for her children and husband. Her attention is all paid to the Song enterprise. Now she is pregnant so that she has no time to handle the Song enterprise. But she will never be a leisure woman who just has a nominal title and is busy nourishing the fetus. You have to manipulate a part of the power of the Song enterprise firmly before she controls it totally. Song Yuncheng thoughtfully looked at him. A part of the power? Xiao Tianzi nodded. There was a light of maliciousness in his long and narrow eyes. Don't you understand me, Mr. Song? Song Yuncheng did not understand him indeed. So when Xiao Tianzi asked him, he asked in a low voice tentatively, you mean dividing up the family property? Xiao Tianzi slowly nodded. Song Yuncheng gasped after he nodded. He refused without consideration.
No. No.
When my father was still alive, he set an explicit ban on dividing up the family property. Though he has passed away now, I cannot do so. He rebuffed stoutly without any hesitation. Xiao Tianzi had never seen Song Yuncheng, who was always irresolute, become so firm about something. He got it in his mind that this way could be a little hard to achieve. Since Mr. Song thinks that this way is impractical, I have nothing else to say. I can only remind you to be careful about your sister. Song Yuncheng nodded. He seemed to be a little vexatious to consider the suggestion Xiao Tianzi gave him. Later, Song Yuncheng picked up a call and then left first. Gu Changge still took her time to pour the tea on the side. It seems that Song Yuncheng is not very filial to his father, but he still remembers clearly what Song Yan told him before his death. At this critical moment, he still wants to handle it by good luck. He is too silly. He took a sip of tea. There was annoyance in his eyes because he could not manipulate Song Yuncheng. Though Gu Changge did not want to mention Song Yunjia very much, she really wanted to show the attitude that she truly considered for him. So she said, Tianzi, why don't you make a phone call to Yunjia to let her persuade him? Xiao Tianzi looked down. He held the teacup, seemingly thinking about something. Gu Changge said in a gentle voice. In any case, Yunjia is still Song Yuncheng's sister. Now Yunjia is the only one to support him. He will certainly listen to Yunjia. Xiao Tianzi nodded. You're right. Xiao Tianzi called Song Yunjia. Hearing the whole story, she agreed at once. Her relationship with Song Yunxian was quite tense. So, it was reasonable that she called Song Yuncheng to go out instead of returning to Song family in person. Song Yuncheng just met Xiao Tianzi the day before yesterday. But today, he was asked to go out by his own sister. No matter how stupid he was able to know what Song Yunjia would say. Before Song Yunjia could say something, he reminded her. Have you forgotten what our father told us since we were kids? Song Yunjia frowned. When he said that we could not divide up the family property, he never expected that Song Yunxian would come to our family one day. Song Yuncheng waved his hand. Don't say anything else. Our father said that if we divided up the family property and lived apart, the Song family would be in a state of disunity. The whole Song enterprise would fall apart because of our dividing up the family property. Song Yunjia didn't want to give up. Our father said that more than a decade ago. Now this theory can be overthrown. Look at Yunning. The property our father gave her is totally separated from the Song enterprise. Isn't she doing so well now? Song Yuncheng got angry once he heard Song Yunning. He even gnashed his teeth with hatred at the thought of the thing that when Song Yunxian got sick, she came back to save her last time. I really have no idea what the hell is wrong with Yunning. She even turned to help Song Yunxian. Now she stands against us. Song Yunning kept a neutral attitude before Song Yunxian got sick. But last time when Yunxian got sick, he realized at once that she still wanted to help Song Yunxian. Originally, even if the illness could not kill her, it would still get her some pain. Song Yunning not only went back and pretended that her pregnancy was affected, but she also asked Nurse Wang at home to call Chu Machin when she was free. Finally, Song Yunxian survived, but he wasted a great chance for nothing. This always made him very annoyed. Song Yunning didn't go back to the Song family because of this after that. Song Yunjia knew that her elder brother was angry, but she didn't think a lot of Song Yunning at all. She just tried to persuade him and said, the matter about Yunning is inessential. The most important thing is Song Yunxian. Song Yuncheng was still entangled by it in situ. If Song Yunning had not intervened suddenly, Song Yunchuan's brain must have been burned out now. Song Yunjia was stupefied by Song Yuncheng's excited tone. She then said, Brother, the thing is over. Now you have to move forward. We can't mark time in the failure we met with last time and refuse to move forward all the time. Do you understand me? Song Yuncheng gasped because of anger. He was so angry that he could not help taking a cigarette out of the cigarette case, and then he lit it. He wouldn't be stopped from smoking because they were in a private room. When Song Yunjia smelled it, she frowned and waved her hand to wave the smoke before her eyes away. Brother, things have come to this point. Yunxian must leave. Otherwise, the one who should leave will be us. Even if we keep our noses clean, Song Yunxian will not let us go. Song Yuncheng was not convinced. Song Yunjia got a little annoyed. Seeing that Song Yuncheng would not change his mind in a short while, she simply decided to leave first. Song Yunchuan's life in the Song enterprise was unchanged to move forward. She took part in several inner meetings in the Song enterprise. But whether it was a new product developed by the technology department or a costly new advertisement from the marketing department, she stayed out of it. It seemed that Song Yuncheng still controlled all the affairs in the Song enterprise. Mei Qi took the charts from the sales department to her. Manager Song, these are sales reports for this season. Song Yunxian reached out to take them. Then Mei Qi brought some forms of a similar format and handed them over to her. Manager Song, these are some reports of sales volume with foreign countries in Harbor City, Qicheng, Haicheng, as well as a part of first-tier and second-tier cities. Please check them. Mei Qi was always respectful to her in the company. They obviously acted as a relationship between the boss and the subordinate. They got along well with each other merrily, harmoniously and normally, but not too closely. But actually, Mei Qi would analyze the advantages and disadvantages of everything for her. He could even arrange Song Yunchuan's schedule for the whole day in an orderly way. Song Yunxian had been idle for a long time. After seeing these sales reports, she smiled suddenly. I think that the chance you mentioned seems to have come to me. Mei Qi looked at those sales reports in her hands and those sales records which were very low. He was a little dumbfounded. Do you plan to send him to this place? Song Yunxian nodded. There was a gentle smile at the corners of her mouth, but there were some faint senses of loss in her eyes. If he can keep well behaved and do nothing, I will keep him. After all, if he is far away from me, he will not be a threat to me anymore.
Mei Qi nodded.
You're right. But if you cut the weeds without removing the roots. Mei Qi still wanted to say something, but Song Yunxian raised her head. We have to avoid making him desperate. Otherwise, he can only make trouble for us. But I believe that you will not be afraid of him. Song Yunxian leaned against the leather chair. Though that is true, he is still a silly guy. Just because he had some personal hatred in his mind, he was taken advantage of by others as a tool. I can let him go. It is not a big deal. There was a large company meeting at the beginning of each month. The monthly meeting of the Song Enterprise started at 8 o'clock in the morning. Song Yunxian attending the conference seemed to have no actual power. Song Yuncheng was the one who made a decision all the way. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian, the two old cunning foxes, symbolically consulted Song Yunxian before making a decision on something. Song Yunxian said there were no problems all the way. In fact, there were indeed no problems. So the meeting went off without a hitch until Song Yuncheng began to pick the one to take over as the general manager of the company in S City. Both Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian intended to find a position for their nephews, and they wanted to find a position where their nephews could make a difference. Both of them happened to pay their attention to the position of the general manager in unison. Before Zhao Yang could say anything, Zhou Jian uttered first, I think the position of the general manager is not very small. It is better to let all the people in the company vote. Since Zhou Jian said so, it was natural that he had already done some voting matters. Voting today was nothing more than going through the motions. Mei Qi was next to Song Yunxian, seeing that she frowned and then turned her eyes away. Song Yunxian absolutely wouldn't let Zhou Jian put his foot in this matter to break her plan. Sure enough, Song Yunxian interrupted him at the next second. Uncle Zhou, you are the old head and the shareholder of the company. Since you propose to vote, I will agree. However, if we vote today, how long will the meeting last? She deliberately raised her wrist and looked at the watch to remind everyone what time it was now. The way she looked at her watch really made everyone realize it was getting late. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian did not want to see things change, so they said, Actually, there will be no problem if the meeting is delayed for 10 minutes or 8 minutes. You guys are fine with it, but I'm not feeling well and I want to break up. After speaking, Song Yunxian stood up, which seemed that she was going to break up. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian didn't take her seriously at all. Now, even if the meeting was over, there was nothing wrong with her leaving first. Anyway, even if she left, the meeting of the Song Enterprise would still continue as usual. But she said something to the point when she left. Everyone is tired today. When voting, they will inevitably be confused about whether they should vote for Zhou or Zhao. Why don't you vote after you all figure it out tomorrow? She stood up and walked out, regardless of whether the meeting would continue or not. The expressions of the people in the conference room all changed slightly. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian both had a nephew. Each wanted the general manager's position. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The two old heads had also discussed it before. Unfortunately, they did not reach an agreement. Each thought that the other one should take a step back and give his nephew a chance. The disagreement between them had made it very difficult for everyone here to vote in the end. If you voted for one, the other one would definitely get to the bottom of this and make things difficult for you. The employees were all worried and nervous in their hearts. Now, Song Yunxian suggested that the meeting should be over, which would give a buffer phase to this matter. It couldn't be any better. Song Yunxian went back to her office. As soon as she returned to the office, Song Yunxian called Xiao Shui. You go out with my assistant after work this afternoon. Having been adapted to work in Fanqing magazine, Xiao Shui did not hesitate after hearing Song Yunchuan's arrangement. She nodded her head and then asked, should I go to the Song Enterprise to wait for him? Or will he come to pick me up? Song Yunxian looked at Mei Qi. Go and pick up Xiao Shui. Mei Qi nodded and smiled. Although it seems to be easy to do now, I think it will be better for you to go with me in person if necessary. You two are enough. It won't make much difference. She ordered Mei Qi. Mei Qi went to pick up Xiao Shui after work in the afternoon. Song Yunxian was sent home by the driver. As soon as she got back, she heard the nannies at home talking with each other. How generous the young master of Xiao family is. Look at these tonics. They are not easy to buy in our country. Yes, Child Xiao really cares about Miss Yunxian very much. Child Xiao, she murmured in a low voice, entering the room. After she entered the room, Nurse Wang came up to her and took over things in her hands. You are back, Miss Yunxian. Song Yunxian walked to the living room and saw that the table was stacked with gift boxes. She slightly tilted her head and asked her, are these from Xiao Luo? Nurse Wang nodded happily. The young master of Xiao family called us in person just now and said that he hoped that you could take care of yourself and nurse your health. Song Yunxian nodded. She hadn't called Xiao Luo to ask about his situation over there since Mei Qi came. The fact that he sent so many gifts to her today was to remind her that she neglected to keep in touch with him these days. She went upstairs to call Xiao Luo. As soon as she dialed, Xiao Luo recognized her phone number and asked her happily, Sister Yunxian? Song Yunxian nodded and asked him, have you arrived in the WS? Xiao Luo answered without interest, I thought I would see Yangzhou the WS. I didn't expect that the guy disappeared suddenly. Grandpa couldn't find him by any means. There is no way but to let me study in the WS for a period of time now. Then he will find me a new teacher. Song Yunxian certainly knew why Yangzhou couldn't be with him. Yangzhou had changed the name and worked for her now. She was helpless. If you have any problems, just tell me. I can help you find a solution, and we will solve them definitely. It was not sure whether she could help him find a solution or not, but Yangzhou was here. One more person, one more brainpower. Xiao Luo frowned and said in a downhearted voice, there is nothing wrong here. I just worry about you. Song Yunxian laughed. Infine. You don't need to worry about me. How about your relationship with Chu Machen? Song Yunxian fell into silence with bitterness in her mind but answered him with a smile. No problem. It was not sure whether Xiao Luo believed or not. He only said, that's good. Song Yunxian nodded. She had a few more words with him and then hung up. The tonics sent here in the living room, such as red edible bird's nest, were all put away in the kitchen. After going back home, Song Yunxian had some snacks and then rested in the room until the evening. When she came out for dinner at night, Song Yuncheng hadn't returned yet. Song Yunxian didn't need to ask but knew that he had to think about whether to help Zhao Yang or Zhou Jian. If Song Yunxian dealt with this problem, she would probably help both of them, or she would probably not help anyone. Because as long as her favor was given to one of them, the other one would naturally be dissatisfied. The contradiction caused by dissatisfaction would not erupt on the spot, but it would become a knot and then accumulate, growing bigger and bigger. In the end, it would affect her own decisions and processes. She ate dinner alone. Song Yuncheng came back at around 9 o'clock. She heard from the servant that Song Yuncheng had some soup and then went to wash and sleep after returning. He seemed to be in a good mood. Since he was in a good mood, he must have entirely solved the matter between Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian. Song Yunxian bent her lips, with some senses of ridicule between her eyes and brows. It's useless that he has solved the problem at this time. As the old saying went, the opportunity knocked but only once. Without losing no time to vote to make a decision this morning, who could guarantee that the result of the vote would still be the same the next day? How many changes would happen overnight on Earth? She looked at the pitch-dark night and couldn't help but shake her head gently. The morning meeting the next day was held as usual. When she entered the office and met Mei Qi for the first time, Mei Qi said, "It's done." Song Yunxian nodded and expressed great confidence in him. It was natural that at the beginning of the morning meeting, after the results of several current decisions in the company were announced, the issue on who would be sent to S City as the general manager was inevitably mentioned. This time, the morning meeting started early, so people didn't need to worry about missing lunchtime. Song Yuncheng coughed to clear his throat and began to say, "Since Uncle Zhao and Uncle Zhou have different candidates, just let those people who are sitting here vote on it." The hall fell into silence. After he said that they should vote on it, even the sound of flipping those materials stopped. Having gotten up early this morning, Song Yunxian yawned gently and seemed to give some objective suggestions. "I know both of the candidates recommended by Uncle Zhao and Uncle Zhou, but I don't know them well. The candidate for this position, who will be sent by our company to S City this time, is not limited to them. If there are other suitable candidates, you can also write down when voting. We can think about it comprehensively." Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian didn't reply. Even though Song Yunxian said that there could be other candidates to choose, how could the people present thanklessly choose others? Song Yuncheng also thought that Song Yunxian was talking nonsense. People in the conference room started to press buttons on the voting machines. There was a large LCD screen in the middle of the meeting room. A list of 10 candidates was displayed on it. Except for the chairman and the president, all the candidates at the level of the vice president were on the screen. Of course, Song Yuncheng was also included. Song Yuncheng sat in the right-hand seat by Song Yunxian, and Song Yunxian sat at the front of the long table with her back to the display screen. After she said that the vote began, the sound of pressing buttons went on and on into her eardrums. She didn't look back, just twirling the pen in her hand as if she was bored. Song Yuncheng also felt that this position belonged to either Zhao Yang's nephew or Zhou Jian's nephew, because after dinner last night, he had persuaded the two uncles separately, and the two elders also agreed to sit and see the vote result today. No matter what the end result was, they would not pursue it anymore. Also, Song Yuncheng had guaranteed that no matter who obtained the plum position, the general manager of the company in S City, he would arrange a position of the same level for the other one and raise his salary within 1 month. As long as he soothed the two old foxes well, they could help him wholeheartedly. It took less than half a minute to vote, and the votes received soon coalesced into a cylindrical table. Song Yunxian didn't look back. But Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian were looking at the increase in the number of votes throughout the process. After half a minute of voting, the glasses on Zhao Yang's face were taken off. He took off his glasses as if he could not believe it. He then rubbed his eyes and put his glasses on again. He opened his mouth wide in surprise and turned to look at Zhou Jian, sitting opposite to him. However, he found that Zhou Jian was just as surprised as him. Song Yunxian smiled and glanced at Zhao Yang. "Uncle Zhao, did the voting result come out?" Zhao Yang moved his gaze to her face stiffly. Seeing her innocent smile, he felt like he had seen a demon. Song Yunchuan's chair turned around. She looked at the voting result on the LCD screen from a perfect angle. With a slightly surprised expression, she asked Mei Qi next to her, "Why is there my brother's name?" Having planned to turn around later, Song Yuncheng was scrutinizing a document prepared for the acting president of the company in S City in his hands. Hearing Song Yunchuan's words, he turned around immediately. On the LCD screen, Song Yuncheng's name was clearly written. Moreover, Song Yuncheng actually had 3 more votes than Zhang Jin did. Song Yuncheng felt like he had seen a ghost. He turned to look at the voters. "Who voted for me?" Song Yunxian sighed. She turned to look at Song Yuncheng. "Brother, I just realized that you could also participate in the voting." Song Yuncheng's eyes started to turn red. He didn't know who gave so many votes for him. Song Yunxian stood up and clapped her hands. "Well, if there is nothing else, the conference will be over." Song Yuncheng looked at her sister's expression of accepting with pleasure. He felt annoyed and patted the table heavily, shouting at everyone, "No one can leave." Song Yunxian was also stunned by this shout. She turned around and looked at him. "Is there anything else, my brother?" Her eyes were cold. Her voice was also cold. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian could naturally hear the coldness in Song Yunchuan's voice. They said in a hurry, "There must be something wrong with the voting counter. Yuncheng is not on the list of candidates. How could he get a high vote and be chosen?" Song Yunxian smiled gently. "This shows that my brother has the ability to be competent for this position in everyone's heart. So they just voted for him to work in S-City as the general manager." Zhou Jian tried to be a peacemaker on the side and said, "There must be something wrong with the machine. I will ask someone from the Research and Development Department to come here and check it. Let's vote on it again." Soon after he finished his words, Song Yunxian raised her eyebrows lightly. "Uncles, do you mean that the result of this vote doesn't count?" Song Yuncheng was about to answer first, but he was stopped by Zhao Yang's expression in the eyes. He lifted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and then smiled. "Let's ask a technician to see if the counter is out of order or not." Song Yunxian nodded. Instead of insisting that the counter was not out of order, she echoed, "Since you all think that the counter is out of order, let's just take it as a breakdown of the counter." After she finished her words, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian wanted to skate over the fact that Song Yuncheng was chosen. But Song Yunxian just raised her feet and went out. "The counter in the spare conference room will not go wrong. Please come back and vote again." The door of the conference room was pulled open. The staff present saw Song Yunxian get out of the conference room. Seeing that Song Yuncheng had nothing else to say, they followed Song Yunxian to go out of the conference room one after another and walk towards the spare conference room. The spare conference room was only a few dozen meters away from the conference room that was now officially in use. The spare conference room was fully equipped. The tables and chairs were all clean. After Song Yunxian was seated, everyone who attended the meeting also came in one after another. Song Yuncheng still stayed in the original conference room and did not leave. After the staff left one after another, he said to Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian, "What's going on?" Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian did not understand this either. Obviously, he had already talked to the voting staff before. Zhao Yang had informed his subordinates. Zhou Jian had also informed his subordinates. How could this accident happen when they voted? Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian both felt confused. But Song Yuncheng suddenly remembered the words that Song Yunjia told him when she came to him before. Song Yunjia said that even if he kept his nose clean in the Song Enterprise, Song Yunxian would never let him go. Would Song Yunxian try to expel him from the Song Enterprise by all means? If this was the case, it might be Song Yunxian who made some tricks in this vote. He raised his red eyes. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian all saw that his expression was weird. They asked him with concern, "Yuncheng, calm down first. There must be some solutions to handle it." Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian persuaded him. But Song Yuncheng clenched his fingers into a fist tightly. "We really shouldn't let go of this girl. Let's go and see the result of the vote first. Maybe there is really something wrong with the counter." Zhou Jian advised him. Zhao Yang was also there to appease him. "Yuncheng, you don't have to worry. Even if you have the most votes, I and your uncle Zhou can do something to help you as long as you haven't gone to S-City." Song Yuncheng looked up and he was a little helpless. Zhao Yang nodded at him and motioned him to calm down. Song Yuncheng took a deep breath and then barely calmed down. These three people walked together into the spare conference room. By the time they got in, the conference room had been full of the staff. Only 3 of them were not there yet. They were the last ones to be there. They were accompanied by Song Yuncheng. Everyone naturally understood that they both supported Song Yuncheng. There was also a slight change in the look in the staff's eyes. Song Yunxian looked up slightly at Mei Qi. Mei Qi gave her a look of relief. Zhou Jian cleared his throat and then said, "There might have been a data error in the voting in the meeting room just now. So please vote again on the general manager of the company in S-City." Everyone whispered to each other and discussed it for a while. Then they picked up the voting devices in their hands for a new round of voting one after another. Song Yuncheng turned around his head during this voting, staring firmly at the counter without moving. The number of votes in Zhangjin grew rapidly at first. Zhangjin was far ahead of Song Yuncheng within 10 seconds of the start of the voting. However, after 20 seconds, Song Yuncheng's votes caught up with and surpassed Zhang Jin's votes. The final result made Song Yuncheng's eyelids keep twitching. My brother still has one more vote than Zhang Jin. It seems that this position really belongs to my elder brother. After saying that, she glanced at Mei Qi without trace. Mei Qi thoughtfully looked at the staff who voted on the spot. When two of them were swept over by his eyes again, they were obviously very uneasy. Song Yunxian had been in the conference room for a long time. She had moved twice. She claimed that she was tired. After seeing the result of this voting, she got up and said, "It's almost over. Let's break up the meeting and go back to work." The staff present looked at each other before they got up and left one after another. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian looked at the company employees who were leaving and sighed a little in their hearts. On the surface, it seemed that the employees were all supporting Song Yuncheng and the Song Enterprise. But in fact, after Song Yunxian came into the company, some people would inevitably change their minds and choose another promising master now. It seemed that there were indeed a lot of people who believed in Song Yunxian now. Song Yuncheng experienced the vote just now and understood the situation. He spontaneously looked up at Zhao Yang with some doubt. "Uncle Zhao, what do you think I should do next?" Zhao Yang was stunned by this question and then turned to look at Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian also felt it was tricky. He sighed and then said heavily, "Yuncheng, let me discuss it with your Uncle Zhao carefully." Song Yuncheng nodded. Song Yunxian returned to her office after leaving the meeting room. Only she and Mei Qi were in the office. Mei Qi entered the office. He closed the door and then said, "Are there two people who have temporarily defected?" Song Yunxian leaned her body on a leather swivel chair. She put her hands together on the table. Her hands pressed against her chin. She meditated. "This is no other way. After all, I'm fighting with my brother now. No one knows who will win in the end. Everyone has the right to choose before the situation is clear." But Mei Qi said lightly and leisurely, "However, only those who stand firm can live to the end." Song Yunxian nodded. "What do you mean by saying this?" Mei Qi frankly said, "Those two people favored Song Yuncheng when they voted for the second time. We should find an excuse to fire them. It will be better." "You have already seen clearly who those two are?" Song Yunxian asked him. Mei Qi even set out the departments and names of the two people at once. Deng Jia in the Human Resource Department and Jiang Jiao in the Technology Research and Development Department. Song Yunxian nodded and said, "Two women." Mei Qi frowned with disgust in his eyes. "Two men." Song Yunxian couldn't help laughing. "My former teacher told me that women had long hair and inexperienced insights, but unexpectedly, some men are also a little short-sighted." She said this unintentionally, but Mei Qi couldn't help being stunned after hearing her joking remarks. A small episode was remembered in his mind. It was when he was 19 years old. He was a private tutor for Gu Changge, the young lady of the Gu family in Yuncheng. As a private tutor, however, he did not teach her the knowledge in books, which seemed to be above board. He taught her some obscure tricks she should not have known at her age. At first, he was reluctant to teach this young lady who had no mother. The excuses he found were particularly outrageous. He took the young lady's long silky hair in his hand and said to her, "Girls should be married honestly, and then they will have children. They will wash clothes and cook to serve their fathers-in-law as well as their mothers-in-law. They will have a happy life if they have more children in succession, and marry into some wealthy and powerful families." Gu Changge looked at him just like looking at an idiot. Then she raised her hand and took her long hair back from his hand. "I will tell my father and let him dismiss you, a jerk." Finishing her words, she turned around and was about to leave. Yang Jiu was young and aggressive at that time. Although it seemed that he had many tricks and was very sophisticated, he couldn't stand it that a little girl looked down upon him like this. Failing in joking and coaxing her, he just grabbed the end of her hair at once, seizing her and stopping her from leaving. Her scalp ached because of his action, and she looked back at him angrily. He then laughed and said to her rascally, "Look, women just have long hair and inexperienced insights. You have such long hair. Although you look like a little princess, you still want to cry because of pain when you are caught. Right. Gu Changge cut off her long hair the next day. At that time, Yongzhou thought that it was a little cruel to play a joke on this child. But he couldn't help vacillating for her determination of cutting her hair. People in the Gu family said that Gu Changge liked her hair very much because she had seen pictures of her mother, and her mother also had long silky hair. This might be a way of remembering her mother. But she cut her hair under the joke of Yongzhou. Yongzhou could vaguely understand her thoughts. After losing her mother, she was always sheltered by her father. If she was not useful, then there would be no way for her to survive in Gu's. There were so many women who wanted to have an illegitimate child to replace her in Gu's. Yongzhou recalled that little girl. He couldn't help turning to fix his eyes on Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian paid no attention to his stare. She just looked through the personnel transfer information of S-City, saying, "Assign Deng Jia to S-City along with Jiang Jiao." Now that they thought Song Yuncheng had a bigger chance of winning, they should stand by Song Yuncheng and work for him. In the future, they wouldn't have to work in the head office in Yuncheng. After staring at Song Yunxian for a long while, Yongzhou felt he was befuddled. How could he connect Song Yunxian with the child who had already died without rhyme or reason? Having thought for one more while, Song Yunxian said, "Maybe sending my elder brother to S-City is not as easy as we have imagined. Sorry to trouble you, Mei Qi." Mei Qi nodded, reminding her, "Song Yuncheng may have some obscure tricks. You should be careful about him." Song Yunxian nodded, smiling. "I see. Thanks for reminding me." The news that Song Yuncheng was assigned to S-City spread quickly. At first, people in the meeting room secretly spread the news to the whole company. Then Xiao Tianze and Song Yunjia knew it at the same time. Even Song Yuning knew about it quickly. Having got the news, it was natural that Song Yunjia called Song Yuncheng immediately. She appeared to have guessed it right. As he didn't follow her advice, she wanted to see how much her elder brother regretted now after hearing it. Yet the fact was not as terrible as Song Yunjia had expected. Song Yuncheng still pinned his hopes on Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian. "Uncle Zhao and Uncle Zhou will figure out a way for me." Song Yunjia frowned, appearing to dislike his innocence. Now that Song Yunxian has a way to get you elected with a high vote, she must have known how to force you to leave for S-City. Even if Uncle Zhao and Uncle Zhou come up with a way to make you stay here, Song Yunxian will respond quickly and effectively according to the current situation to stop it. Song Yuncheng was stubborn. He exceptionally believed that Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian could help him at such a critical moment. Song Yunjia had no idea why Song Yuncheng was so unnatural and stubborn at this time. Yet Xiao Tianze enlightened her with one simple sentence. Now he has no one to count on, except Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian. But Song Yunjia wanted to mention herself, yet she decided to say something else on seeing that Xiao Tianze frowned. "I've told him to divide up the family property before, yet he didn't listen to me no matter what I said. And this is the result." Xiao Tianze smiled, with some cattiness in his eyes. "Now you can talk to him again. He may understand your words this time." Song Yunjia was swayed by his words, nodding. "I'll go to see my brother tonight." Song Yunjia left Xiao family. Pushing aside the curtain to look outside, he found that it was already dark now. Xiao Tianze seemed to be a little worried about her indeed. He called a driver to send Song Yunjia back. Song Yunjia felt warmth in her heart and left after smiling at him. Gu Changge was just serving some snacks to Xiao Tianze. Just as she didn't walk far, she saw Song Yunjia smiling at Xiao Tianze thankfully in the living room. She couldn't help gnashing her teeth with hatred. Song Yunjia came more and more frequently these days. She came once a week before. Now she just came 3 times a week. And she had got a reason in advance every time, which was to visit Gu Changge. But in fact, how could Gu Changge not see through her heart? She said that she came to visit Gu Changge, but actually she just used the chance to visit Xiao Tianze. For over 10 years, she had been courting Xiao Tianze. She helplessly watched Xiao Tianze marry the young lady of Gu family, and then marry her, Gu Changge, at last. She actually hadn't given up yet. She really had great perseverance. Gu Changge couldn't help glaring at Song Yunjia's view of back. After that, she turned to look at Xiao Tianze. Coincidentally, she just looked into Xiao Tianze's two pupils. No one knew when he turned to look at her. He started to look at her before she could notice it. He saw her looking at Song Yunjia blackly and gnashing her teeth slightly. It appeared that she really detested Song Yunjia very much. Having found that Xiao Tianze saw her jealous and malicious eyes on the spot, she felt a little perplexed and aggrieved, and then tears appeared in her eyes in an instant. Xiao Tianze had always cared about her very much. Looking at her expression, he waved to her. "Come here." Only then did she pout and walk to him pitifully. Having got close to him, she served the snacks in her hands to him and said softly, "Rose Crisp." Xiao Tianze helplessly took away the snacks in her hands and put them on the nearby desk. Gu Changge pursed her lips aggrievedly, and felt that she couldn't explain her jealous expression she showed just now. She thought that it would annoy and disgust Xiao Tianze if she proactively said that she envied and hated Song Yunjia. After all, Song Yunjia indeed did much for him. She even violated the medical ethics to help him kill Gu Changge with her own hands. Song Yunjia was an indispensable part of Xiao Tianze's plan. She would displease Xiao Tianze if she spoke ill of Song Yunjia casually. On seeing her unhappiness, Xiao Tianze took her hands lovingly and let her sit on his thighs. Unhappy? Gu Changge looked up at him and then lowered her long eyelashes, appearing that she didn't dare to say anything casual even if she was unhappy. Xiao Tianze had known her for over 10 years, and he had already known clearly about her expressions and could almost see through her mind. Her unhappiness today obviously resulted from Song Yunjia. His big hands took her small hands. "Yunjia came here to talk to me about my business. Don't overthink it." No matter what, Xiao Tianze still cared about her very much. Besides, she had his baby in her belly now. Gu Changge frowned, looking at him pitifully. "I believe that she came here for business, but..." She seemed to be in a dilemma and stopped talking after looking up at Xiao Tianze. She had played cat and mouse with Xiao Tianze many times, and he already knew that she must have some words to say next. So he coaxed her. "What? Though that's how you look at Yunjia. She doesn't necessarily come to see you every time for business." Her hands were held by Xiao Tianze, and her voice was appropriately soft. "Tianze, you know Yunjia's affections for you. After so many years, she doesn't seem to have changed." He surely knew Song Yunjia's affections for him, yet he couldn't give her a reply at all. He had already owned Gu Changge and could only fill his heart with Gu Changge. How could he reply to Song Yunjia? Xiao Tianze remained silent, and Gu Changge's eyebrows frowned. If Xiao Tianze really had no feelings for Song Yunjia, he should promise immediately that the one he loved most in his heart was her at this time. Yet Xiao Tianze didn't say so. She felt a little annoyed. The more annoyed she was, the faster her feelings changed. She began to ask him tentatively, "Tianze, what are you going to do with Yunjia?" Xiao Tianze's eyes were originally fixed on her face, but now his eyes turned away after he was asked by her. He said with a smile, "Yunjia is a sensible woman. Don't worry. She knows what she should do and what she should not do." Gu Changge knew clearly that Xiao Tianze's words were almost perfunctory, yet she stopped asking more. After all of those questions, it was already very clear that Xiao Tianze believed that Song Yunjia would not express her love irrationally. Yet Gu Changge didn't believe it. Now that Song Yunjia dared to call at Xiao family nearly once a day, what else was she afraid to do? If this went on unrestrainedly like this, Song Yunjia would be eager to try to express her love to Xiao Tianze very soon. By then, even if Xiao Tianze said no, it would shake Xiao Tianze's love for her a little. She wanted Xiao Tianze to be her own man, and couldn't stand it that there was one more person in Xiao Tianze's heart. No one else should be in Xiao Tianze's heart. Gu Changge didn't say anything superfluous. Having known what was in Xiao Tian's mind, she did not care about Song Yunjia anymore. She reached out to take a piece of rose crisp and fed Xiao Tianze with it. After Xiao Tianze ate it, she asked him with a sweet smile, "What do you think of it? Is it delicious?" Xiao Tianze raised his eyebrows. "You made it." Gu Changge pursed her lips, smiling. "Tell me if it's delicious first." "It's delicious." Xiao Tianzi's answer was what she wished. Having been praised, she was quite happy. And the happiness inevitably made her be eaten up with pride and drove her to start comparing. I have practiced my cooking skills over 10 years. While Gu Changge was alive, she didn't wash clothes or cook in the kitchen. She couldn't even cook fried eggs with tomatoes. Our kitchen almost caught fire during her first cooking. How silly she was. Gu Changge only paid attention to talking about Gu Changge's heavy-handed cooking skills. But she didn't notice that the expression on Xiao Tianzi's face changed subtly. The expression in his eyes became a little darker, with a bit of inexplicable reminiscence. Gu Changge was indeed heavy-handed when she was cooking. She almost set the kitchen on fire indeed when she cooked fried eggs with tomatoes for the first time. However, the reason was that he was ill. The nurse at home asked for leave and went back to her hometown. She was still pregnant while he was sick. She had no choice but to cook for her husband and her younger sister in person. The younger sister's cooking skills were actually very good, but she could only make some snacks that could please others. No one could have snacks for meals. She disliked junk food and fast food outside, and the dishes ordered in the restaurant had not been served yet. She just took the menu and went to cook in the kitchen. Half an hour later, the cracking sound in the kitchen made him quite worried. He had no choice but to figure out what happened in the kitchen while his head was still dizzy and heavy. Yet he found that she was hurry-scurry and busy putting out the fire on the gas stove. The pan with some oil caught fire. She got a bowl of water from the tap and was about to pour it into the pan. It astonished him and made his heart beat faster. He grasped her hand at once and took a pot cover beside him to put it on the pan. Then the fire was put out. She had such a feeling of frustration. Yet she did not want to yield, so she could only act as if nothing had happened. My cooking skills are not good. Now that you can get out of bed, you can just have a meal with Changge after the dishes are served here by the restaurant. Her hair fell down from her ears. Because of the panic just now, it appeared to be a little messy. He remembered that he wanted to hold her in his arms and kiss her in order to comfort her at that time. Yet she just took her hands away from his arms coldly and asked a driver to send her to Gu's after saying that there would be a meeting in a while. All in her mind was Gu's. Though she married him, she had never showed her everlasting love and her attached tenderness to him. And that was why he detested her. Bit by bit, the hatred accumulated year after year. Finally, it hurt her with no mercy. And then it took her life. No one could blame all these things on him, Xiao Tianzi, for being ungrateful and mean. These things could be blamed on only Gu Changge for being annoying. The next day, Song Yunxian published the name list of people who would be dispatched to S City with Song Yuncheng. Zhang Jiao and Deng Jia turned pale simultaneously when they were called to the office and informed that they would be sent to S City. They didn't go to Song Yunxian for help immediately. Instead, they turned to Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian, which was greatly ready-witted. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian were both old foxes. They could probably guess why they were sent out so suddenly. They felt it was a pity. Looking at Zhang Jiao's and Deng Jia's bitter faces, Zhou Jian shook his head. You have trudged up to such a position in the Song enterprise. How could you be so careless and do stupid things? Zhang Jiao and Deng Jia were quite at a loss how to reply, but they still asked Zhou Jian and Zhao Yang for help cheekily. We have been working under the leadership of Manager Zhou and Manager Zhao. You know the company in S City can't be comparable to the head office in Yuncheng. They were still asking for Zhou Jian's help. Over there Zhao Yang sneered already. Doesn't Yuncheng know that the company in S City is no better than the head office in Yuncheng? You think that the Song enterprise hires you with such high salaries to live in ease and comfort? Take a look at your performance for this year. How dare you come to us and ask to be kept in the head office in Yuncheng? Zhang Jiao and Deng Jia couldn't say a word when they were scolded. Zhao Yang panted over there, and then his tone became a little softer. You are both old members of the Song enterprise. Going to S City is not like hard laborers being banished to the frontier. Why do you have to stay in the head office? Work hard to help Yuncheng, and soon you will be transferred back. Zhao Yang used both hard and soft tactics over here. Zhou Jian didn't speak as much as possible. He knew in his heart exactly about this. He had been thinking of ways all night to let Song Yuncheng stay here with Zhao Yang. But when they really wanted to put them into effect, they found that each way was blocked firmly. They had no way out at all. They couldn't keep Song Yuncheng. But the only thing they could do was to ask Song Yuncheng to wait in S City quietly. If the situation took a turn for the better, Song Yuncheng might have a chance to come back soon. Jiang Jiao and Deng Jiao were sent away in this way. When they went back downheartedly, they just saw Mei Qi walking towards them chicly with documents in his hands. Their eyelids twitched when they saw Mei Qi. But after their eyelids twitched, they looked at each other at once and directly walked to Mei Qi. Mei Qi saw them and wore a compassionate look, sighing helplessly. In the next second, Deng Jia and Jiang Jiao stopped him. Jiang Jiao was tall and thin. He was so womanish that he almost itched to do orchid fingers when he spoke. Actually, Mei Qi hated men of this kind very much, but he really wanted to hear patiently what Jiang Jiao would say very much. Thus, he forced himself to be patient to listen to him. "Why did you stop me?" Jiang Jiao cried. "Assistant Mei is so smart. How can't you know what I want to say?" Mei Qi gave a snort and smiled. Then he glanced at them, thinking that they were both sissies. It was not a big deal that they were so womanish, but they were easily swayed. No wonder they were driven back when they came to Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian for help. Deng Jia saw that Mei Qi snorted and smiled, saying, "Assistant Mei, can you put in a good word for us in front of Manager Song? We've settled down in Yuncheng with our families. If we change our working place rashly, I am afraid that we will probably have to transfer our kids to another school. It's quite troublesome." Mei Qi nodded with an understanding expression. "It is indeed quite troublesome." Hearing his words, Deng Jia and Jiang Jiao nodded constantly at once. But Mei Qi smiled just like a demon, asking them, "You know that moving your houses and transferring your kids to another school are troublesome. So why didn't you take my advice when I showed you a way out?" They both felt quite awkward. Mei Qi did show them a way out. It was the night before the vote. Mei Qi had discussed the countermeasures with Song Yunxian and asked Xiao Shui out to visit some employees who might be inclined to vote for Song Yunxian. They persuaded them to vote for Song Yuncheng the next day when they voted by all means. Jiang Jiao and Deng Jiao were included. However, these two men had their own discretion. When they voted for the second time, they actually changed their sides provisionally. Jiang Jiao was not afraid of being scolded and blindly started to find excuses for his foolish behavior at that time without thinking. After all, Miss Song has only you to help her. But Song Yuncheng has Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian to support him together. Assistant Mei, do you really think Miss Song has the chance to win? Mei Qi almost laughed, staring at him unceremoniously. You're advising me to change my side and follow child Yuncheng? Jiang Jiao knew that he had said something wrong and covered his mouth, saying no in a hurry. Mei Qi didn't bother to talk with them. He just smacked those documents in his hands into Deng Jia's arms. I think that you are a little smarter. This folder is left to you. Work hard when you get to S City. Perhaps you can come back soon. The documents were smacked into the arms of Deng Jia. Jiang Jiao thought it was a secret master plan. After Mei Qi left, he immediately tried to snatch it from Deng Jia's arms to have a look. However, when he opened it, he saw that there were no special instructions, but a name list of people and departments assigned to the company in S City. Jiang Jiao was discouraged immediately. After Mei Qi gave the documents to Deng Jia and Jiang Jiao, he went back to the office. Song Yunxian was reading a new fashion beauty magazine of Fanqing magazine. On the cover of the magazine was Yao Mimi, who was not particularly popular recently. Due to her scandal with Chu Machen last time, she had been concealed by the Shao Enterprise. Before going to Harbor City, she planned to find Yao Mimi some social connections. But she was too busy in Harbor City, and then she forgot it. She was idle recently, and on the contrary, she immediately remembered it. She then called Fanqing magazine and asked them to call the entertainment division of the Shao Enterprise and make an appointment with Yao Mimi to have her on the cover. The fashion beauty magazine of Fanqing magazine had always been well received. It was very popular among white-collar women in the workplace and on college campuses. Its sales volume of each issue was much better than those of other magazines of the same issue. Actresses in the entertainment industry began to aim at the cover of this magazine, and in each issue, there were some actresses to recommend themselves proactively. This time the editor-in-chief of Fanqing magazine took the initiative to make an appointment with Yao Mimi, which was simply a blessing in disguise for Yao Mimi. For the Shao enterprise, they would agree at once if Song Yunxian told Xiao Luo. Thus, Yao Mimi, who had been banned and had no exposure since the turn of the year, now could finally enjoy her luck and have a silver lining after the rain came. When filming the cover of the magazine, Yao Mimi learned that it was Song Yunxian who asked the editor-in-chief to make an appointment with her, and she was so grateful that she immediately called to thank Song Yunxian. Besides, she repeatedly guaranteed that she really did not have an ambiguous relationship with Child Chu before. She also swore that she even didn't touch his fingers. Song Yunxian knew from the beginning that Chu Machun would not touch her. Hu Jiehui was many times more beautiful than her, and she had accompanied Chu Machun for so many years. But Chu Machun still did not marry her. Yao Mimi's beauty couldn't be comparable to Hu Jiehui's beauty. Mei Qi saw that Song Yunxian was absorbed in the beauty magazine and waited for a while. Then he said, "I have given the documents to Deng Jia and Zhang Jiao." Song Yunxian nodded, and she then closed it as she had almost finished reading the beauty magazine. She looked up at Mei Qi. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian also understand that this time they cannot keep Song Yuncheng by any means, and they will probably give up on Song Yuncheng soon. Mei Qi nodded, but then he changed the topic. "But even if they give up on Song Yuncheng, I don't think these two old guys will support you." Song Yunxian laughed. "Of course they won't support me. My elder sister Song Yunjia is still there now. She would always be the last choice in the Song enterprise." Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian both chose Song Yuncheng for the first time. When Song Yuncheng was expelled from the head office of the Song enterprise, they would immediately choose Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia was still qualified to enter the Song enterprise. Even if her shares were extremely small, just like a fingernail, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian could get her into the Song enterprise as long as they were here. "You are going to fight against your elder sister next?" Song Yunxian shook his head gently. "It's not my turn to deal with her for the time being." Mei Qi was a little puzzled. Seeing his puzzled expression, Song Yunxian opened her mouth and explained, "Because my elder sister has been eaten up with pride recently, and she has gone to Shao family too frequently. She would get into trouble easily since she went to Shao family so frequently." Song Yunxian, an outsider, saw the situation clearly. Song Yunjia was inside, and Xiao Tianzi was getting nicer and nicer to her. Her heart was getting hotter and hotter, and she would inevitably ignore something that should be paid attention to. Mei Qi thought that the matter of Song Yuncheng had been solved and then asked her, "We can forget about Song Yuncheng for the time being?" Song Yunxian nodded and picked up the grapefruit tea on the table to take a sip, then saying, "Send someone to watch him in case that Song Yunjia will reach over and meddle in the matter in S City." Mei Qi laughed with some sarcasm. "I hope your elder brother can reflect himself carefully after his dispatch to the frontier. According to the fortune in his hands, he will be still able to live comfortably with nothing to worry about if he spends his money frugally, even if he just stays at home and does nothing." But Song Yunxian couldn't help sighing. "I'm afraid he will take things too hard." Whether Song Yuncheng would take things too hard or not depended on his performance when he got to S City. It was not easy to make a conclusion now. Zhou Jian and Zhao Yang failed to turn things around for Song Yuncheng in the end. Song Yuncheng would soon be dispatched to S City. S City was different from Yuncheng. It was an authentic northern city, and it was still very cold there at this time. People who had been sent out there said that it seemed that they were in Africa, because it was where the factory was. And it was not the same as they were told by the head office that the sales performance was highly valued. After arriving there, they just needed to check the assembly line and ensure that the products were not defective. And their life there was very boring. Besides, the factory was located in the outskirts of S City, and it was more than 2 hours' drive from the city center. Even if they wanted to go to the city to take a foot bath, it would take 5 hours for them to go there and back, even not including the time of the traffic jam. Song Yuncheng just made a phone call to the people in S City, who would greet him, and then felt that he was almost driven crazy. He was the young master of Song family. Though he was not given birth to by the first madam who married into Song family in an open and correct manner, he had been living an extravagant life since he was born. Why would he be sent to such a desolate city to live such a boring life just like those who had been demoted once Song Yuncheng came to his family? This was not what made him feel the worst. What made him feel the worst was that he couldn't shackle Song Yuncheng anymore after he went to S City. Song Yuncheng completely turned Song family into a personal thing for her. With such a thought in his mind, Song Yuncheng couldn't help beginning to drink wine like hell, one cup after another in the nightclub. Song Yuncheng drank a lot. He was hammered. Song Yuncheng went back home early to wait for him to back. But she waited for him until 10 o'clock without seeing him. She made a phone call to the driver of Song Yuncheng. He said young master drove himself this afternoon. Song Yuncheng asked no driver to drive for him. She asked the driver to find Song Yuncheng. Guessing Song Yuncheng's expression, she enjoined more than usual. After you find him, please tell me first. Don't bother him before you call me. The driver promised. He waited for Song Yuncheng to hang up. Song Yuncheng did not want to go to bed early this night. After all, Song Yuncheng left in a rush. The flight was settled at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. She wanted to observe that whether Song Yuncheng would provoke something before the day he left. There were flashing lights in the bar. The music was deafening with the hot girls in the dancing pool making people dizzy. There was a girl with hot pants and tall waist shirt sitting on his legs. Her fingers touched his face. She talked in a gentle voice. Was that young master of the Song enterprise? Song Yuncheng looked up at her in a daze. The woman wore flaming lips. False eyelashes on her eyes were so sexy like an exotic cat. Song Yuncheng didn't like her. But he was drunk to be somehow impulsive. He circled around the woman's waist to kiss her. But the girl stopped him on his chest. Don't be hurry. Mr. Song. I heard that you are about to go to S City tomorrow. If you go to that remote place, I will not see you for a long time. Song Yuncheng got annoyed when he heard the S City. But that woman seemed to stimulate him on purpose. She talked impolitely. Young master, how long would you stay in S City? When would you come back? After she said that, she found that Song Yuncheng didn't react to her. She exaggeratively talked to her sisters. Young master would not never come back, would he? Hearing the lady's ironic words, Song Yuncheng tipped her over from his legs and pushed her away. He sat on the sofa behind the desk. There were lots of fruit wine glasses and beers. The woman was tipped over by Song Yuncheng rolling on the table. She crashed into those bottles and glasses. Being treated in such a violent way, the voice she screamed went through the bar. The people who were dancing in the dancing pool also turned their sights to her. The woman tumbled to the floor. She rushed onto the floor so she had no time to get away. So she crushed to the glass fragments. Those fragments penetrated her head and skin, which made her bleed. The blood caused screams from the people around. They all instantly flinched. Some women who saw the blood shouted in a sharp voice. Murdering! There was a murder! They just saw some blood to shout murder. Song Yuncheng drank a lot of wine. But he got awake by the time he heard about the word murder. He stood up and was ready to escape. The barmen rushed into the bar when they heard the news. They looked at the bloody woman. And then they turned their eyes to panicky Song Yuncheng. They couldn't help shouting angrily. Such a wimp could also stir up trouble here. Beat him. They all rushed forward. He could faintly hear someone insulting him. Such a wimp. Messed up by a little girl. How dare you to stir up trouble here? You court death. There were curses and punches. Song Yuncheng was beaten down on the floor in a moment. He subconsciously protected his head with his hands. Dazedly, he heard the noise around him. He opened his eyes only to see people disdainfully ridiculing him. He couldn't figure out why a young master could be in such a miserable situation like him. He nowadays lived a dog's life being beaten and ridiculed by others. He was the young master of Song family. He never be hurt even a finger these years. But now why he reduced to such a circumstance? Who made him reduce? He couldn't understand. The past experience passed over his mind. He was beaten by people, and his eyes started to blur. Those people who were mocking at him obscured generally. He only could hear those people were punching him foot after foot. Every voice they punched was heavy. He really felt disappointed. The pain on his body began to be serious, making him excruciated. He could not even endure the pain, so he huddled up tightly. But when he was huddling, he saw someone take a beer bottle coming to him from somewhere not far. His scare became overwhelming. He suddenly opened his eyes. If the bottle hit him, would he die here? He wanted to escape, but he had no way to go. Those people besieged him without any gap. And the one who carried a bottle coming to him showed a fierce expression. He trembled. He never experienced such miserable treatment. He looked around trying to find someone to rescue him. His snot and tears were going to stream because of fear. The man got closer and closer. Song Yuncheng even could expect the look that he was beaten bitterly. He might die here. Someone wanted to kill him. Someone wanted him to die here. The idea was so strong. His desire to survive was also the strongest than before. He acted like a headless chicken to stand up from the ground and flee away. But every time he stood up, he would be kicked over again. He was scared and frightened. The expression on his face twisted. When the man stood next to him and was about to crash the bottle down, there was a voice from a woman raising, "Stop!" The voice was appealing. Song Yuncheng followed the voice to find where the voice came from. He found Song Yunjia walked out from the throng with a white down jacket at once. Song Yunjia's long hair covered her shoulders. Her face was cold. Seeing those people brawling, she frowned. "Who allowed you to beat him? You'd better not get involved in this affair. He hit a girl in our bar. We just want to give him a small lesson." Those hooligans just said a small lesson like the barman did. But they even took away Song Yuncheng's life. Seeing her own brother was bruised, Song Yunjia showed great pity. She hurried to take out the gold card from her pocket. "The code is 666666. If the money is not enough, please come to me. Let him go." The head of the barman carrying a bottle sneered at her. Then he leisurely received the card. He put the card in his pocket. Then a bully turned back to look at Song Yuncheng and said with disdain, "Lucky this time, feckless." The word feckless pricked in Song Yuncheng's heart. Song Yunjia helped him out. Song Yunjia intended to take him to the hospital to bind up and rinse his wound. But he stopped her. "Now I must have looked bedraggled. If I were found by someone in the hospital, they would create a big fuss." "But your wound?" Song Yunjia worried a lot. Song Yuncheng touched his face. The pain made him gasp. He endured the pain and said, "Please go to the drugstore to buy some medicine for me to handle it." Song Yunjia was sad, but she nodded. She followed his advice. Song Yuncheng was left in a cabinet in a liquor store. Song Yunjia went out to buy some alcohol cleaners and wound dressing alone. After she walked across the street, she saw the head of those bullies just before. The head now changed his harsh look. Seeing Song Yunjia coming close to him, he changed into a flattering look. "Miss Song, we all followed your instruction. Not bad." Then, he handed her gold card to her with 2 hands. Song Yunjia glanced at him coldly. Then she received the card and took out a check. She passed the check to him. "Recently, do not show up in Yuncheng." The head immediately took over the check and answered, "Yes, yes, yes. Please rest assured. We will leave instantly, making no one know it was Miss Song who ordered us to beat him." Song Yunjia frowned. "I just did what would be best for him. Just go." The man turned around and asked his brothers to leave. There certainly was someone among them not understanding why it was good for her brother. The head showed up the check that could cover their expenses all year round. He sneered, "You are a fool." Now Song family messed up on the sly. The reason why it was in such a situation must be that they wanted to drive Song Yunxian out. Today Song Yunjia asked us to play this show. Then she could pin the blame on Song Yunxian. By that time, how much would Song Yuncheng hate Song Yunxian? Hearing the analysis of the head, the bullies all thought he made sense. Then they all praised him. Song Yunjia scrubbed the card and put it in her handbag. Then she turned to the drugstore to buy medicine. When she went back, she saw Song Yuncheng was frowning and thinking about something. Song Yunjia said gently, "Brother." Song Yuncheng was given a scare. He regained his presence of mind. "Hey Yunjia." Song Yuncheng looked pale. But when he recalled the things just happened, he still showed appreciation to her. "Thanks to your coming in time. Otherwise, I couldn't predict my ending." Song Yunjia took out the medicine she just bought and said, "Brother, why did you go to the bar today? Don't you go to S City tomorrow?" Song Yuncheng got annoyed again once he recalled the memory just before. He hit the wall with his fist. Song Yunjia looked at him surprisingly, but she understood soon. Would Yunxian be involved in the affair so that you have to go to S City? Who else but her? Song Yuncheng was regretted that he didn't be aware of her. But he could not imagine she set such trouble for him. Song Yunjia sighed and felt pitiful for him. "I have told you before. Yunxian is not a kind person. If you stay in Song Enterprise, she will not be assured. She must end in kicking you out. Should I go to S City in such a situation?" Song Yuncheng confused. If he went to S City, it would be hard for him to come back. The core of Song Enterprise was not as easy to get close as imagined. It was tough for him to get a stable position in Song Enterprise. But he never imagined that once Song Yunxian came here, his everything was ruined. He held his fists tightly. The nails stuck into his palms. Seeing his face with rage, she guessed it was the point to persuade. She said, "Brother, if you go to S City, it will be difficult for you to come back. Song Yunxian will not let you come back. Could you tell me what I could do?" Song Yunjia seemed to consider. She could not provide an idea in a short time. So she disinfected for him and put a band-aid on his face. The wounds on his face were almost bruised. Only the bridge of the nose and the corners of his eyes got bloody. But such a look was enough for others to make a fuss of him tomorrow morning. She stuck the band-aid on his face, saying, "Brother, in such a situation, if you don't want to lose everything, you have to follow the idea Tianzi offered you." Song Yuncheng dazed. "The idea offered by Xiao Tianzi? You mean the separation?" he asked Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia seriously nodded. She analyzed. You see, Song Yunxian didn't act something before she entered the Song Enterprise. Now she wants to swallow up your power step by step after her entering. She firstly forced you to handle the position as a president, then she drove you out from Yuncheng. Brother, if you don't wake up soon, you may not stay in S City for a long time either. Song Yuncheng's eyes showed scare. That was right. That was what Song Yunxian could do. If Song Yunxian wanted to kill him off, she certainly could strip him from the Song Enterprise step by step. Then let him totally disappear from the Song Enterprise. Please think about that, brother. You do not have so many shares. Once Song Yunxian used some dark means, how could you deal with the rest of your life? How could you make a living? Song Yunxian took away his power. And she took away his property. If he lost everything he owned, he would possess nothing. How could this happen? If he owned nothing, how could he make a living? Song Yuncheng felt scarier when he thought that deeply. Song Yunjia just right offered him a cordial. Brother, if you agree with the separation, I will support you. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian stand with you. They would follow you if you want to. The separation will succeed. Though Song Yuncheng shook his faith, he could not give up what Song Yan had told him. Our father always taught me not to mess up the Song family. Read more new novels on. Brother, Song Yunxian could only fail our family. If she truly did good for the Song family, she would not put you in such a tough situation. Song Yunjia earnestly advised him. Please consider it carefully, brother, please. Song Yuncheng looked down slowly. The struggle face slightly turned to peace. Though he always followed his father's words. Father didn't leave all the property to him. The property he earned from his father could not compare to the change of Song Yunxian. If he agreed to separate, the property stripped form the most profit of the Song Enterprise could make him strong. But if he followed his father's advice, he would be miserable the whole life. He would be desperate because of Song Yunxian. The determination to separate became firmer and firmer. Song Yunjia looked at him. Brother, if you agree, we are still promising. But tomorrow I will go to S City. Seeing his agreement, Song Yunja said instantly, you could call Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian at once to let them hold an urgent meeting before you're leaving. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian were still uncomprehending when they picked up the phones. They were old. They could not figure out instantly. Hearing Song Yuncheng ask them to hold an urgent meeting, they both hesitated. They didn't ask the reason and intention. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian coincidentally comforted Song Yuncheng. Then they discussed with each other after they hung up. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when Zhao Yang called Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian was still asleep with his little grandson. He answered in a gentle voice, we are old. We still have to let the young run us ragged. Mr. Zhao, you know, since Song Yin dead, the Song enterprise has never been peaceful. Yuncheng called me to hold an urgent meeting. I just want to ask your advice. Zhou Jian didn't hesitate. He just sighed. In my opinion, this is his last way. If we choose him, we just follow him. The two were full of experience in the battlefield. They went through so many years in the business circle. They could guess what had happened by the phone Song Yuncheng called. They coincidentally sighed. To hold an urgent meeting, the chairman or more than half of the shareholders in the Song enterprise should agree with it. Those who could participate in the meeting were Song Yunjia, Song Yuncheng, Song Yuning, Song Yunxian, and several powerful managers. The shareholders who didn't meet with Song Yunxian almost got along well with Song Yuncheng. So it was natural for them to agree to hold the meeting. Song Yunxian was totally regarded as an outsider. From they settled the meeting to be told to attend, Song Yunxian did not receive any information about the meeting. Song Yuning called Song Yunxian, telling her that Song Yuncheng had made a phone call to ask her to attend the meeting. She said, I did not vote. They settled everything. Song Yunxian nodded. I got it. Song Yunxian felt strange when Song Yuning helped her to go to the hospital last time. So she was more defensive to Song Yuning. It was natural that Song Yuning was rejected. She got up and made up. Then she made a phone call to Mei Qi. Mei Qi was excited to tell her something unimportant. Yesterday I went to the bar to meet girls. Song Yuanxian turned on the speaker and went to the bathroom. The speaker passed over Mei Qi's voice. Song Yunxian heard she said, when I was flirting with a beauty, my phone rang suddenly. It was a serious brawl. Could you guess? Song Yunchuan's first reaction was that she was not interested in it. But Mei Qi would not say anything unimportant. She asked him, who? Mei Qi just wanted to keep the suspense. Could you guess? If I told you by the time you asked me, that would not be amazing anymore. When he finished, there was a lovable voice from a woman passed over on the phone. Nuisance. You call another woman when I just wake up. But you still want to spoon me. Song Yunxian frowned. Let's continue in the company. I know you are busy now. After she finished her words, she wanted to hang up. But Mei Qi was a little bit worried. He seemed to push that woman away. He became serious. I said it was an essential affair. Who was that poor guy beaten? It was your brother Song Yuncheng. Mei Qi told her immediately. After that, he felt there was something strange. He just now wanted Song Yunxian to guess. But when she changed away to ask, he told her everything. He was so stupid. Song Yunxian didn't answer. She seemed to think about something. Mei Qi asked her. Song Yuncheng was hit last night. Today they wanted to hold an urgent meeting. Can you think about what tricks your brother would play? Mei Qi asked her. She was not clear about that. But she could guess some. I have to attend the meeting to know what tricks he would play. You have to dress up to work now.
Mei Qi was reminded.
He answered in a cozy voice. Song Youngsuna hung up. Song Yuncheng didn't go back last night. She sent out some guards to find him. But they were all asked to be back by Song Yuncheng. They told her that Song Yuncheng didn't allow them to find him because he was upset. Song Yunxian didn't care much about that. She thought he drank too much just because he had to go to the S-City. But she never thought he would hold a board meeting. That was awesome. She was just willing to go to the meeting to check what Song Yuncheng wanted to do. She went to work early in the morning. She saw several shareholders were invited to attend when she just arrived at the company. They just politely greeted Song Yunxian when they saw her. Song Yunxian nodded. She just politely responded to them. Meiqi had already prepared the materials and went to the meeting room with her. Song Yunjia just arrived to save him when he was beaten. That was a coincidence. That was what I thought. Meiqi lowered his voice. And he talked to her. The princess who was hit was familiar with the girl I met. So I talked to her. Do you know what happened? What? That woman deliberately said those words to provoke Song Yuncheng. So, yesterday the one who bought people to hit your brother was Song Yunjia. Song Yunxian couldn't stand sighing. She was too careless. Meiqi smiled. If she did everything carefully, she would not be trapped in such a situation. And she doesn't need to be the woman who stands in the dark to help Xiao Tianzi. Now even Gu Changge could stay under sunshine, but she could not. Meiqi's voice was low. Without listening to him carefully, she even could not hear clearly. But Song Yunxian heard everything he said. And she understood what he said. Meiqi was right. Even Gu Changge could stay in the bright place while Song Yunjia achieved nothing. That was strange. The shareholders all went into the meeting room. Song Yunjia arrived early. When she saw Song Yunxian entering, she glanced at her with her cold eyes. She seemed to wait for Song Yunxian to be tricked. Song Yuanxian and Meiqi looked at each other and then took their seats. Zhou Jian and Zhao Yang arrived late that day. It was the time to start when they pushed the door to come in. Song Yuncheng was much later than them. He wore a mask and a pair of sunglasses after he entered. That look made everyone in the room feel strange. Song Yunxian looked at Song Yuncheng. Meiqi had already told her that Song Yuncheng was hit. He seemed to have serious injuries. Otherwise, he would not wear a mask and a pair of sunglasses. The door closed when it was 8 o'clock. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian sat across Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia sat next to Song Yunxian. You asked me to hold an urgent meeting. Now I want to know what happened. She turned to look at Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian. Zhao Yang didn't say anything but turned to look at Zhou Jian. It was apparent that he wanted Zhou Jian to talk about that. Zhou Jian hesitated for a while and uttered. Actually, I am also unclear about the situation. It was young Master Yuncheng who has called me to attend the meeting. When it was pushed to Song Yuncheng should explain it by nature. Song Yunxian turned to look at him. Song Yuncheng wore a pair of stern and cold eyes, looking like hating Song Yunxian very much. I had no choice but to summon everyone for this meeting. Song Yunxian nodded. For what? Song Yuncheng said after glancing at her. Xiao Qian, please hand documents out to everyone. Hearing what Song Yuncheng had said, Xiao Qian, Song Yuncheng's assistant, immediately got up to send out the materials. Everyone got a file folder. After opening the first page, Song Yunxian sneered. Brother, what do you mean? What do I mean? You can understand after reading the file, Yunxian. Song Yuncheng answered at ease. Song Yunxian nodded. You also saw Dad's will at that time. Most control of the Song enterprise is in my hands. Brother, are you doing this now to split the company? Song Yuncheng nodded. Since you understand, I tell you frankly. I indeed want to split the enterprise. The conversation between the brother and the sister was clear. The meaning was evident too. And the shareholders present naturally understood. No one had expected that he would suddenly want to split. And when Song Yan was alive, everyone had heard Song Yan said that this Song enterprise could not be separated. Song Yuncheng actually went against his father's wishes to split the enterprise. Zhou Jian and Zhao Yang had expected that. Unfortunately, other shareholders were confused. Manager Song summons us to discuss the separation of the enterprise? This is such a big thing. Why didn't you tell us in advance? Yeah, it's not a trivial matter. It must be decided carefully. The people present here were not stupid and naturally understood that their interests would be damaged after the split. And each shareholder also needed to redetermine which one to follow and get his dividend from Song Yunxian or Song Yuncheng. Splitting a company was complicated. However, it was hurriedly proposed today. Except for members of Song family, Xiaoyang and Zhou Jian. Other branches did not know that the purpose of the meeting was to separate the enterprise. Song Yuncheng had thought of this layer of interest while discussing it with Xiaoyang and Zhou Jian. This meeting was to divide the company, but several shareholders of Song's branches were undoubtedly absent. Because the situation was not clear yet, benefits and interest after the separation could not be judged. What was more, the current situation of the Song enterprise was not bad. Even if there was a recession, it could be saved in time without causing too much loss. Everyone knew these reasons. Song Yuncheng directly proposed the separation. Song Yunxian thought that both Song Yunjia and Song Yuncheng couldn't be more stupid. After all, this idea was not what Song Yuncheng had come up with. It was definite that Song Yunjia had taken part in the plan. Moreover, Xiaotianzi, who was behind Song Yunjia, also made suggestions. People with different expressions inevitably set their sights on Song Yunxian. It was clear that Song Yuncheng targeted Song Yunxian. Whether the separation was agreed or not and processed or not depended on what Song Yunxian would say. Song Yunchuan's sight fell on Song Yuncheng and then on Song Yunjia. Later, she said straightforward. Presumably, my sister agrees with the separation? Of course, Song Yunjia was in favor of splitting. Otherwise, how could there be such a good show yesterday? Now asked by Song Yunxian, she raised her head frankly. Since the elder brother has decided in this way, I would also support him. Do my elder sister and elder brother both want the company and family property to be divided? She looked at the two to capture their expressions. Song Yuncheng nodded directly. I can't control the Song enterprise since it is in your hands. But before Dad died, he also left us the property. We will only take what belongs to us. Song Yunxian laughed. Sister, how about you? Song Yunjia hesitated before answering. The same as my brother. She hadn't wanted to split up. However, since Xiaotianzi had given this idea to her elder brother, she naturally needed to cooperate with them. Just after she finished speaking, Song Yunxian took the files out of the folder. She clutched the file with her fingers and shook her head, seemingly sad. Since my father handed the Song enterprise to me before his death, I have been the one who controls the company. As my elder brother and sister, you are not only unwilling to stay to help me but also have proposed the split. It is so difficult for me to understand. Song Yuncheng pressed his lips and said nothing. However, Song Yunjia insisted stubbornly. Yunxian, after the separation you could also manage the company well. Look at your second sister, Yuning. Doesn't she run the magazine well? Having been sitting quietly in her seat and watching the changes, Song Yuning did not expect her elder sister to take the initiative to turn the fire over. Song Yuning pursed her lips, moved her gaze to her sister and said, Our father gives me the magazine during his lifetime. It no longer belongs to the Song enterprise. It is my personal property. Song Yunjia nodded. In this case, the shares that our father gave us also belong to our property. It's okay for us to take care of them by ourselves, right, Yunxian? Song Yunjia was arguing irrationally. Song Yuning was annoyed. Song Yuncheng couldn't help but praise Song Yunjia's words in his heart. It wouldn't be better if their property could be separated from the enterprise at this meeting. At first, he had been troubled by the lack of a demonstration. Thanks to Song Yunjia, who had mentioned Song Yuning, he just found his way. Song Yuning was partial to Song Yunxian. As long as they dragged Song Yuning in, Song Yunxian would agree to the division of the enterprise at last. Song Yunxian raised her eyebrows and looked at Song Yuning. My second sister, I am not partial. Our father did give you that property during his lifetime. I also admit that it is yours. But, however, at this critical moment, she didn't want Song Yuning to become a burden or a potential mistake. If Song Yuning was smart enough, she should cooperate with her. Others might not hear the hidden meaning in Song Yunchuan's words, but Song Yuning could understand it plainly. She frowned. The atmosphere also stalemated a bit in an instant. Song Yunjia uttered, Yunxian, aren't you going to take back the property that Dad gave to Yuning? You are pushing her. She is not pushing me, my eldest sister. Song Yuning suddenly spoke, making a quick decision under pressure. The property our father gave me before or later all belongs to the Song enterprise. I have the right to get dividends and profits. However, these all belong to the Song enterprise. And now I am pregnant, so I don't have much energy to take care of it. If I give it to the Song enterprise, I will be very relieved. It was a mutation. Everyone had not expected that Song Yuncheng would give up the property in her hands and give it to Song Yuncheng. Everyone was astonished. Song Yuncheng threw the documents in her hand into the trash can next to her. Sister Yuncheng could understand the big picture. The Song enterprise couldn't be split. My brother and sister, give up the thought. Song Yuncheng got up and was about to leave, saying, "The meeting is done." Song Yuncheng's eyes widened. Song Yunja couldn't help but say, "Wait a minute." Song Yuncheng ignored her. Her voice hitched in an instant. Shareholders also have the right to vote on such an important matter. I asked to vote. Vote to decide whether to separate? Song Yuncheng was amused. Song Yunja seemed to be very determined. Not only Song Yunja and Song Yuncheng but also Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian knew that those having the right to vote hadn't been informed from anyone before. If they voted at present, it must be the sincerest answer. Song Yuncheng stopped and looked sideways at the shareholders in the meeting room. "Do you want to vote?" The shareholders immediately whispered. However, they muttered for a long time, and no one left the seat and walked out of the conference room. It was apparent that they wanted to see the voting result. Song Yuncheng nodded. "Well, now that you all want to vote, let's vote." Since Song Yuncheng had nodded and agreed, everyone naturally began to think about whether the enterprise should be split or not. Song Yunja and Song Yuncheng held some expectations because most of the shareholders here had been watching them growing up. Just depending on this intimacy, it might be possible to achieve the separation of the Song enterprise. The voting would start 5 minutes later. The voting data was aggregated on the LCD screen. There was nothing more than 2 answers, yes or no. Song Yuncheng turned her swivel chair to see the results of the growing polls, squinting helplessly. Mei Qi beside her sighed. Within half a minute, the result of the vote became instantly apparent. The vast gap made Song Yuncheng and Song Yunja hard to maintain their calmness on faces. Song Yunja couldn't believe that 2/3 did not support the separation. Song Yuncheng saw this clear result and nodded. Every shareholder still has hopes for the Song enterprise. And I wish everyone will work hard for a more prosperous company in the future. Finishing these words, she left with Mei Qi. Song Yunja and Song Yuncheng couldn't move, sticking to their seats. Song Yuncheng was pregnant. She was afraid of walking on ants. She walked past her brother and sister in flat-heeled shoes. Song Yuncheng glared at her with hatred. He probably hated her for betraying halfway. Song Yuncheng sighed and said sincerely, "Brother, why do you continue to fight under such circumstances? There is no way to win." She thoughtfully glanced at Song Yunja after saying these words. Song Yunja felt Song Yuncheng's sight and raised her head to look back. Rarely, she felt a little guilty. It was she that encouraged Song Yuncheng to propose the split. Song Yuncheng had made it out. However, even if she had instigated, so what? Rather than surrendering at Song Yunchuan's feet, it was better to fight her today. Thinking of that, Song Yunja couldn't help but mock Song Yuncheng. "You are supporting Song Yuncheng now. Do you think you can get better?" Xuetao hates Song Yuncheng very much. Song Yuncheng nodded. "You're right." However, even so, Xuetao did not dare to do anything against Song Yuncheng, because Song Yuncheng had Xuetao's fatal fault in her hands. If Xuetao annoyed Song Yuncheng, Xuetao would not be any better. Xuetao just idled and did no decent work, but he was passionate about pleasure and cherished his life very much. Song Yuncheng might not take away his life, but it would be worse if Song Yuncheng sent him into prison. Song Yuncheng also left the meeting room after her speaking. Song Yunja and Song Yuncheng knew those in the room very well. With a wound on his face, Song Yuncheng was not willing to greet people. But Song Yunja was different. When she saw a shareholder she knew, she immediately walked up to him and stopped him. "Uncle Zhang, please help me. You have watched me growing up." Before she could finish her sentence, the one she called Uncle Zhang signed and cut in. Yunjia, you have known that the split was the last thing your father wanted to see in his lifetime. I really can't help you. Your brother plans to divide the company today. But She had more to say, but Uncle Zhang went away from her and left. Other uncles behind Uncle Zhang seemed to know what Song Yunjia wanted to say and steered clear of her. Song Yunjia hadn't expected that the situation would get so terrible. She was desperate. Going through this morning meeting, Song Yuncheng knew that he had no chance to stay at Yuncheng. He should go to S City and plan everything after getting there. Song Yunxian and Mei Qi came into the office. As soon as they got into the office, Mei Qi said, I just saw Zhou Jian's voting result from that angle. Song Yunxian felt that was interesting. Zhou Jian was cunning and old. It seemed that he was supporting Song Yunxiang, but he always held a way to retreat for himself. Mei Qi saw Song Yunxian was interested, so she said directly, Zhou Jian had the disapproval of Song Yunxiang's division. Song Yunxian was a little shocked. However, after short amazement, she thought it was within expectation. Song Yunjia and Song Yuncheng still wanted to fight. Nevertheless, Zhou Jian was old, and he didn't want to struggle anymore. She nodded. I think Zhou Jian could see the situation clear. Mei Qi laughed. He and Zhao Yang must have known that Song Yuncheng is incompetent to manage the Song enterprise in the first place, but they don't have the second choice. So they have to help Song Yuncheng. Now that you have come on the stage, he is embarrassed to abandon Song Yuncheng and choose another high branch directly. So, he has to accompany Song Yuncheng for a while to plan. Song Yunxian smiled lightly. I felt that the two of them were full of confidence at the beginning, but now they didn't think the odds were great. So they turned to support me. All in all, Song Yuncheng must go to S City this time. Song Yunxian sat on a leather chair behind her desk with her hands crossed. I think it's good for him to go to S City, but Song Yunjia is always trying to pull him into the whirlpool. Since Song Yunjia has been doing this, she must be trying to enter the Song enterprise soon. After all, she failed to succeed in the separation. Song Yunxian thought Mei Qi was right. Song Yunjia must have known that she was not significant in the minds of the Song Enterprise's shareholders after this meeting. Although shareholders had watched them growing up from an early age, they still didn't choose to help them in the face of interests. It showed that their friendship was not good enough to allow these shareholders to trust and support them fully. The only way to gain the trust of these shareholders was to narrow the distance with them. Without entering the Song family, there was no way to get closer to these shareholders. Song Yuncheng was about to leave, but Song Yunjia came here. In this dark tide of the Song enterprise, the battle was more and more fascinating. However, how likely was Song Yunjia to win? What was more, she needed an opportunity to enter the Song enterprise. How would she create this opportunity? Who would she make use of to create this opportunity? Song Yuncheng took a flight to S City on time to work there at 9 o'clock. Deng Jia and Zhang Jiao went with Song Yuncheng. The two didn't bring their families and children to S City. Mei Qi told Song Yunxian this, and Song Yunxian blinked. Do they leave their children here because they think they won't stay in S City for too long? Maybe so. Song Yunxian smiled and ordered her. Arrange 2 high-level apartments over there for them to house their families, and then let them take their families and children. Mei Qi understood. You don't plan to get them back? Song Yunxian didn't hide anything but just asked her. They did not even take their family members with them, which indicates that they did not intend to work in S City for a long time. However, they did not resign. Someone who is not a fool will know that they will be assigned back soon. The only possibility for them to come back is that my elder brother is taken away. Do you think it will be good that I make my older brother feel that I am going to push him into a desperate situation because of the two? Song Yunchuan's words were very reasonable. Judging from Song Yuncheng's temperament, if Zhang Jiao and Deng Jia didn't work there for a long time, Song Yuncheng would think that they were perfunctory. Mei Qi received Song Yunchuan's order and went to call Zhang Jiao and Deng Jia. Although the two were reluctant, they still took the family and children after the formalities. Moreover, the houses the company arranged for them were good, and both of them were satisfied. Therefore, both of them would report Song Yuncheng's movements from time to time. Meiqi realized that Song Yunxian had the plan to make use of the two from the beginning. However, her calculation and means were all good without harm. There were several calm weeks in the Song enterprise after Song Yuncheng went to S City. During this period, some people gradually began to pay attention to Song Yunxian. Those people who had been loyal to Song Yuncheng in the past also began to find other targets. After all, Song Yuncheng had the possibility of a comeback, but it took a long time for them to wait for this possibility. It might not even arrive after a long time. Song Yunjia was very irritable, so she contacted Xiao Tianzi more often. She couldn't think of any right way to get Song Yuncheng back from S City to Yuncheng, so she wanted Xiao Tianzi to help out with an idea. Like throwing away a pawn, Xiao Tianzi said. Your elder brother is worthless. Let him stay in S City quietly. But, after all, not having enough confidence, Song Yunjia said two words emotionally. Then she said sadly in a lower voice, but without the help of my brother, I will have difficulty entering the company. After my elder brother went to S City, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian had turned to support Song Yunxian. So, Xiao Tianzi asked indifferently. Song Yunjia frowned her beautiful eyes. If the situation goes on like this, there will be no one to help me when I want to enter the Song enterprise. If Song Yunxian refuses me, I can only be a shareholder without power. Xiao Tianzi nodded. You are right. Hope was lit up in Song Yunjia's eyes. Xiao Tianzi asked her again. How long do you want to take to enter the company? Song Yunjia couldn't answer. Xiao Tianzi shook his head with disappointment. Don't you see that the best occasion is at present? Now. Song Yunjia hadn't prepared well yet. Xiao Tianzi explained to her with kind and patience. There must be someone within the Song expertise who still supports your elder brother, though he was designated to S City from Yuncheng. However, Song Yunxian is now alone in the company. If you enter the company at this moment, wouldn't it be nice to let those who support your elder brother support you? The dark in her eyes retreated gradually. Song Yunjia thought it was a good idea, but she still felt worried. But if Song Yunxian knows that those people who support my elder brother start to support me, will she transfer my elder brother back from S City? By then, the situation will be definitely chaotic. Xiao Tianzi smiled and looked at her. Are you afraid that those who supported your elder brother support you temporarily? They will support your elder brother again when he comes back. Song Yunjia nodded. Yes. Knocking the desk with his fingers lightly, Xiao Tianzi considered for a while and laughed. It's simple. Song Yunjia looked at him in confusion. Xiao Tianzi uttered some words lightly. Get rid of him. After she heard that, her expression froze. Got rid of Song Yuncheng? Song Yuncheng was the only one in Song family standing with Song Yunjia in the same line. It wouldn't be any trouble to get rid of him after success. However, it was too early to remove Song Yuncheng under present circumstances. She was unable to make up her mind, sitting in the living room of Xiao family for a long time. Gu Changge finally couldn't help but push the door and walked inside. She said sweetly, Tianzi, the dinner is ready. It's time to eat. Xiao Tianzi saw that Song Yunjia hadn't made the decision and said, Yunjia, join us for dinner. Song Yunjia felt sweet, hearing the invitation. She looked up at Xiao Tianzi who had stood up, and she smiled. Thank you. Xiao Tianzi went to the dining room saying, Gu Changge felt Song Yunjia's expression piercing. Now seeing Xiao Tianzi's invitation, she felt that a cluster of flames in her heart grew stronger and stronger. But she couldn't show it. After Xiao Tianzi left, she walked forward with concern and sat beside her. I've seen you often recently. Is the business of the Song enterprise tricky? Well, it's a bit. Song Yunjia nodded with little interest. Certainly, she didn't want to talk to Gu Changge. Gu Changge was lucky. Her hands were stained with blood and life. But all the benefits in return belonged to Gu Changge. Now Gu Changge lived a comfortable life. She had to struggle and fight in the Song enterprise. Fortunately, Xiao Tianzi helped her to plan. This thought made her feel relieved. Gu Changge grabbed her hand and said affectionately, Yunjia, Tianzi has always been grateful to you. Please believe that his ideas are good for you. She had already heard Xiao Tianzi's idea for Song Yunjia. The idea of removing Song Yuncheng was in line with Xiao Tian's usual style. It was just that Song Yunjia's ability should not be as high as Xiao Tian's. If Song Yuncheng was removed, but she was forced to die by Song Yunxian, Song Yunjia would be embarrassed. At that time, she would give Song Yunjia a fatal blow to let her completely break the connection with Xiao Tianzi. Song Yunjia would be all over. Gu Changge appeared that she was worried about her. Song Yunjia nodded. I know Tianzi is for my good, but this matter is too complicated. I need to think about it more. Seeing her irresoluteness, Gu Changge pulled her to the dining room. Gu Changge usually had little on the table. Xiao Tianzi had been used to look after her and put the food onto her plate when she picked up. It was different from before. You should eat more. Gu Changge laughed. She glanced at Song Yunjia with little shyness. Tianzi, stop saying that I'm different from before. It's just I have a baby and that's all. Xiao Tianzi looked at Song Yunjia. He smiled. Yunjia also knew this. It's okay to say it out. I was wondering if she could persuade you to eat more. Gu Changge smiled at Song Yunjia with embarrassment. Excuse me, Yunjia. That's Tianzi. Since I was pregnant, he has been asking me to eat a lot. People may get tired easily and think that we are showing off our affection. I hope it won't bother you. Song Yunjia was sad inside, but she couldn't express that. She had to smile with bitterness. Tianzi is supposed to care for you. You are supposed to eat more healthy food. Especially when you are pregnant. Tianzi is a doctor. You should listen to his advice. Gu Changge smiled with more happiness. Yes, I will. Song Yunjia looked at Xiao Tianzi, who tried his best to take care of Gu Changge. Dropping her eyelids, she got her answer. Should she take the elder brother as a stepping stone? Song Yunjia would rather give up her brother if she could beat Gu Changge. Since Song Yuncheng was just her half-brother. Even if she did not deal with him right now, Song Yunjia and Song Yuncheng would fight with each other once Song Yunxian was expelled from the Song enterprise. Song Yunchuan's eyelids twitched. She suddenly woke up from the nap. There was no one who dared to bother her nap in this large Song's house. Nurse Wang got some milk from the kitchen. She saw Song Yunxian was vast and hazy from the nap. She hurried to get the tassel shawl back to Song Yunxian. She murmured, Miss Yunxian, why don't you sleep in your bedroom? It's easy to get cold if you take a nap here. Song Yunxian held up the shawl on her shoulders. Looking around this mansion, she asked Nurse Wang suddenly. Nurse Wang? Yes. Nurse Wang was puzzled. No emotion could be heard in Song Yunchuan's voice. Don't you think it is empty in this family since the elder brother has left? Nurse Wang frowned. How could it be possible? Miss Yunxian, you are here, aren't you? Song Yunxian lowered her eyelids. Yes, you are right. I'm here. She just took a nap. She dreamed that people she wanted to revenge on were trodden under her feet. However, she found nobody beside her when she turned around. Even Chu Machin was not there. She felt lonely in her dream. After waking up, this loneliness was still following with her and not fading away. Why would she feel lonely? Was it because she would have no goal after finishing revenge? She rubbed her belly with consciousness, fantasying that there was a baby here. In fact, there was not. She went to bed after drinking some milk. Now she did not need to lock the door when she was sleeping. No one would bother her and overheard her talking in her dream. Chu Machin would not come while Song Yuncheng had gone. The nannies and servants who had had judges on her now were replaced by the new others. It was she who could control the whole Song family. She was lying on the bed, pulling the quilt and closing the lamp. Staring at the black room, she closed her eyes after a long time. She still dreamed every night. It didn't work to drink milk before going to bed. Her mind was restless, and her dreams were also manifold. She was entangled with Gu Changge's personal experiences. That truck came rushing in. The shadowless lights were in the operating room. She lost her legs and she was sad and despairing. She left the last hair before she died. Everything made her sleep uneasy. Turning over, she held the quilt tightly with fingers. The sweat on her forehead kept coming down. Vaguely, she struggled to wake up. She refused to do such a dream. However, she could not open her eyes. Suddenly, there was a hand on her back, patting her gently. It was like a mother coaxing her child to sleep when she was a child. A strong sense of dependence and security calmed her down. The messy pictures in her dream began to disappear. She thought in her stable sleep that maybe this was the calming effect of milk. She buried her face in the pillow again. Someone pulled her into warm arms and gently kissed her earlobe. Song Yuncheng accepted it vaguely. The kiss deepened with a strange sense of reality. She frowned, trying to avoid the kiss in a more comfortable position. But a familiar male voice whispered in her ear, "Don't move." She was surprised. The sleepy brain also began to clear up gradually. Before the man spoke again, Song Yuncheng finally opened her eyes. A blur was in night. There was a black shadow on the bed facing the balcony. Although the curtain was tightly drawn, there was still moonlight on the curtain from the sky. The curtains were a little pale. Song Yuncheng pushed the man forward with her arms and turned around to press the lamp beside her. The man didn't stop her. The light snapped on. The soft light was scattered on the man's face. The man slightly reached out to cover the light. The voice was a little tired. "Excuse me, am I frightening you?" Song Yuncheng looked at his face and she was surprised. "How could you be in my room?" He didn't answer immediately. Song Yuncheng frowned and recalled the last time she held his hand in the cinema. But he didn't respond to her. "Gu Changge, shouldn't you stay at Chu family now?" She didn't understand why he appeared on her bed in the middle of the night. Gu Changge was wearing pajamas. It seemed that he had been here for a long time. Hearing this, he raised his eyes helplessly. "I have been here for 3 days." Song Yuncheng frowned, and she was unable to understand the meaning of his words. Gu Changge said, "I called Song family. You were not at home. I asked Nurse Wang about your recent situation. Nurse Wang said that you didn't sleep well. You have dark circles in your eyes when you get up in the morning." Song Yuncheng still frowned. "Still, you have no reason to appear on my bed. You belong to me." Such a simple and domineering sentence silenced Song Yuncheng instantly. Although it was abrupt to say this sentence without any reason, she couldn't deny that what Gu Changge said was true. She indeed belonged to Gu Changge. Gu Changge noticed that she was in silence. He reached out to touch her wrist gently, grasped her and pulled her to bed. "I just want to see you." Song Yuncheng was pulled into his arms and felt aggrieved for the first time in her life. "You don't like me, do you? You even didn't touch my hand in the cinema last time." Gu Changge hugged her and gently kissed her earlobe. "I thought you were abnormal at that time. I thought that there was something you wanted to take from me with your act of hospitality." Song Yuncheng couldn't help but stare at him angrily. Gu Changge suddenly smiled. "I thought too much at that time, but don't worry about it. I will help you in any future." Why? Didn't he insist on not helping her? Why did he suddenly change his mind and go back to help her? She felt puzzled. Gu Changge held her and spoke softly. "Because I can't stop you." Since he couldn't stop her, why not help her? At least he could protect her. He seemed to think it through all at once. However, Song Yuncheng could not believe that Gu Changge would suddenly change his mind. Her eyebrows seemed to stretch out gently. The only possibility that could change Gu Changge's idea crossed into her mind. Xian Luo. Xiao Luo must have said something to Gu Changge. Otherwise, Gu Changge would not suddenly change his mind. She didn't ask him. When Gu Changge pulled her to lie down again, she put on the quilt and closed her eyes to sleep. Gu Changge said in her ear, "Shall I come to accompany you in the evening? Aren't you afraid of gossip? A lot of people know you have my baby." Song Yuncheng got silent and agreed after hearing these words. Song family was so large. She lived alone, so she was really very lonely. If Gu Changge was willing to accompany her, there was no reason for her to refuse. It was not bad to allow him to be with her. Anyway, she even gave up Xiao family for Gu Changge. It was still a few hours before dawn. Song Yuncheng fell asleep again. Maybe it was true that she would sleep better and more stably when Gu Changge was there. When she woke up the next morning, Gu Changge had already got up. Hearing the movement on the big bed of the bedroom, Gu Changge then put his head out of the bathroom and looked at her. If you have waken up, get washed and have breakfast. Song Yuncheng nodded, but she was still a little indolent and didn't want to get up. She didn't want to get up. She wanted to sleep a little longer. She hadn't been so leisurely for a long time. Now, however, she wanted to have a rest when all the relationships of the Song family seemed to be settled. After 10 minutes, Gu Changge was dressed and ready to go downstairs. Song Yuncheng still didn't want to get up from the bed. Gu Changge went to the left and touched her hair gently. What's up? Do you still feel sick? She shook her head gently. No. Then why don't you get up? She raised her eyes. I don't want to go to the Song Enterprise today. Gu Changge thought for a while. He looked at her tired appearance and nodded. You are not very well now. You need to be recuperated. If you don't want to go to the Song Enterprise, you should stay at home. But the company's business. Isn't there Mei Qi? When Gu Changge mentioned Mei Qi, Song Yuncheng was a little shocked. But she soon figured it out. Yes, Mei Qi should be able to handle it. Song Yuncheng nodded. Gu Changge just smiled. Then get up and eat something. Song Yuncheng just got up and went downstairs for breakfast. On the dining table there was the breakfast made by Nurse Wang. It was the porridge and usual dishes that she liked. But she had no appetite. Gu Changge was very worried. Is there a family doctor at home? No, she wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue. There had been a family doctor in Song's family. After Song Yan's death, Song Yuncheng changed another doctor he trusted. Now that Song Yuncheng had gone to S-City, Song Yuncheng naturally dismissed the family doctor that Song Yuncheng valued. In her mind, the family doctor hired by others was not as reliable as the one hired by herself. I'll take you to the hospital. Song Yuncheng shook her head and said, No, it's probably because I can't have a good rest. I'll go to the room to sleep again. Anyway, I won't go to the Song Enterprise today. She got up and went back to her room. Gu Changge wanted to send her to the room but she declined. You will go to the Chu's later. Just go to work after breakfast. I will let Nurse Wang help me go upstairs.
Gu Changge noted that.
Song Yuncheng went up to the second floor and went into the bedroom with the help of Nurse Wang. But she had a sense of foreboding. Even when she lay in bed, she did not sleep long. She only slept for a few hours and then woke up. She was worried and called Mei Qi. I'm not feeling well today. I won't go to the Song Enterprise. Mei Qi answered. I have received the notice. Anything important? There's a project. The voice of Mei Qi dropped a little. Song Yuncheng wanted to get up and go to the Song Enterprise. But Mei Qi immediately said, Manager Song, you needn't worry about it. I will send the information to you, and you can know it at home. Mei Qi's efficiency was high. It was just over 9 o'clock. The material was sent to Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng was in the study. She frowned while seeing the data. I think it will take some time to get this project. Li Yang was in charge of S-City before. He resigned suddenly because his child was sick and had to go abroad for surgery. He had managed all the affairs in S-City very well before he resigned. Li Yang resigned at this time. There would be no year-end bonus for him. Am I right? Mei Qi laughed and said, Manager Song, Li Yang suffered no loss. Last year's year-end bonus has been paid to him. This year he has not worked for a month. Song Yuncheng nodded. She fingered a folder of documents. However, Li Yang is fully eligible for the year-end bonus according to work efficiency. Mei Qi was slightly shocked and understood the meaning of her words. Manager Song, you mean, didn't his daughter go abroad to see a doctor? Send the money in advance. It's better if you can get him in touch with the best hospitals. Mei Qi understood. I will do it. Well. Song Yuncheng nodded with satisfaction. Mei Qi asked again. What about this project in your hand? For this project, she thought for a while and then closed the documents. And she put it on the table. Give it to my eldest brother. Now that the branch in S-City is given to him, and this project is in S-City, Song Yuncheng is in full charge of it. But Mei Qi was confused in her mind. Seeing Song Yuncheng raised eyebrows to see her, she said it out without hesitation. This is the appropriation investment of 300 million. Should we really give it to Song Yuncheng? Song Yunxian did not change her mind. She nodded. Give it to him. Meiqi repeatedly confirmed the willingness of Song Yunxian. After understanding her decision, she did not say anything anymore. Song Yunxian suddenly remembered something when Meiqi left. She said, "Assistant Mei." Meiqi stopped and looked back at her. Song Yunxian gentle smiled. "I may not go to the Song Enterprise frequently during this period. It may depend on you to deal with some things." Meiqi did not think it was difficult. She was quite confident. "Don't worry. I can handle it well." Song Yunxian certainly believed in Meiqi's ability. However, there was a moment of hesitation in her mind when she thought of the project that they invested 3 billion just now. Now, although Song Yuncheng was sent to the S-City, he refused to stay here in his heart. A large sum of money was sent there. She didn't hope Song Yuncheng did something wrong. The Song Enterprise did not make much advertisement for the project. The Song Enterprise should have never thought of getting involved in real estate before, let alone invest so much in third-tier cities like S-City. It was Song Yunxian who secretly sent people to bid this project before Song Yunxian went to Harbor City. It took a month to work it out, which was out of her expectation. Now it was officially taken down, which was an unexpected surprise. The success or failure of this project was related to whether the Song Enterprise could successfully enter the real estate industry, which was of great significance to the whole Song Enterprise. That was the reason why Meiqi was so worried. Song Yunxian was also worried about this. However, she considered that perhaps Song Yuncheng would understand the situation. She let Meiqi hand the whole contracts of the project to Song Yuncheng. This information soon spread to Song Yuning and Song Yunjia. Song Yuning specially made a trip back to the Song Enterprise. Song Yunxian let the nanny make lunch for her. Song Yuning was worried at the dinner table. "I have lived with my eldest brother for more than 10 years. I know him best. He is not suitable for such a big project." Song Yunxian asked the nanny to get some soup for Song Yuning with a smile. She asked her with a smile of shallow, "Why do you think it is inappropriate, second sister?" Song Yuning was blunt. "I think you know clearly about Big Brother's ability. He always gave all big projects to Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian when he was in the Song Enterprise. He will definitely make a mess without them. Don't worry. I'll send someone to help him." If Song Yuncheng was serious and wanted to do this project well, she would send someone to help him. If not, she might not be tolerant of her big brother. She hoped he could think it clearly when he received this project. Song Yuncheng received this case faxed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He had been upset since he was in S-City for a few days. Wherever he went, he felt very upset. He also did not care about the branch affairs. Zhang Jiao and Deng Jiao were sent to help him by the head office when he came here. He knew those two people when they were in the head office of the Song Enterprise. Now he came here and gave some troublesome things to them directly. But some major things were still up to him. Looking at the fax copy, Zhang Jiao was pleased for Song Yuncheng and said, "Manager Song, I can't believe there is such an important case in S-City. They provide us 300 million. Although Song Yuncheng was rich, he was still shocked when he heard 300 million. It was unexpected that there was such a big project in S-City. He didn't know it before. Song Yuncheng immediately called the general managers of departments in S-City to have a small meeting. He put the documents on the desk and scanned people present. Why did I not know that the Song Enterprise did this bidding case? When the news of the bid came out, the chairman was very ill. Therefore, the case was handed to Miss Song. Song Yuncheng frowned. You mean that Song Yunxian had begun to interfere in the Song Enterprise before my father died? If it was true that Song Yunxian began to interfere in the company's affairs at that time, he was so stupid that he hadn't found it out early. The general manager hurried to explain. It was not so early as Child Yuncheng said. It was after the testament appeared that Miss Yunxian informed us to bid formally. Some department managers in S-City were satisfied with Song Yunxian. Because they had been working here for several years without accommodations provided by the company. Several houses were quickly dispensed after Song Yunxian took over the position. Such treatment really attracted people. A few middle managers who had planned to quit gave up the idea and stayed on. They didn't consider that the head company would attach importance to the business in S-City. Unexpectedly, Song Yunxian would put her focus on S-City after she became the heir. If they could get over all the problems to get the project and get the fund from the head office, it indeed was a great value to the branch company. Several department managers were happy. Song Yuncheng was going to hand the case to a more pleasing department manager to deal with the early things. He did not expect those people had a good impression on Song Yunxian. The meeting went halfway, but he did not have the mood to continue. There was no way to end the meeting immediately. Just at this time, Deng Jia knocked on the door of the meeting room from outside. Song Yuncheng allowed him to come in. Deng Jia came in and scanned the people present before he whispered to Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng frowned with obvious surprise. "How did she come? She is waiting for you in your office right now." Song Yuncheng nodded. "I see." The news that Deng Jia passed on to him was just convenient for him to end the meeting immediately, giving him an excuse to stop the meeting. The meeting did not produce any substantive progress. The department managers were confused. Only Deng Jia knew what Song Yuncheng thought. Song Yuncheng could never make any decisions on the major things. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian were here to give him advice when they were in the head office. Now he began to hesitate without Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian. Fortunately, Song Yunjia came from Yuncheng at this time. Of course, Song Yuncheng was anxious to end the meeting. He went to his office to see what idea Song Yunjia could give him. Song Yuncheng closed the door of the office as he came in. Song Yunjia was sitting on the sofa in the office. Seeing Song Yuncheng entered the room, she stood up from the sofa and said, "Big brother, why are you coming here?" Song Yuncheng went to the sofa and asked, "Aren't you busy in the hospital?" Song Yunjia was a doctor in the hospital. The operations always occupied her a lot of time. She did not often come and go in the company. It was unexpected that she showed interest in the business of the Song enterprise at this time. Song Yuncheng felt weird. However, he thought that he and Yunjia had the common enemy. He became relieved. Song Yunjia also wanted to beat Song Yunxian. She had to work with him to deal with Song Yunxian. It was not strange that she was concerned about the progress of the Song enterprise now. Song Yunjia greeted Song Yuncheng with some nice words. She went to the topic directly. "I've heard that Song Yunxian gave you a big project." "Yes." Song Yuncheng was puzzled himself. "We will invest 300 million in this project." 3 billion. Song Yunjia couldn't help crying out. Her voice was a little high. Song Yuncheng sighed. "Don't be so surprised. I'm not familiar with this project." Song Yunjia turned her eyes and muttered, "Brother, this is a lot of money. It is even more than the stock that our father gave us." Song Yunjia's tone was subtle, as if she had been reminding Song Yuncheng of something. Song Yuncheng's expression also changed instantly. Song Yunjia was right about the fact that it was 300 million. If the 300 million all belonged to Song Yuncheng, then his whole life would be taken care of. Besides, even if he gave up striving for Song family or the Song enterprise, he could still lead a luxury and peaceful life. Song Yunjia merely just touched the subject. Then she switched to another subject, saying something while feeling unfair. Dad really showed his favoritism. Apparently, Song Yunxian is not very excellent. But he gave her so much. After these years standing at his side, we just got a few bits and pieces. How unfair. Song Yunjia was complaining. Yet Song Yuncheng's eyes started changing gradually. Anger and greed flashed by in his pupils silently. He also felt unfair. Why could Song Yunxian get that much while he just got a bit of inheritance as his father's eldest son? Unfair. It was so unfair. Song Yunjia noticed his wondering, calling him elder brother? Song Yuncheng was wondering and he didn't hear it. There was a cunning smile in Song Yunjia's eyes, yet it soon disappeared. She fought to be patient and called Song Yuncheng again. Elder brother? After having been called by Song Yunjia, whose voice was louder this time, he collected his wits. What? Song Yunjia looked at her elder brother. Elder brother, why were you wandering? I was just thinking about another thing in the company, so I was wandering. Song Yunja shook her head. Originally, I didn't have to come to S City in person. Yet I felt that my elder brother couldn't make a decision on such a big case, so I came by to ask my elder brother what was going on. Now that I saw you were thinking about it, I'd like to see what your opinion on the matter is. Song Yuncheng sighed and seemed to feel that he really couldn't handle it, saying, I might just grope along. The money is still not granted from the company, so we still have a long period of time to think it over. Song Yunja nodded. Elder brother, you are right. But you had better take it seriously. It's possible that Song Yunxian sets you up by offering you such a great assignment. The word set up really alerted Song Yunxiang, and he couldn't stay relaxed anymore. Song Yunja was also afraid that her elder brother might forget what she said to him, so she repeated it. Elder brother, you must keep in mind that Song Yunxian won't let us lead a happy life. She might play tricks by offering you a great assignment. Even if you can get through this one, who knows if you can get through the next? Song Yunja's warning echoed in Song Yunxiang's mind. He couldn't deny that what Song Yunja said was right. If Song Yunja had been wrong, then he would not have been in S City today. Song Yunxian drove him from the internal department of Song Enterprise to S City, but she felt unsatisfied. She even worried that he might stage a comeback and kill her when there was a chance. In what way could he still fight against Song Yunxian? What was more, if this went on, would it be meaningful? Owning such a great life, he had better live happily and carefreely in his whole life instead of fighting against Song Yunxian. As long as there was enough money, he could live any life he wanted. What was the need to intrigue against Song Yunxian? He was in concentration, and he was thinking about it during the latter days. Song Yunja came to a branch in S City and met him, and then they had dinner together. After having stayed for one night, she flew back to Yuncheng on the second day. Though Song Yunja had been here for just one day and just had had a few words with him, a thought appeared in Song Yuncheng's mind as if he had been guided by someone, a thought which seemed to be efficacious forever. He held the anxiety in his heart, waiting for the company to grant him the 300 million. 300 million was not a small amount. The head office even held a meeting on the appropriations. Song Yunxian attended it. Miraculously, Zhou Jian and Zhao Yang remained silent on the subject during most of the meeting. Most people in the company chose to be worldly wise in the critical moment. Now that Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian remained silent on the subject, the others symbolically showed their opinions. The appropriation was settled very soon. The branch in S City got the message soon. When Song Yunxian was signing on the appropriation documents, her pen tip paused a bit. Meiqi noticed her slight movement, reminding her. The message I got from S City said that Song Yunja had visited Song Yuncheng before. Song Yunxian raised her eyelashes a bit, and the expression in her pupils changed a little. Then she signed her name with a sigh. After having seen she signed her name on the appropriation documents, Meiqi smiled. Maybe things will be different this time. Song Yunxian put the cap back on her pen, lowering her eyes. Actually, I don't want things to happen out of my expectations. But you'd better prepare yourself for it. Almost everyone is unpredictable. You think she will treat you wholeheartedly. Maybe she is just calculating you wholeheartedly. Song Yunxian bent her lips and smiled sarcastically. My elder brother shouldn't follow whatever others advise. Maybe my father had seen his style early, so he planned to give the company to my elder sister at first. Meiqi echoed. Your elder sister is really good at playing tricks. Meiqi said that Song Yunja could play tricks. Song Yunxian did not object to it. Besides, she agreed on it, because she also had some friendship with Song Yunja as Gu Changge. Song Yunja would always offer you a little help when you were wavering. Some people would feel suddenly enlightened, while some people would think that Song Yunja had a smooth character, and they gradually alienated her. Gu Changge was the kind that gradually alienated Song Yunja. Once upon a time, Gu Changge had hesitated to be with Xiao Qianzi before she began to have a relationship with him, and Song Yunja seemed to be able to feel how she felt. She talked to her and wanted to sound her out. Song Yunja bit the dust, which was taken for granted. But even so, Song Yunjia would talk about Xiao Tianze in front of Gu Changge from time to time, saying how much attention Xiao Tianze had enjoyed in the department and how many girls liked him. How responsible, serious and single-minded he was. At that time she wasn't very satisfied with Xiao Tianze. But when none of the ways turned out to be effective, she came up with the most effective and quickest way when they became closer day by day. That was to calculate her and made her get pregnant. The reason why she didn't chase Xiao Tianze's responsibility in a rage, after she had been pregnant, was that she might have heard Song Yunjia intentionally or unintentionally mentioned how good Xiao Tianze was for many times. She married him naturally, and they became husband and wife. Now looking back, Song Yunjia said in her ear that Xiao Tianze was very good. Maybe it was really unintentional. Because she also liked Xiao Tianze, she would unconsciously talk about Xiao Tianze. And it couldn't be more normal for her to keep talking about missing him. After so many years, she had gradually formed a habit of guessing people's feelings. She even liked to sway others while they were wavering in order to let their opinions be firm. She exerted an imperceptible influence on people's decisions. Song Yuncheng might fail because of Song Yunjia's habit. Surely Song Yunjia did it on purpose. The appropriation reached S City in less than one day. Song Yunxian asked for a leave to rest at home. Mei Qi temporarily dealt with the Song Enterprises affairs. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian were slightly dissatisfied. But considering that Mei Qi was from Song Yunchuan's side, they had to swallow it no matter how much dissatisfaction they had. Mei Qi dealt with everything in the Song Enterprise quite properly. Chu Machen had dinner with her in the evening, and accidentally mentioned Mei Qi. "I heard that you have recruited a new assistant." She nodded, holding the silver spoon with her elegant fingers. Mei Qi had been recruited by her for such a long time. But Chu Machen only asked about it today. She was not very happy indeed. She thought he would pay attention to her, but she didn't expect that he did not pay much attention to her. Mei Qi is a person who is not ordinary. Do you really want to keep her by your side? She raised her eyes slightly and looked at him. There was a little confusion in her eyes. What do you mean by saying she is not ordinary? Chu Machen put down his knife and fork and looked at her seriously. Yunxian, you can display ignorance to others. But for me, just save it. Song Yunchuan's expression did not change, but her interest in eating became a bit weaker. Mei Qi won't help you for no reason. He may want to get some benefits from you. Song Yunxian smiled and said, "What can she possibly get from me? It's just that I'm from the Song family. Besides, I'm still in trouble. Many people refuse to obey my orders. It's just a matter of time for them to listen to you. Don't you think over why Mei Qi wants to help you? He's not a person who likes to be a running dog." Chu Machen spoke slowly and methodically, but every word could poke in Song Yunchuan's heart. Of course, she knew that Mei Qi was unwilling to be a running dog. She knew the answer for Mei Qi's arrival. He said it very clearly. It was also subtle. He said there was something strange with Gu Changge's death. She knew that Mei Qi was Gu Changge's mentor. When she was free, she might probably revenge for her student. The reason seemed casual, yet she could understand it. And she believed it. She took a bite of the medium-well steak on the plate and joked. Maybe it's because of money. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. I don't think people like Mei Qi will be short of money. Chu Machen's eyes were cold and sharp. Song Yunxian was stared by his eyes like this, but she didn't show that she was under any pressure. She just shrugged a little and went on telling jokes. I don't think he will stay to help me just because he likes me. Chu Machen didn't laugh at her joke but said, Mei Qi once worked as a teacher for Gu Changge. Song Yunxian took a dim view of it. He has taught so many people. Even you Chu Machen were once instructed by him. Mei Qi. Did he come back to help Gu Changge get revenge? Song Yunchuan's knife and fork slightly came to a stop. It was hard for Chu Machen to think of this relationship, but she could not admit it once he said it. If she admitted it, Chu Machen would mostly want to ask why she was willing to avenge for Gu Changge with Mei Qi. Who on earth was Gu Changge's enemy? This question seemed simple, but once it was answered, it would become complicated and unclear. Song Yunxian shook her head. I don't know. You don't know.
Chu mo chen su den li frau wen.
He obviously didn't believe her words. But just at this moment, the phone rang in the living room. Nurse Wang brought over the wireless phone and said softly, Miss Yunxian, it's from Assistant Mei. Originally, Song Yunxian was going to drink soup. After hearing Nurse Wang's words, she stopped it. Then she slightly turned to look at her and took over the phone. On the other end of the phone was the clear voice of Mei Qi with a faint smile. He was hooked. Song Yunxian lowered her eyelashes slightly. The expression on her face did not change much. There was no ecstasy at the bottom of her eyes, but with a bit of pity. Inform me when there is any news.
Mei Qi nodded.
I'm also keeping an eye on Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian. They're not going to make any big moves. When a bird's nest was overturned, no bird eggs could remain intact. Song Yuncheng got hooked and was about to be unlucky. They were too late to escape. How could they take the initiative to move forward? Unless they were crazy. Song Yunxian put down the phone, and Chu Machen on the opposite had already finished eating. His slender and beautiful fingers were wiping the corners of his mouth with a white handkerchief. At the end of her talk, he said, Anything happened to Song Yunxiang? She nodded gently, and suddenly, she had no interest in drinking soup, saying lightly, He privately took possession of all the grant appropriated to him. Chu Machen's thin lips were opened slightly, spilling 2 words. So stupid. Yeah, he was really so stupid. Song Yuncheng actually jumped into such an obvious trap without a second thought. The thing that Song Yuncheng absconded with the money spread to the Song Enterprises senior management within half a day. Of course, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian knew it clearly. These 2 men hurried back and forth in the office with anxiety. Especially Zhao Yang thought Song Yuncheng was really so stupid. On the contrary, Zhou Jian was very calm. Seeing him walking back and forth in front of his desk constantly, he couldn't help persuading him. Things have turned out to be like this. Even if you are worried, it won't help a lot. Zhao Yang turned around and glared at him fiercely. But you can't just sit and wait to die. After Song Yuncheng, it will be our turn next. We have to make sure that Yuncheng is safe by all means this time. Zhou Jian's reaction was not very great. He tapped his fingers on the table and frowned, pondering. I know what you mean. Before the elder died, he told us to take good care of his children. But take a careful look now. The family affairs of the Song family are not easy for outsiders like us to interfere with. Zhao Yang stopped and raised his hands to adjust his glasses. His face was drawn. Zhou Jian continued to analyze the situation for him. According to the current situation, it's absolutely impossible for Yuncheng to come back to the Song Enterprise. Yunxian is responsible for allocating 300 million yuan. 3 million yuan is not a small amount. If he can return it, and Yunxian is willing to let him go, maybe he can try to escape to other countries for the rest of his life. Zhao Yang's expression suggested that he was very impatient. Do you think Song Yunxian will easily let Yuncheng go when she gains such an opportunity? Zhou Jian shook his head and said frankly, I don't think so. Even you think Song Yunxian won't let her eldest brother off, and you are still thinking of this kind of bad idea? Zhou Jian also felt helpless. He let out a gentle cough and then said, Now the only thing that we 2 old farts can do to help him is to send him abroad safely. Zhao Yang looked at sideways. And then charge Song Yunxian with the guilt of not judging people clearly? Zhou Jian couldn't help sneering. Old Zhao, don't you know what the situation is now? Why do you still want to fight against the little daughter in Song family? Zhao Yang said angrily. You don't want me to help Song Yunxian after Yuncheng is down and out, do you? Zhou Jian asked in reply. So? You have a better way. Zhao Yang stopped talking at once. Zhou Jian was right. There was only Song Yuncheng fighting against Song Yunxian in the Song Enterprise now. They were originally locked in disagreement. But now Song Yuncheng seemed to have gone crazy. He even wanted to do something terrible with the money of 300 million yuan. The money of 300 million was not a small number. It was enough to make Song Yuncheng unable to stage a comeback in his whole life. Song Yuncheng would fail indeed. But would they really get the privileged treatment if they turned to show their good intention to Song Yunxian?
Zhao Yang hesitated.
Zhou Jian advised him. Old Zhao, those who let themselves be guided by the current course of events are the real heroes. Now that we are both old, it's time to see things in different ways. Maybe the little daughter of the Song family can really achieve something great. Zhao Yang sneered at Song Yunxian and said in disagreement, if I have to choose a girl from the countryside, I'd better help Yunjia. At least, Yunjia is the eldest daughter and the fair lady of the Song family. Zhou Jian sighed, feeling a little helpless. The older you are, the more muddled you are, old Zhao. Zhao Yang was stubborn. No matter what Zhou Jian said, he didn't want to listen to his advice to stand by Song Yunchuan's side. After hearing that Song Yuncheng had absconded with the money, Song Yuning, who had been ignoring the Song Enterprises affairs for a long time, jolted in her heart. Xue Tao still ate the bread of idleness, spending every day with a lot of beautiful women. There was also a good thing while he bummed around with these women. It was that if anything happened in Yuncheng, such as a sign of disturbance or trouble, it could be clearly known by these women in the demi-monde. Xue Tao just knew the news from the mouths of these women. Knowing the news, Xue Tao began to make sarcastic comments to Song Yuning after he got home. Your eldest brother is really ignorant. Only 300 million yuan made him abscond with the money. Couldn't he be greedier? Song Yuning ignored him and took the tonic in front of the dining table. Xue Tao was tired of seeing her now because he had not touched even one of her fingers after her pregnancy these days. Seeing that she didn't respond, he went out and said, I hope your eldest brother can run away. Otherwise, he will never stage a comeback in his whole life because of Song Yunxian. After Song Yuning had finished a whole bowl of chicken soup, she wiped her mouth and raised her eyes. Then the nurse in the living room handed over the phone. Young mistress, the phone is from your family. Song Yuning took it over. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Song Yunjia's voice. Her voice was cool, and she didn't mean to be polite at all. She said directly, you know what happened to our elder brother. We are family. We can't make things too ugly. You can say something to Yunxian and tell her to let him go. Song Yuning's eyebrows slightly frowned. Elder sister, you have overestimated me. Even if I say something to Yunxian, I'm not as powerful as you think. Song Yunjia snorted coldly, saying sarcastically, aren't you already Song Yunchuan's running dog? Song Yuning didn't make a sound. Song Yunjia continued to say, don't think that Song Yunxian will let you go after getting rid of our elder brother. She is such a ruthless person. Hearing Song Yunjia casting a bone between them word by word, Song Yuning said, elder sister, the roads we have chosen are different. Just stop it. As for our elder brother, you can figure out your own way. I can't help you. With that, she hung up. Over there, Song Yunjia listened to the busy tone coming from the phone. She was stunned, and then she clenched her fingers and narrowed her eyes, saying to herself, Song Yuning suddenly began to be enlightened and actually stood by Song Yunxian to make a clean break with us. She frowned and gritted her teeth. She thought for a moment before dialing again. It took a long time for her to get through to Song Yuncheng this time. On the other end of the phone was Song Yuncheng's nervous voice. I'm about to board. What's the call for? Elder brother. Where are you heading? Malicious. Song Yunjia clicked her tongue. It's so far. Have you decided yet? I'll choose another place to stay after staying away from trouble. Don't call me in the meantime. If someone knows my whereabouts, I will be done for. Song Yunjia sighed, but she still pretended to care about Song Yuncheng and told him, Elder brother, you must pay attention to your safety when you are out. I will try my best to hold her back here. Song Yuncheng tried to cover up his panic by replying her several times. Then he said that he was about to board the plane and hung up the phone. Song Yuncheng's call was over. Song Yunjia held the mobile phone while ruminating for a few seconds, and then called Xiao Tianzi. Song Yuncheng appeared to be very nervous in the waiting hall. He would not be so nervous when people passed by him during his stay at the airport at ordinary times. But today, with so much money in his hands, he felt in terror that he would be caught and taken to the police station at once when someone approached him. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Drop by drop, the cold sweat oozed out, and it almost fell down from his face. He waited nervously in the waiting hall, watching people coming and going. He held his nerves and waited for the time to pass. As long as he waited for half an hour and got on the plane, he would leave Yuncheng completely after the plane took off. With so much money, he could live a good life carefreely. He would first go to Mauritius to stay away from trouble for a while, and then he would leave for the WK or the WS. He would build a great manor there, and then he could live a carefree life. Such a life was much better than a life of intriguing against each other in Yuncheng. The hands of the clock in the waiting hall moved minute by minute. Song Yuncheng felt that time had become too slow. After a hard time of waiting, he found that only 5 minutes had passed when he looked up at the clock. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. The minute hand was moving slowly. Finally it was 2:30, which was the time to board the plane. Song Yuncheng left from the chair in the waiting hall. He stood up straight. Then he held the ticket in his hand and went to the ticket barrier. He boarded the plane from the access. Everything went smoothly, which was a little exceptional. After getting on the plane, he fastened the seatbelt on the plane. Song Yuncheng let out a long sigh of relief. In a moment he could leave Yuncheng. Even though he took 300 million yuan away from the Song enterprise, Song Yuncheng still couldn't do anything with him. He had boarded the plane successfully, and the plane would take off in 3 minutes. Song Yuncheng would never get him back again. He could give up on the Song enterprise and stop fighting against Song Yuncheng for the power of the Song enterprise. He just needed the money. With the money, he could stage a comeback by many ways. After a long breath, Song Yuncheng closed his eyes for a rest. He thought that the plane would land in a foreign country when he woke up again. He would start a new life. Song Yuncheng closed his eyelids and made his whole body and mind relax. But just as he was relaxing, there was a small commotion at the gate of the plane. He opened his eyes to look. From a distance, he saw a group of people in police uniforms walking from the entrance of the cabin to the inside. "Please sit in your seats and don't move." Several men in police uniforms went inside. Song Yuncheng suddenly panicked and quickly got up to go to the bathroom. Just at this time, the men in police uniforms suddenly shouted, "Song Yuncheng is there. Catch him." "Manager Song, the suspect has been caught." Mei Qi's voice came from the microphone. It was 2:48 in the afternoon. Song Yuncheng stood up from the sofa in the living room. She talked to Gu Changge. "I have got some affairs to handle. I need to go to the Song enterprise first." Gu Changge also stood up. "I can drive you here." Song Yuncheng said without thinking, "I've got a driver. I can drive you here." He just wanted to send her. She had no excuse to refuse. So she nodded. "Let's go." Gu Changge sent her to the building of the Song enterprise. Then he stopped the car. Song Yuncheng nodded and showed her appreciation. Gu Changge said, "I will go to your house tonight. I will wait for you." She answered without hesitation. Gu Changge was slightly stunned at that moment. Then he nodded. "After you finished it, go home early as you can." Song Yuncheng nodded and smiled. She watched him leave. After he left, Song Yuncheng stopped her smile in the eyes slowly. She turned to look at the building of the Song enterprise. She predicted that there would be a serious storm today. A serious storm because of Song Yuncheng. There was an assistant at the front desk following her all the way upstairs after she entered the company. The assistant helped her push the elevator button, showing thoughtful kindness to her. After she met Mei Qi, she frowned and asked her question. "Did you ask the assistant to take care of me like this?" Mei Qi nodded with pleasure. "Yep. Actually, I really don't need it. I will not make too much effort to push the elevator button. I can do it on my own." This is an attitude. Mei Qi seemed to have different opinions. "Now you are the rightful owner of the Song enterprise. If you don't have the manner as the owner, there must be someone who is ignorant and cannot get his attitude right." Song Yuncheng twitched her mouth. She didn't oppose. Mei Qi was right in some sense indeed. Song Yuncheng just left. There must be someone who was ignorant and didn't accept the fact indeed. Mei Qi went on speaking. Song Yunjia has arrived here. Song Yunxian had guessed it. What did she say? She asked Mei Qi. Mei Qi shrugged his shoulders. What else could she say? She just wants to hold a meeting with the board of the Song Enterprise. I know you can make sense of what she thinks. Of course Song Yunxian did. Now Song Yuncheng had declined in the Song Enterprise. There was only Song Yunxian who could run the company. Of course, those who did not want to stand by her would choose another one to support. Song Yunjia was undoubtedly the best choice. Such old heads like Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian would concentrate on Song Yunjia after the decline of Song Yuncheng. These two old guys would never support her without protest. Now it was time to let these two old guys go through a period of tough time. She thought so in her mind just as Mei Qi thought. Then he reminded her before they entered the meeting room. Don't continue to tolerate evils. Otherwise they will influence you. Song Yunxian nodded. I know. She certainly knew the stakes. She could forgive Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian easily and turn a blind eye to it when they supported the wrong person for the first time. Now they had the opportunity to choose again. If they did the wrong thing again, she would have to take action. The meeting room could not be more depressing because Song Yuncheng absconded with the money. The shareholders who came here deliberately lowered their voices and were mumbling. Zhao Yang, Zhou Jian and Song Yunjia were late. Song Yunxian and Mei Qi had arrived at the office. But Zhao Yang, Zhou Jian and Song Yunjia still didn't arrive. Mei Qi whispered in Song Yunchuan's ear. I have heard that Song Yunjia is in Zhao Yang's office. Song Yunxian smiled. Let's wait for her. She may not get ready.
Mei Qi nodded. Fine.
Song Yunjia had always been working in the hospital. She knew a little about the situation of the operation in the enterprise. It would be a little risky to use the ballot to decide whether Song Yunjia should work in the Song Enterprise. The best and most reliable way was to get the support of Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian. Xiao Tianzi advised her like this. She also thought in this way. But when Song Yunjia really put it into practice, she felt it was not as easy as she had imagined. Zhou Jian was also in Zhao Yang's office. Song Yunjia was sitting on the leather sofa with some sadness in her red eyes. Zhou Jian comforted her. Yunjia, please don't cry. Maybe things are not as bad as you think. Song Yunjia looked up at him. My brother must have been framed. My brother isn't lack of money. How could he take the money of the Song Enterprise to flee away? Zhou Jian sighed. He seemed to be a little awkward. But we cannot find the evidence to prove that your brother is innocent. In the eyes of outsiders, your brother did abscond with the money. I heard from the police station that your brother was nervous and anxious when he was caught. Zhao Yang wore the glasses on the bridge of his nose, also thinking that it was tough. Your brother really didn't have the brain to do things. Song Yunjia rushed to answer. Uncle Zhou. This is obviously a trap. It must be a trick that Song Yunxian played to let my brother leave the Song Enterprise. I think that he was framed. Zhou Jian glanced at her. Even if he was framed, we still have got nothing to do. It is the truth. People will only believe what they have seen and heard, not your words. Song Yunjia's tears fell from her eyes. Uncle Zhou. My father's company cannot be ruined by Song Yunxian. Anyhow, please help my brother. Zhou Jian said nothing. But Zhao Yang thought for a while and then said, It is very hard to deal with the matter of your brother. Song Yunjia looked up in surprise. She seemed to be about to ask for help again after hearing what he said. Zhao Yang continued to say, Rest assured. We will try our best to help Yuncheng. It is absolutely impossible to disassociate him from this thing completely. But if we can let him be jailed for fewer years, that will be great. But Song Yunjia still wanted to say something. Zhao Yang said sincerely, We really have no way to save your brother. But if you want to enter the Song Enterprise, I can figure it out with Zhou Jian. Yunjia, do you want to work in the Song Enterprise? Zhao Yang asked Song Yunjia seriously. Song Yunjia was just waiting for these words. Of course she would say yes at once. But Zhou Jian said slowly, Yuncheng's affair has been finished yet. Now it is unsuitable to let Yunjia enter the Song Enterprise. We can plan it later. Zhao Yang was stubborn. Why should we wait? The Song enterprise doesn't belong to Song Yunxian alone. Letting Yunjia enter it will not be a big deal. What's more, Yunxian is so busy that she may not handle it by herself. If Yunjia comes here to help her as her elder sister, that will be great. Zhao Yang spoke without any flaw. He considered everything for Song Yunxian. But the people there all had different thoughts. They understood that letting Song Yunjia enter the Song enterprise could only make trouble for Song Yunxian. Song Yunjia showed her appreciation. Zhao Yang was very happy to see it. He comforted her. Yunjia, do not cry. Please tidy up to attend the meeting. They are all waiting for us there. Song Yunjia nodded. She stood up and went outside. Song Yunjia just went out. Zhou Jian said, Old Zhao, what are you doing? That is a simple thing. I want Song Yunjia to enter the Song enterprise. See, she also meant that. Old Zhao, things have come to this point. That is enough. Why do you still want to let Yunjia fight against Song Yunxian? Zhao Yang was indignant. Yunxian indeed has some intelligence at such a young age. But if she controls the Song enterprise, there will be no good for us. Why don't you think about this? Zhou Jian was speechless. Zhao Yang adjusted his tie and was about to go out of the office. But Zhou Jian said suddenly at this time, Old Zhao, I am a little tired now. Please ask for a leave of absence from this meeting for me. Zhao Yang was stunned at once. He didn't understand what Zhou Jian meant. But Zhou Jian turned around and left. Zhao Yang was stunned in situ for a long while to understand that Zhou Jian didn't want to help Song Yunjia fight against Song Yunxian at all. He changed the expression in his eyes. He seemed to be hesitant for a short while. Just at this time, Song Yunjia gently pushed the door open. She called him, Uncle Zhao, let's go to the meeting room together. Zhao Yang was no longer hesitant and became firm at once. He preferred to let Song Yunjia run the Song enterprise rather than let Song Yunxian run it. Song Yunxian waited for more than 10 minutes in the meeting room. Every time she finished looking at the watch, the shareholders sitting in the meeting room felt a little bad. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian really put on airs too much. Especially Song Yunjia didn't come here either. They obviously wanted to show no respect for Song Yunxian. No matter who the shareholders present in the meeting room really supported in their hearts, they all perfectly finished the superficial practice. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian were two old heads in the Song enterprise. They indeed overdid it. When they waited for about 15 minutes, Song Yunxian said unhappily, Some people still have not come yet. I don't want to wait for them anymore. Let's start first. After saying that, the door of the meeting room was opened coincidentally. Song Yunjia wore a white suit. The suit showed her great shape, making her look intellectual and elegant, just like a capable and charming office lady. The people in the meeting room all felt that their eyes lit up when seeing Song Yunjia. Looking at Song Yunjia's dressing style, Song Yunxian felt that she did not have friendly intentions. Resting her eyes on her body for a short while, she glanced behind her body. Unexpectedly, there were not two people behind her, but only Zhao Yang appeared. Zhao Yang joget gently, he said. Old Zhou is a little uncomfortable. He asked me to ask off for him. Song Yunxian sneered from the bottom of her heart. There was also a smile at the bottom of Mei Qi's eyes. He even did not have to think. He knew that these three people must have different opinions. But Zhou Jian, he seemed not to be as stubborn as he thought. Song Yunxian nodded. If so, please take your seats. The meeting is about to start. Song Yunjia and Zhao Yang took their seats. Song Yunxuan's voice was very clear. The reason why I held the meeting is easy for everyone to guess. This is about the matter that my brother absconded with the money. I have no idea why he did such a disappointing thing. Saying that, she thoughtfully rested her eyes on Song Yunjia for a while. Song Yunjia felt that her heart jolted when she looked at her. But she quickly calmed down without any expression on her face. Song Yunxian continued to say, I feel very regretful. My brother betrayed my trust in him. The reason why he did so is still under investigation. But the position of him should be taken over by someone as soon as possible. This meeting is held for the recommendation of the one who is competent for this position. The meeting room was silent. Everyone was carefully observing, wanting to get something from Song Yunxuan's face. Song Yunxian lightly glanced at the people in the room. Then she asked Zhao Yang, "Uncle Zhao, you are the old employee in the Song Enterprise. What do you think I should do about this thing?" The trouble was thrown to Zhao Yang. She undoubtedly wanted to check Zhao Yang's current attitude. Everyone in the Song Enterprise knew that Zhao Yang was Song Yuncheng's supporter at the beginning. Now Song Yuncheng was jailed. Song Yunxian gave this naughty question to Zhao Yang first to give him an opportunity to choose again. Zhao Yang got it in his mind. He coughed slightly under the eyes of the people in the meeting room. He turned to look at Song Yunjia. "Manager Song has just entered the Song Enterprise for a short time. You must need more people to assist you to run the business of the Song Enterprise. In my opinion." He stopped and slightly made eye contact with Song Yunjia. Then saying, "Manager Song, why not allow Yunjia to enter the Song Enterprise to help you?" Song Yunxian gently glanced at Song Yunjia, and she could not help sneering in her heart. Seeing that her reaction was not great, he asked, "What do you think, Manager Song?" The people in the meeting room all got nervous. They all held their breaths in deep concentration to wait for Song Yunxuan's answer. They all knew that the internal relationship was always tough and tense in the Song Enterprise. Song Yunjia always supported Song Yuncheng. Now Song Yuncheng was in jail. Zhao Yang could not wait to send Song Yunjia into the Song Enterprise. It was obvious that he wanted to make trouble for Song Yunxian. But Song Yunxian, of course, would not let her half-sister enter the Song Enterprise to stand against her easily. Song Yunxian indifferently considered for a while. Then she said straightforwardly, Okay. Someone could not help asking in a low voice. Song Yunxian actually agreed. Everyone felt it was inconceivable, including Zhao Yang. He also thought that the development of this issue was beyond his expectation. He had thought that Song Yunxian would not agree, but he didn't expect that she agreed with him immediately after he made this suggestion. Song Yunjia frowned. She was also curious about Song Yunxuan's answer. That was a little unexpected. Song Yunxian didn't continue to consider the question about Song Yunjia's entry. She just told Zhao Yang, "Since Uncle Zhao asked me to invite my sister to work in the Song Enterprise, then please take good care of her later." Zhao Yang nodded. He seemed to spare no effort. "Manager Song, please rest assured. I will let Yunjia get familiar with the business of the Song Enterprise as soon as possible." Fine. Song Yunxian nodded. She opened the file and looked through. Then she continued the topic of the new product promotion of the Techniques Developing Department at the meeting. Then they finished the meeting in advance. Meiqi followed her into her office after the meeting was over. After closing the door of the office, Meiqi could not wait to ask her, "How could you allow Song Yunjia to enter the Song Enterprise? Don't you think she is trying to get into the Song Enterprise from the very beginning?" Meiqi became silent. Song Yunxian was right. From the very beginning, Song Yunjia was planning to enter the Song Enterprise. Ever since she played tricks on Song Yuncheng, she had shown the intention of entering the Song Enterprise. "We just got rid of Song Yuncheng. Now we allow Song Yunjia to enter. It is no longer peaceful." Song Yunxian was calm. The Song Enterprise has never been in peace since Song Yan died. When Song Yan was alive, he could still make decisions in the Song Enterprise. And Song Yuncheng was still the superficial heir of the Song Enterprise. Everything seemed to have been settled. Who could have expected that the Song Enterprise had changed dramatically in just a few months after Song Yan died? Besides, the children of Song Yan were intriguing against each other. No one could stand her. Speaking of this, your second sister is more peaceful recently. She seems to have figured it out. Because I've got her weakness. Because of that, Song Yuning now intended to support her. She did not have to worry so much. Meiqi was still worried. There will be much more trouble after Song Yunjia enters the Song Enterprise. Song Yunxian smiled after he finished his words. There was a bright and cold flash of light in her eyes, making others feel terrified and chilly. She won't stay in the Song Enterprise for too long. Hearing her words, Mei-chi turned to look at her face. Just seeing her eyes, he could not help being stunned. He could always feel a kind of sharp and mature feeling from her body, which didn't match her age. That kind of sharpness seemed to show that she could predict and control everything. She was unpredictable. Even though Mei-chi thought he had encountered so many people, he still could not guess what she was thinking. The news that Song Yunjia entered the Song enterprise smoothly was passed to Zhou Jian in a short time. Even Zhao Yang also told him about this as if it was a piece of good news. Zhou Jian slightly frowned. Old Zhao, you should not have taken Yunjia to the Song enterprise. Why? Zhao Yang didn't understand. Zhou Jian sighed heavily. She cannot defeat Song Yunxian. Zhao Yang said in a heavy voice. I am enough of your words. Let her take Yuncheng as an example. But Zhao Yang didn't think so. Do you think she will be as silly as Yuncheng? Zhao Yang was stubborn and did not listen to his words. Zhou Jian coughed twice. I'm not feeling well. If you have something to say, please tell me some other day. Zhao Yang still wanted to say a few words to him, but Zhou Jian already hung up. Zhou Jian had a strong prediction. It was that no matter who entered the Song enterprise, he or she could never shake the status of Song Yunxian. He had been in the Song enterprise for decades. He was old. He even felt that he was a little powerless. He was sitting on the sofa in the living room. There was a housekeeper outside coming in and talking to him in a low voice. Old master, the car to the detention center in the west of the city is ready. Let's go. He stood up from the sofa and went out with the housekeeper. At the same time, in the president's office of the Song enterprise, Song Yunxian put on her coat and went out with Mei-chi. Mei-chi asked her, what will you say to him after you see Song Yuncheng? Song Yunxian wore her black lambskin gloves. I think he will be thrilled. Of course he will. I am not sure whether Song Yunjia has visited him or not. After all, they are brother and sister. I guess that she hasn't had time to go yet.
Mei-kui answered.
Song Yunxian turned to look at him and smiled, asking, do you think one should still show nostalgia for someone useless? Mei-chi showed a look of understanding in his eyes. He echoed, you are right. Song Yuncheng is useless to Song Yunjia now indeed. Song Yunjia looked beautiful but without a kind heart. She would only be soft-hearted to Xiao Tianzi. She would show no mercy to anyone else. Even if it was her half-brother who had grown up with her since they were children, there was no exception. Song Yunxian and Mei-chi sat in the car for half an hour to get to the detention center located in the west suburb of Yuncheng. There were high walls. Song Yunxian didn't look at the walls for a long time, because she was always familiar with the detention center here. When she was in the Gu family, she had brought her half-brother here herself. She would never see her half-brother in this detention center again, because her half-brother, whom she had not seen many times, just tried to kick her out of the Gu family, and could not accept his failure at all. A few days after he entered the detention center, he hung himself by the bed with a scarf to death. After getting the permission to visit, Song Yunxian walked inside with Mei-chi. Mei-chi said suddenly, Gu Changge had a half-brother who was also jailed here in the past. Well, she just answered without any emotion, showing no great interest in this. Seeing her calm face without any curious emotion, he could not help asking her, don't you wonder what charges Gu Changge's half-brother came in for? There is no need to ask. Just a make-or-break issue. Once you lose, you have to take the consequences. She answered in such a simple and explicit way that Mei-chi had no word to refute. Song Yunxian was right. Since ancient times, the make-or-break principle had been settled. Since he lost, he must take the consequences. Song Yuncheng was the same today. But now Song Yunxian was here. Maybe she just wanted to give Song Yuncheng a lesson. He should never believe what others said easily. Song Yuncheng was escorted by someone. Because no formal sentence had been handed down, they were just separated from Song Yuncheng with a table. Song Yuncheng sat across the long table in handcuffs. Song Yunxian looked peaceful. She called him, brother. Her word had just been finished. Song Yuncheng sneered. Are you here to tease me today? If I deny, you will not believe me either. Song Yunxian put her fingers on the table. She clapped her hands together with her fingers in black leather gloves. How about I just admit it? How dare you? Song Yuncheng was too angry to say anything. Brother, don't you reflect on which step you have taken wrong to make you here? Do I still need to reflect on it? Song Yuncheng stared at her coldly. No matter which step I took, there must have been a trap you set for me. No matter what happened, I would lose all my reputation and status. Song Yunxian shook her head. Brother, the truth was actually not as bad as you thought. But you always don't trust me, which makes you where you are today. What else do you want to know from me? Song Yuncheng was a little decadent but with some craziness. I persuade you to give up. I won't tell you anything no matter what you want to know from me. Song Yunxian nodded. I know it. Go away at once. I don't want to see you anymore. Song Yunxian looked at him without any expression. I will give you a lesson for the last time. You should carefully consider whether the words that Song Yunjia said to you are really good for you or not. Song Yunjia. Song Yuncheng repeated the name. He was dull and absent-minded for a short while. Song Yunxian thought that she had said enough words to him. She stood up from her seat. This is the last time for me to visit you. Since ancient times there is always a make-or-break principle. I hope that you can reflect yourself in jail. Song Yuncheng could not say anything. He felt that something had been shaken in the depths of his heart suddenly after Song Yunxian reminded him to think about Song Yunjia carefully. Song Yunjia and Song Yunxian. Was he wrong from the beginning? Should he have tended to support Song Yunxian from the beginning like his second sister, Song Yuning, to keep himself safe? No. He held his head. He couldn't accept it. I'm right. My choice is not wrong at all. Song Yuncheng went crazy and refused to accept the failure. He also did not believe that he had lost to such a witless young girl. He was a little excited and stood up to try to catch up with Song Yunxian. The prison guard behind him quickly came up and held him down. Song Yunxian walked to the door. She looked back at Song Yuncheng with his red eyes and regrettably shook her head. It has reached such a level that you still don't know who has framed you. Mei Qi stood beside her without saying a word. Song Yuncheng had utterly fallen from power. No one in the Song enterprise supported him. Even Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian, who had supported him before, had never visited him after he was arrested. Song Yunxian bribed some people, asking them to watch Song Yuncheng closely. Inside the Song enterprise, Song Yunjia had begun to do tricks. Zhao Yang was doing his best to help Song Yunjia. Zhou Jian, however, abnormally asked for sick leave. And the duration of this sick leave was much longer than before. Logically speaking, a veteran employee like Zhou Jian would not take more than a week off during his term of office in the Song enterprise. However, Zhou Jian asked for a month-long sick leave the day after the meeting. Song Yunxian looked at the application for leave, which was sent here by someone, and immediately approved it. The person who came to send the application for leave for Zhou Jian was relieved. Initially, he was worried that Song Yunxian would ask questions, such as the reason for asking for a long leave, but Song Yunxian signed and approved without asking any questions. After seeing that the person who came to send the application for leave left with relief, Mei Qi said, "Manager Song, should I get a car ready for you?" "Yes." Song Yunxian nodded. Mei Qi asked again, "Manager Song, should I go there with you?" Song Yunxian smiled in a good mood. "No need. Just visit the elders. I'll go there alone." Mei Qi went to prepare a car for her at once. She arrived at the villa of the Zhou family in 20 minutes. When she arrived at the gate, Zhou Jian was at home with her granddaughter to feed a golden retriever puppy. The housekeeper suddenly came in and informed him, "Old master, Miss Song is here." Zhou Jian frowned. He had thought it was Song Yunjia, so he directly instructed the housekeeper to send the person away. "Tell her that I am sick and have fallen asleep. I will not receive the guest." The housekeeper nodded and went out to dispatch the guest. Even though the housekeeper blocked her like this, Song Yunxian didn't want to go back but uttered, "I will wait outside and please inform me when Uncle Zhou wakes up." Having heard Old Master's order, the housekeeper knew that Old Master didn't like Miss Song and didn't dare to let her in to wait. The housekeeper just left with a sigh. The old housekeeper went back and reported it to Zhou Jian. Miss Song doesn't want to leave. She asked me to inform her when you wake up. Zhou Jian said with a face of boredom. Song Yunjia is really troublesome. Zhao Yang has already helped her. Why does she still want to haunt me to help her? Let her wait outside. The old housekeeper heard that Zhou Jian mentioned Song Yunjia, and suddenly realized that he didn't make it clear who was Miss Song. The housekeeper quickly said, Old Master, Miss Song is not Miss Song Yunjia, but Miss Song Yunxian. Zhou Jian's expression suddenly changed, and the impatience on his face swept away. He stood up quickly and scolded the housekeeper. Why didn't you say it earlier? Hurry up and invite her in. The housekeeper immediately apologized and went outside to invite Song Yunxian after hearing his words. Song Yunxian still didn't understand why Zhou Jian's attitude to her visit changed so quickly. She didn't figure it out until she saw Zhou Jian go out to greet her sickly after she followed the old housekeeper to enter the villa. Zhou Jian treated her with a very nice attitude, even with some respect. It's so kind of you to come and visit me, Manager Song. I have heard that you are ill, Uncle Zhou. I bought some nutritional products and came to visit you. I hope you can recover soon and go back to your office in the Song Enterprise. Song Yunxian was invited to sit on the sofa, and the maid at home also debonairly served her tea. Song Yunxian carefully observed Zhou Jian's complexion, and found that the morbidity on his face was not so severe. Zhou Jian also smiled weakly. It's not a serious illness. It's just that I haven't been very energetic recently, and with the cold a few days ago, I feel uncomfortable all over since I am so old. So I asked for the sick leave. Song Yunxian talked to him politely. Uncle Zhou is getting elder. You must take good care of yourself. I'm sick now and can't help Manager Song take care of the business of the Song Enterprise. His implication was clear that he didn't want to help any one of them. Now Song Yunjia joined the Song Enterprise. It was just when she needed help most. Zhao Yang was trying his best to help Song Yunjia. However, Zhou Jian decided to do nothing without warning. He asked for an extended sick leave to stay at home, which meant that he didn't want to help Song Yunjia. He had supported Song Yuncheng before. Now, as Song Yuncheng had fallen from power, it was not suitable for him to help Song Yunxian immediately. He had to take his illness as an excuse to let go of the Song Enterprise first. Hearing his apparent attitude, Song Yunxian felt relieved in her mind. She found an excuse that it was too late to leave after talking with Zhou Jian for some time. Zhou Jian saw her go out with his sick body. After getting into the car, Song Yunxian looked at the villa of the Zhou family. Her eyes became a little deep. Zhou Jian was an old fox indeed. He didn't hesitate at all when he needed to change the side of the war. He had known that Song Yunjia coming after Song Yuncheng now was incompetent. Even if there were a fight, her chance of winning would be small. Instead of betting with the last chance to choose to offend Song Yunxian openly, it would be better to sit on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. And finally, he just needed to turn the rudder according to the wind direction. He's very clever. Song Yunxian said this, sitting in the car to leave and seeing the villa of the Zhou family in the rearview mirror get farther and farther. However, it didn't matter. Zhou Jian's behavior was much better than Zhao Yang's behavior. At least, Song Yunxian would allow him to live idly for the rest of his life. But as for Zhao Yang, since he had chosen the wrong side, his ending would not be so good. You could be wrong in everything, but you couldn't be wrong in choosing the side. Zhao Yang didn't understand it even though he was old. He needed to learn his lesson this time. Song Yunxian left the office earlier than usual. She called Xiao Shui when she got home. Everything in Fanqing magazine went smoothly. Xiao Hong managed everything of Fanqing magazine well. After reporting the recent situation of Fanqing magazine to Song Yunxian, Xiao Shui couldn't help thinking of Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Gu Yi and Miao Miao were dearly loved by Gu Changge. Hearing the news of these two children, Song Yunxian couldn't help asking, "Are they okay over there in Italy? Which school are they studying at? Where do they live? Who takes care of them?" She asked too many questions at once. Xiao Shui couldn't explain clearly on the phone, so she said, Yuncheng, let me go to your house and talk to you in detail later. Song Yuncheng nodded.
Okowo.
She couldn't feel relieved without talking with Xiao Shui face to face. Gu Changge arranged Gu Yi and Miao Miao to a tally, and she always felt uneasy in her mind. After putting down the phone, she couldn't help recalling Gu Yi's and Miao Miao's faces. She was so absorbed in thinking that she didn't see a figure outside the door leave like a ghost.
Gu Yi.
Miao Miao. The black figure outside repeated these two names in his heart and asked himself confusedly, why does she care so much about Xiao Tian's children? Xiao Shui went to the Song family after work. People didn't pay much attention to Xiao Shui and Xiao family now. Previously, when Xiao Shui had just entered Xiao family, Xiao Tian's cared about her so much. Recently, Gu Changge became pregnant, and Song Yunjia frequently went to Xiao family. Xiao Tian's had no energy to pay attention to when she went to and returned from work. Sometimes when she returned late, Xiao Tian's pretended to ask her with concern, and she could easily make the excuse of gathering or working overtime to slide it over. After arriving at Song Yunchuan's house, Song Yunxian didn't talk to her in the living room but directly let Nurse Wang lead her to her room. As soon as entering the room, Xiao Shui saw her standing before the window and looking outside. The first month of the lunar calendar had just passed, and the weather was still very cold. Although the room was warm, the leaves of the oriental plain outside had fallen, making people feel very cold. Xiao Shui called her Yunxian. Song Yunxian then reacted and looked back at her. Xiao Shui, you are here. Xiao Shui felt strange. What are you looking at? Song Yunxian shook her head. Nothing. Xiao Shui turned to look outside and indeed found nothing. Xiao Shui always felt that Song Yunxian had something in her mind, but she couldn't see through it. Come here and have a seat. Song Yunxian asked Xiao Shui to sit down on a chair in front of the table. Xiao Shui sat opposite her. Song Yunxian had a bit of rare worry in her eyes. Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Xiao Shui uttered before she could finish her sentence. Yunxian, in fact, I've always been curious. About what? Song Yunxian vaguely knew what Xiao Shui was about to say. Sure enough, Xiao Shui asked her. Gu Yi and Miao Miao are Xiao Tian's children. Why do you care so much about their safety? Song Yunxian was stunned for a short while before she spoke. No matter what their parents have done, these children are always innocent. Moreover, she hesitated for a moment and still said, although Gu Changge and I are not very familiar, I like her very much. I want to be a woman like her. Xiao Shui shook her head and frowned. Yunxian, there is nothing to envy in Gu Changge's life. You see, after she died, she couldn't take anything she had when she was alive with her at all. And her children are oppressed by others. Even though she died, she couldn't be relieved. Song Yunxian pursed her lips and her heart was cold. She knew what Xiao Shui had said was right. The reality was so cruel. No matter what Gu Changge had when she was alive, those things could not belong to her after she died. Instead, it was Xiao Tian's who owned all her things. Although her eyes were a little cold, she said calmly, I like Miao Miao very much. Just because of her mother's misfortune, I want to protect those two children very much. But their biological father is Xiao Tian's, and Gu Changge is their aunt now. No one can protect those two children at all. Song Yunxian spat out two words lightly with her great momentum and some determination. I can. Xiao Shui was stunned, thinking that she might have misheard. She actually heard a stranger say that she wanted to protect those two children. Seeing that she was stunned, Song Yunxian repeated it. I can protect those two children. You just tell me the whereabouts of those two children. Soon, I think I can get the custody of those two children. Xiao Shui felt it was inconceivable. You don't have any blood relationship with those two children. How do you get the custody of the children? I have an idea. Song Yunchuan's eyes were full of confidence. Then she came back to the topic and asked her, where do Gu Yi and Miao Miao live in Italy now? If I have time, I want to see them. At first, Song Yunxian thought that if she asked, Xiao Shui would tell her where these two children were anyway. However, the facts were completely different from what was imagined. Xiao Shui pursed her lips, with her eyes clearly expressing an awkward look. Song Yunxian had some doubts. Are you hiding something from me? Xiao Shui had been with her for a long time. What she could know from her mouth and what she wanted to know from her mouth most were nothing more than the news of Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Nevertheless, now when she asked, Xiao Shui hesitated in speech and seemed to be unwilling to tell her. Song Yunxian took a breath and fixed her eyes on Xiao Shui directly, giving Xiao Shui a kind of invisible pressure. Xiao Shui, what are you hiding from me? Under the oppressive gaze of Song Yunxian, Xiao Shui pressed her lips tightly and finally could not help saying, Yunxian, why do you care so much about Xiao Tian's 2 children? Even if we try hard to protect those 2 children, Gu Changge will stop us. And Xiao Tian's. She paused, seeing Song Yunxian staring at her firmly. Her voice involuntarily decreased a lot. And Xiao Tian's will never let his 2 children go into the hands of others. It doesn't matter. Although he is the father of these 2 children, these 2 children have become a thorn in the eye since Gu Changge died. Xiao Shui did not deny what she said but still persuaded her. Gu Changge is pregnant now. She is just thinking about letting the child in her belly be born smoothly, and then inheriting Xiao Tian's everything. Xiao Tian's everything? Song Yunxian couldn't help sneering, and her eyes were full of scorn. What does Xiao Tian's have? Everything he has now belongs to Gu Changge. As long as Gu Changge wants to get it back, he can never defeat Gu Changge at all. For a moment, Xiao Shui was shocked by the craziness and hatred bursting out of her eyes. Song Yunxian seemed to have realized that she had forgotten herself. She gradually adjusted her expression and continued the topic. You haven't told me Gu Yi and Miao Miao's living address in Italy. Xiao Tian's and Gu Changge have said to the outside world that Gu Yi and Miao Miao are in a boarding school in Italy, but in fact, she frowned and considered for a while, and then she said, in fact, Gu Yi and Miao Miao have been taught by tutors in the main house in Italy. Song Yunxian narrowed her eyes. Where do they live? Xiao Shui shook her head. Xiao Tian's doesn't tell anyone where his children live. You don't know where Gu Yi and Miao Miao live? She was a little surprised and couldn't figure it out. Xiao Shui shook her head and said something that made her more puzzled. Even Gu Changge doesn't know where Gu Yi and Miao Miao live. Song Yunxian frowned slightly. There was a slight crease in the middle of her brows. Doesn't he tell anyone? It seems that only he knows it. Recently, Gu Changge has been trying to find out where Gu Yi and Miao Miao live, but can find nothing. Later, Xiao Shui added, maybe Xiao Tian's wants to protect these 2 children. After all, even a malicious tiger does not eat its children. I don't think he would be so kind-hearted. Only Gu Changge made him wipe out all his human nature. How could you expect that he could suddenly reflect himself and realize his mistake? Song Yunxian asked Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui said nothing. She knew best what kind of person Xiao Tian's was. Xiao Tian's even killed his adoptive parents to cover up the facts that he was born in a small place and his status was not high. What kind of kindness could you expect that he had in his heart? I still hope you can find Gu Yi's and Miao Miao's news from Xiao Tian's. Xiao Shui nodded. I'll try my best. I also like these 2 children very much. Song Yunxian enjoined her and then asked, would you like to stay here and have dinner with me? Xiao Shui shook her head.
No.
Let me go home tonight to eat. I have heard that your eldest sister will go to the Xiao family for dinner tonight. Song Yunxian smiled. Well, after all, everyone has taken the first step successfully. She should be happy to enter the Song enterprise successfully, and it is worth celebrating. You should go home to have dinner. Xiao Shui and Song Yunxian didn't chat about anything else. She simply said goodbye and left. Song Yunxian watched Xiao Shui get out of the Song family's villa and get into the car to leave. She watched the car drive away before turning back. She turned around and just saw Chu Machen standing not far behind her. Song Yunxian could not help being stunned and then asked, when did you come here? I was just here when you watched Xiao Shui leave. Song Yunxian recalled that she was looking outside just now, and she was so absorbed that she forgot that Chu Machen had been at home. She glanced out of the window again before she looked away. Let's go to have dinner. I thought you would invite Xiao Shui to have dinner at home. Song Yunxian went out. No need. She has guests at home tonight. Chu Machen knew what happened in the Song Enterprise, so he immediately asked, Is it Song Yunjia? Song Yunxian smiled. Maybe. She didn't tell Chu Machen explicitly whether it was Song Yunjia or not. However, people who were sensible and knew a little bit about the internal situation of the Song Enterprise now would know that Song Yunjia had a lot of connections with Xiao Tianze. When Xiao Shui arrived home, Song Yunjia had already arrived. Seeing Xiao Shui, she also greeted her. Xiao Shui is back. Xiao Shui nodded, and she was not comfortable with such an intimate title. Xiao Tianze sat in the living room wearing his home clothes. Gu Changge had always been wearing very loose clothes since she was pregnant, and she was also at home. After greeting Xiao Shui, Song Yunjia continued to speak with Xiao Tianze. Zhao Yang has been helping me become familiar with the Song Enterprise's internal business as soon as possible. Xiao Tianze raised the rimless glasses on the bridge of his nose and smiled. What about Zhou Jian? Song Yunjia paused for a moment before she said, Zhou Jian has been sick since I entered the company. He hasn't been to the company these days. I have heard that Song Yunxian has approved Zhou Jian's request of the long leave. Xiao Tianze raised his lips with a bit of pity. Zhou Jian doesn't want to help you. After Song Yuncheng fell from power, he stood in line with Song Yunxian. Song Yunjia didn't feel happy. I think so too. I really don't know if he is confused or not. He actually turned to help Song Yunxian. Judging from the current situation, Song Yunxian is still influential in the Song Enterprise. After all, Song Yunxian is the rightful heir of the Song family, although she is the youngest one. When Song Yunjia heard this immutable fact, she remembered the useless work she had done to fight for the property before. She couldn't help beginning to get angry and resentful in her heart. It's all my father's fault. He suddenly gave everything to Song Yunxian later. Xiao Tianze didn't say anything. Gu Changge spoke first this time. You can't resent your father too much. After all, when he was about to die, it was your sister, not you, who tried her best to save him. Xiao Tianze agreed. Even if it was just acting, you didn't perform well enough at that time, so you suffered the losses today. Song Yunjia's eyebrows frowned, and she really regretted her reaction at that time very much. She should have saved her father at that time. However, unexpectedly, his father did not die in the hands of the kidnappers and changed his will after being saved and returning. Gu Changge saw that she was annoyed and kindly persuaded her. These matters have passed. You don't have to worry too much about the past. You should focus on the matter at present. Song Yunjia looked up at Xiao Tianze. Xiao Tianze's sight did not freeze on her body but fell on Gu Changge next to her. Gu Changge's every move was watched by him, and each of the affectionate interactions between them pierced her heart badly. However, she couldn't do anything. Her gaze involuntarily moved down from Gu Changge's face to her lower abdomen, which was not completely raised. What was the chance that Gu Changge would be able to give birth to this child alive? She couldn't help sneering in her heart. Xiao Tianze really spoiled her so much. The child must be aborted after 3 or 4 months at most. Gu Changge's body couldn't afford to give birth to a baby at all. Xiao Tianze was a doctor and would not tell her until the end. Was he afraid of her sadness? Gu Changge sat on the sofa for a while and couldn't help leaning into Xiao Tianze's arms. Regardless of the outsider around them, Xiao Tianze reminded her, Yunjia is still here. Don't be capricious. However, she embraced Xiao Tianze's waist at once. Yunjia is not an outsider. Right, Yunjia? Song Yunjia smiled indifferently. I am used to it. She was indeed used to it. She was used to watching Gu Changge deliberately show affection in front of her, and she had been able to prevent herself from being too jealous or showing any other emotions. Song Yunjia would have dinner in the Xiao family. Xiao Tianze said that they invited an excellent chef to make a lot of dishes. When Gu Changge heard Xiao Tianze say so, she couldn't help adding, I think this chef's dishes are just normal, but Tianze said that his dishes were very reasonable in nutrition and good for pregnant women. Xiao Shui only ate without talking. Song Yunjia just said with a smile, I think that they are good. Speaking of this, Gu Changge took the opportunity to speak. Yunjia, you are not too young. Tianzi just said last time that a friend of him was in good condition and wanted to introduce him to you. As soon as she finished her words, Song Yunjia stopped her chopsticks in her hand and looked up at Xiao Tianzi with an incredible look. Xiao Tianzi didn't escape from her questioning eyes and spoke openly. I have a friend who has just returned from the WS and is also a doctor. He is currently working in another hospital. If you want to. I don't want to. Song Yunjia refused before he could finish his words. I have no plans to get married for the time being. I have considered quitting my job at the hospital. I will work hard in the song enterprise in the future. Gu Changge thought it was a pity. In this case, it will be a pity indeed. She said these words, but in her heart, she had begun to hate Song Yunjia for not being well advised. She wasn't blind all these years, and she knew clearly that Song Yunjia had been loving Xiao Tianzi. She was in poor health and didn't know if she could give birth to this child or not. To ensure that Xiao Tianzi's mind was always on her, she must get rid of Song Yunjia. She must get rid of her unscrupulously. Song Yunxian went to bed after eating dinner. In her dream she saw Song Yin vaguely. In the middle of the night she opened her eyes, and she seemed to be a little scared. Chu Machen slept by her side. Even the slightest movement of her could wake him up. Chu Machen saw her wake up and reached out to turn on the desk lamp at the head of the bed. The warm light spread over the quiet bedroom in an instant. Song Yunxian gasped. She raised her hand and rubbed the place between her brows wearily. Chu Machen got up. He gently brushed the hair covering her face by her ear. What's up? Did you have a nightmare? She nodded. I dreamed about Song. When she said this, she thought it was inappropriate. She changed the name temporarily. My father. Song Yin. Song Yunxian nodded. Chu Machen put his fingers on her back, just like trying to coax a child to sleep. He gently patted her thin back and began to speak just like chatting with her. Well, even if your father died, he would be worried if he saw what you did now. Song Yunxian didn't say a word. Those who got in the way must be eliminated. However, Song Yunxian didn't make Song Yuncheng get trapped on purpose this time. It was Song Yunjia who used her eldest brother as a stepping stone. She made Song Yuncheng, such a fool, get into the trap on his own insidiously. Since she got a chance to get rid of Song Yuncheng, she would not let it go. Moreover, even if she didn't take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Song Yuncheng would definitely make trouble for her in the future. Chu Machen saw that she did not speak. He asked again, when did you become so close to Xiao Tianzi's sister? It was a long time ago. She didn't mean to hide it. As early as Xiao Tianzi didn't know that Xiao Shui was his sister, I already knew Xiao Shui. Is Xiao Shui on your side? Song Yunxian raised her eyes and looked at him. Her voice was indifferent. I do not have any grievances against Xiao Tianzi. Why does Xiao Shui need to choose one between his brother and me? But I think you really care about Xiao Tianzi's two children very much. Chu Machen's words were indifferent. Song Yunxian turned over regardless of the hand he put on her back and said lightly, I'm tired. She refused to talk to Chu Machen about those two children. Chu Machen looked at her back as she turned over. He just raised his lips and did not ask anymore. He reached out and turned off the lamp. In the dark, he pulled her back and made her face him. His voice was clear and bewitching. We can put other things aside first. You are pregnant now. Will you have a child out of wedlock? Someone has done it before. But if the child is born when you don't marry me, how can I, as a father, give him a proper and above-board identity? If you want to give this child a proper and above-board identity, you can give it by all means. She always had a way to respond to him quickly. It was really more difficult to deal with her than Chu Machen thought. Why don't you want to marry me in peace? I'll marry you when I finish my work. She replied calmly. Chu Machen knew that he had no way to change her mind no matter what he said. He could not help sighing heavily and hugging her in his arms. After Song Yunjia entered the Song Enterprise, the internal disputes began to grow and expand quietly. The Song Enterprise's insiders, who originally thought there would be no dispute without Song Yuncheng, had to choose who to follow again. Meiqi by the side of Song Yunxian was dedicated to his work. He looked very responsible in the company. There were many senior managers who couldn't help wanting to know something from Meiqi. Unfortunately, Meiqi was as sly as a fox. People couldn't get any information from him, no matter what methods they used. The days just passed like this. The case of Song Yuncheng's absconding with the money was condemned without exception. He was sentenced to a proper punishment. The calamity of imprisonment made Song Yuncheng helpless and almost mad. Song Yuncheng's mother died early. Several younger sisters were all of the same father but of different mothers. Now he lost his position in the Song enterprise and was reduced to be imprisoned. Apart from those who watched him fail, no one would remember to visit him at all. He served a month in prison. After that, he got an unexpected message that someone would visit him. He was asked to meet the person. He thought it was Song Yunxian who came to see him and laugh at him. But he didn't expect that it was Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia had gone through the resignation formalities from the hospital. She had been focusing on the affairs of the Song enterprise for nearly a month. After seeing Song Yuncheng, she was a little excited. There was more distress in her eyes. Song Yuncheng saw tears gushing out of her sister's eyes through the toughened glass. He hated Song Yunxian even more. After the phone which was used to let him make contact with his sister smoothly was held to his ear, Song Yuncheng said the first words to Song Yunjia. "Yunjia, you must avenge me." These words were filled with hatred. Song Yunjia could not help being stunned. "Brother." Song Yuncheng repeated forcefully, "You must enter the Song enterprise on behalf of me and avenge me. We can't let Song Yunxian be so arrogant anymore." Seeing Song Yuncheng's great hatred for Song Yunxian in his eyes, Song Yunjia was relieved. Sure enough, this fool still thought that Song Yunxian had set a trap for him to fall into now. He still didn't carefully think about why he got into the trap set by Song Yunxian so easily. That was right. He became so down and out today due to Song Yunjia. If she had not encouraged him to abscond with the money in the dark, and if she had not informed the police station anonymously of his place before he boarded the plane, how could he have been caught so easily and then served his sentence in prison? Seeing that he had pinned all his hopes on her now, Song Yunjia felt satisfied and nodded. "Don't worry, my elder brother. I have entered the Song enterprise." Song Yuncheng nodded. There was a bit of hope in his eyes. We must let Song Yunxian have a taste of losing everything, and let her also have a taste of being imprisoned. Song Yunjia nodded. "Elder brother, don't worry. Song Yunxian must be published once she makes a mistake and her dirty things are exposed." Song Yuncheng was comforted like this so that he felt a little better in his mind. Seeing that Song Yuncheng was a little calmer, Song Yunjia said, "Elder brother, actually, I am here to see you today because I have to ask you something personally." "What is it?" Song Yuncheng was puzzled. Song Yunjia hesitated for a moment as if she was a little awkward. Seeing this, Song Yuncheng gritted his teeth and said first, "Are you here to ask me about my equity?" Song Yunjia's eyes brightened. She looked up at Song Yuncheng and said, "That's it." Song Yuncheng also felt puzzled. Although I made a mistake, Song Yunxian didn't take this chance to take over the equity that our father left me. I really don't understand what she thinks. Song Yunjia pursed her lips. There was coldness in her face. "Elder brother, what Yunxian thinks now is not important. It's important that we should join hands. You have to help me." The meaning of help was obvious. Song Yuncheng hesitated for a long time. He still didn't reply to her. Seeing Song Yuncheng's hesitation, Song Yunjia said, "The equity doesn't work a lot in your hands now. It will be better if you give it to me for the time being. I will return it to you when your 15-year sentence is over." Song Yunjia said this sincerely, without any hypocrisy in her eyes. Song Yuncheng had nothing at all right now. He would be a middle-aged man after his 15-year sentence was over. At that time he would have no children. The equity was the only thing he could rely on to make a living. Song Yunjia asked him to transfer it to her now. There would be no problem if Song Yunjia kept her promise and returned it to him after 15 years. But after 15 years without Song Yunxian as the enemy, Song Yuncheng would have no way if Song Yunjia was in charge of the Song enterprise and broke her promise. Song Yuncheng hesitated. Song Yunjia was a little sad. She looked at Song Yuncheng with her disappointed eyes. Brother, you still don't believe me until now. Song Yuncheng didn't speak. Song Yunjia asked, Brother, do you think that I will break my words and keep your equity for myself without returning it to you at that time? 15 years. It was such a long time, and no one knew whether Song Yunjia would change or not. Song Yunjia knew that her elder brother was suspicious. It was reasonable. There were so many children in the Song family. Although they were seemingly harmonious, they had been intriguing against each other for many years. It was expected that Song Yuncheng didn't believe her. Seeing that Song Yuncheng refused to make a decision, she stood up disappointedly and said, Yuncheng temporarily changed the side to support Song Yunxian. Even she believed Song Yunxian and handed in all the enterprises she had in her hands. However, you have suffered a setback so badly because of Song Yunxian, and you are still unwilling to join hands with me. I also wonder if I can defeat Song Yunxian or not. She stood up. She took the microphone in her hand and looked at Song Yuncheng sitting behind the glass wall. She said, When I came here, I was afraid that you would not have a good time here. So, I brought some things which should be handed over to you soon. Elder brother, you can rest assured. I have already dealt with the human relationship here. You will not suffer a lot. Song Yuncheng was so determined this time indeed. He didn't want to let go of his only chips no matter how Song Yunjia showed her friendly intentions to him. Song Yunjia was angry in her mind, but she couldn't show it on her face. Seeing that Song Yuncheng said nothing, she could only sigh heavily and leave disappointedly. Getting out of the detention center, Xiao Tianzi's phone immediately came to her. He just asked her, Song Yuncheng didn't transfer his equity to you, right? Song Yunjia was a little unhappy and replied in a low voice. Xiao Tianzi didn't feel surprised at all. Instead, he spoke from the perspective of Song Yuncheng. You have to think it over. He has nothing in his hands at all. He can't be sure about the things that will happen 15 years later. How can he believe your promise? Song Yunjia did not understand. What should I do then? Xiao Tianzi raised his lips and couldn't help laughing. If you want him to change his mind, you need to let him know that things in the future are not important, but things at present are the most important. Xiao Tianzi's words meant more than he said. Song Yunjia was shocked for a while. She then slowly understood the meaning of Xiao Tianzi. Things in the future were not important, but things at present were the most important. That was right. Song Yuncheng was thinking about how to live after 15 years when he was discharged from prison, but he didn't think about carefully whether he could live to the day when he was released after 15 years. If he didn't make a wise decision now, it would not be certain whether Song Yuncheng could live to get out of prison. Thinking about this, Song Yunjia couldn't help laughing. The thing that Song Yuncheng was beaten in prison was finally known by Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian went to the detention center in Yuncheng without any hesitation with Mei Qi. Mei Qi knew the police officer in the detention center. The officer immediately shook hands with Song Yunxian as soon as he saw Song Yunxian. Can I see my big brother? The officer was sorry. He is still in a coma now. I'm afraid that Miss Song can't see him. Song Yunxian turned to see Mei Qi. Her meaning in the eyes was very obvious. She meant to let Mei Qi tell her the whole story. Mei Qi also understood it. He told her about Song Yunxiang's injury. I heard that he was dragged to the bathroom and locked up for half a night. His 4 ribs were broken. He had many bruises from kicks and blows. He was unconscious when he was found. Have you found out who did it? The police officer began to fool around. There has been a bad habit of bullying newcomers in the detention center. Everything will be fine after a few months. Song Yunxian heard something untrue from the police officer. She glanced at him and then said, I will really appreciate it if Officer Huang can take much care of my brother. I will repay you. You are welcome, Miss Song. It's my duty. Song Yunxian didn't see how serious Song Yunxiang's injury was even though she went to the detention center in Yuncheng by herself. Song Yunxian was very upset on her way home. she asked Meiqi coldly. I know you are familiar with many people. But at least, don't let me see an officer who has been bribed to find out the situation of my brother's injury the next time. Do you understand it? Manager Song, you should think it over. How could you make it clear who wants to make things difficult for Song Yuncheng if you saw an officer who hadn't been bribed today? Song Yunxian rubbed her forehead. No matter who wants to make things difficult for Song Yuncheng, the label of harming Song Yuncheng will be stuck on my head at last. Manager Song, you should deal with the trouble as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will become more difficult. Who are you talking about? Song Yunxian looked sideways at Meiqi. Meiqi was driving in the front of the car. Her voice was relaxed. Of course, it's your big sister Song Yunjia, who is capable and shrewd. My sister. Song Yunxian repeated this name. She slowly raised the corners of her mouth. A look of mockery flitted across her face. She was afraid that very few people knew Song Yunjia's heart and real side, though her elder sister indeed looked like an elegant and beautiful woman. Even if someone knew about her, they would not know her too much. She asked Meiqi, do you have any ideas to deal with the woman like my elder sister? Your eldest sister seems to be flawless. She doesn't seem to have any weaknesses. Song Yunxian nodded. The smile in her eyes flickered and reverberated. She does not have any weaknesses indeed. But we will have to go back to rake up the past if we want to ruin her reputation completely. Meiqi saw Song Yunxian in a puzzle. You already have ideas, don't you? Song Yunxian shook her head. No, I don't. Meiqi could not help smiling. I saw that you had much confidence, so I thought you had ideas. I don't have any ideas indeed, but someone has. Song Yunxuan's eyes were bright. Her pupils carried a flash of light which shone suddenly, dazzling like a sharp sword.
Meiqi was somewhat dazed.
The person you mentioned is. Song Yunxian slowly opened her mouth and spat out that name. Gu Changge.
Meiqi was stunned instantly.
He was a little incredulous but with more confusion. Gu Changge and Song Yunjia. There's no connection between them at all. Song Yunxian shook her head and explained. For outsiders it looks like they are not connected. In fact, however, they are much more connected. The relationship between Song Yunjia and Gu Changge was subtle, but there were definitely checks and balances. Song Yunxian considered that it was necessary to communicate with Gu Changge to know more. Although Song Yunxian had already known Gu Changge well, Gu Changge must have hidden something from Gu Changge, which was very important. Song Yunxian had been upset for several days because Song Yuncheng was beaten in prison. Chu Machen saw through her mind. He persuaded her and said when he accompanied her to the hospital for a pregnancy test, if you're worried about it, I'll give them a notice in the detention center. Song Yunxian shook her head. Not necessary. Chu Machen would have given them a notice in the detention center before he said so if he really wanted to do that. Have you met Song Yuncheng? Not yet. He was just in a coma when I visited him. But I have heard that he is awake after so many days. I'll see him another day. I don't think it necessary for you to visit him, Chu Machen said. He walked into Marie Hospital with Song Yunxian. Many young ladies came to do the pregnancy examination in the corridor. Song Yunxian walked forward. After she took only a few steps forward, a familiar man in front of her appeared in her sight. She stopped and she could not help narrowing her eyes. Chu Machen looked along her sight. He found Xiao Tianzi standing there. It is such a coincidence that we have seen them twice in the hospital. Besides Xiao Tianzi, there was Gu Changge. Xiao Tianzi took Gu Changge's waist. He cared about her so much that the favor which Xiao Tianzi had for Gu Changge could be seen even in the distance. She couldn't stand it and said with a bit of irony, anyway, she is his sister-in-law. It's improper in public. Let's not to greet them. Hearing Song Yunxuan's words, Chu Machen was willing to do that. They were walking directly to the inspection room together. What an odd coincidence that Song Yunxian and Gu Changge were arranged into the same room to do the examination. For people recognized each other at the door of the room. They greeted each other inevitably. Xiao Tianzi slightly took back the hand that was on the waist of Gu Changge. However, he was grabbed by Gu Changge. Song Yunchuan's hand was held by Chu Machen. Her sight stopped for a while on Xiao Tian's hand, which was on Gu Changge's fingers. Then she said, "What a coincidence. Mr. Xiao and your sister-in-law came here to do the pregnancy examination as well." It was not a secret that Song Yunxian was pregnant. Gu Changge's pregnancy, however, was a scandal. Especially, Gu Changge's boyfriend was not officially publicized. She stayed with Xiao Tianze all day. If Gu Changge was pregnant, people in Yuncheng would consider it was Xiao Tianze's child in her belly. However, Xiao Tianze still wanted to find an excuse to be perfunctory casually this time. After a brief period of dissatisfaction, Gu Changge still coordinated with Xiao Tianze. She explained, "My friend is pregnant. She does the pregnancy test here. We are waiting for her." Song Yunxian curved the corners of her mouth. She said with satire, "We've met twice in the place for the pregnancy test, both for a friend. I wonder if I can see Miss Gu's friend." Gu Changge didn't expect that Song Yunxian would change the subject to her. With a hollow laugh, she said, "Let's wait for her to come out." She wanted to drag it out. Song Yunxian followed her to drag it out. Anyway, the staff of the pregnancy examination would come out and call the roll to let the pregnant women in for the test after a while. Song Yunxian would like to see Gu Changge's response when it came to Gu Changge. Gu Changge saw that Song Yunxian and Chu Machen were staying at the door all the time, not intending to leave. She was a little anxious. "Are you here to do the pregnancy test too?" Song Yunxian nodded. "Yes," she answered without any embarrassment. Gu Changge slightly opened her mouth with a bit of surprise. "Yunxian, are you pregnant?" Song Yunxian nodded calmly. "Yes." Gu Changge turned her head and glanced at Xiao Tianze. There was some interest in Xiao Tianze's eyes. He immediately congratulated her. "Congratulations to you." "Thank you." Gu Changge could not help feeling a little aggrieved when she saw that Song Yunxian could announce her pregnancy openly while she had to hide it. Song Yunxian considered that there were a lot of people in front of the door, and it might take some time to come to her turn. She then proposed and said, "Miss Gu, shall we go to the window for some air?" Gu Changge was invited alone, with a flash of light in her eyes. She hesitated for a while. She then turned to see Xiao Tianze, who was talking to Chu Machen. Then she followed Song Yunxian to the window at the end of the corridor. Although it was winter, it was very hot in the hospital for the air conditioning. It was not cold even though the window at the end of the corridor was half open. Song Yunxian closed the window. She looked back at Gu Changge. "Miss Gu, you are pregnant, aren't you?" Gu Changge smiled. "I'm here just for a friend. I have heard that there isn't any blood relationship between you and Gu Changge at all. You would not have become Mr. Xiao's sister-in-law if your parents hadn't adopted you as a daughter in those days." Song Yunchuan's words just made the relationship between Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge clear. Gu Changge's face became pale. However, a bold idea appeared in her mind at once after she heard this. This bold idea seemed to be expected by Song Yunxian. She said naturally, "If Miss Changge ends the adopted relationship with Gu family, no one will gossip even if you marry Chairman Xiao." What Song Yunxian said was exactly what Gu Changge thought in her mind. But Gu Changge still couldn't think through what Song Yunxian meant. She just smiled awkwardly. "Yunxian, what do you mean? I don't have any malevolence. I just feel that if I like someone, I won't care about those worldly views. For example, although I am young, I am still with Chu Machen. I don't want to hide my pregnancy because it is the child of the person I like." Gu Changge was speechless when hearing this. Song Yunxian sighed. "Isn't it painful that it can't be publicized when you are pregnant for someone you like?" Thinking of this, Song Yunxian asked Gu Changge hyperbolically, "Miss Gu, you don't want to accompany your brother-in-law forever as Gu Changge's sister, do you? Don't you want to give your child an identity and marry the one you love to live your whole life with dignity openly?" Her words were exactly what Gu Changge wished, but it still needed the right chance to end the adopted relationship with Gu family. Sigh. She was still hesitating while Song Yunxian sighed over there. "I always know that my elder sister likes Mr. Xiao very much. She even told me that Miss Changge probably couldn't stand the pain of giving birth to a baby at all since Miss Changge wasn't in good health. Now, I'm saying these words to remind you, Miss Changge, that my sister has left medicine to go into business. She competes with me for the song enterprise only because she wants to be with Mr. Xiao and stand beside him. Frankly speaking, she is doing that for her love, while I just want to manage well the estate left by my father. We have different goals. Now I begin to pity my sister. Since Miss Changge is willing to bear it in silence, you won't mind if I give my sister a chance to fulfill her wish, will you? Gu Changge was shocked after hearing Song Yunchuan's last word. Did it mean that Song Yunxian would give up the song enterprise to fulfill her elder sister's wish, and then let her elder sister Song Yunjia rob the man Gu Changge loved?